A very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to a realm where imagination seamlessly intertwines with reality, and the future stands unveiled before our eyes.
In this era of immense technological innovations and advancements, we stand at the beginning of a new era, the profound power of the digital revolution.
And now, with that being said, with great enthusiasm, we present to you Cutting Edge 2023, an annual convention organized by the esteemed Informatics Institute of Technology.
But beyond a mere event, Cutting Edge unites students, researchers, industry veterans, and technology enthusiasts in terms of panel discussions, exhibitions, entertainment, and many more.
Indeed. And this year, we are focusing on new technologies and how they are revolutionizing the areas such as transportation, technology, fashion, business, education, and more.
And now, we are thrilled to present you a thrilling component of this spectacular occurring, the Gaming League, a haven for avid gamers and enthusiasts.
Get ready for an electrifying experience where gamers from all walks of life come together to celebrate their passion. Join us for a thrilling day of esports tournaments, interactive gaming booths, and a chance to connect with fellow gamers.
Besides, whether you are a competitive player or a casual enthusiast, our gaming fiesta promises non-stop excitement and a platform to showcase your skills. Don't miss out on the opportunity to immerse yourself in a world of virtual adventures and an unmatched experience.
Moreover, immerse yourself in the world of competitive gaming, where titles like Dota 2, Valorant, Krunker, PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds, and Call of Duty. And the excitement doesn't stop there. We're raising the stakes with a grand total of 62,000 in cash prizes up for grabs.
Yes, you heard it right. Battle it out, strategize, and showcase your gaming prowess for a chance to walk away with your share of these incredible rewards. So, join us with this gaming league and be a part of this gaming extravaganza that promises to set your heart racing and your fingers tapping.
And now, let the games begin.
need this.
Here! Hawk out!
Careful now.
Spike down A. One enemy remaining.
Good. Keep your focus. Revealing area.
And we are back on track on round number 2, once those technical pauses have been taken care of. And once again, a lot of initial aggression here from the side of Zyphos Esports to get all this space that the side of Lobster James is giving up quite freely. And it's going to be some mid-aggression coming in from them. And of course, the better guns in the hands of Zyphos Esports as we head on into round number 2. As long as they play their cards right, it should be quite an easy round in the bag for them. So far, just poking and prodding, trying to find any weaknesses here in the side of the defense, and the aggression coming in to B side, where Tipson will be waiting with the Spectre in hand. He does get the first kill, but the spike will be planted, leaving them in a 5v4 post-plant situation. Coming into smoke is bad Govies, but he will get cut down immediately, and Zero follows suit, leaving them in a 5v2, flooding through the B side, and quite an easy defuse there, and a flawless round to end round number 2. A 2-0 lead here for the side of Zyphos Esports. This, of course, will be, I believe, the first spy round coming in from the side of Lobster James. Yeah, so it's going to be the bonus guns in the hands of Zyphos Esports. They do have some Spectres, but Kenji with the mantle in hand versus all these rifles from the side of Lobster James. Once again, some initial aggression coming in from A-Long, where they will be met by the Cypher playing close to short. The drones going from sewers will be able to kind of spot him out there, and the fake dash coming in from Jet to clear some space here. Tigri still playing inside the smoke. And Tipson, a perfect paranoia there, able to get 2 kills and quickly followed suit by Tikri. And just like that, it will be the Killjoy left alone, getting pursued here by the side of Omen. And there you go. Once again, a nearly perfect round coming in from the side of Zyphos Esports. The paranoia there from the Omen was perfect. 3 people blinded there on long, and the 2 remaining players in short quickly taken care of as well.
No.
Are they asleep?
We've had some really dominant games so far, and once again, this aggression coming in from long, but no, the timing there was a bit off. Suicide Killer, quick to the trigger and able to get some damage here on Kenji. And now with the Marshal in hand, another shot from him should be able to put down Kenji. But meantime, Tikri pushing in from B long, able to take down the Sova from the side of Lobster James. Once again, the aggression from Zyphos Esports still unable to be matched here by the side of Lobster James. And I mean, you know, it's just an info gathering game, and so far all the information is in the hands of Zyphos Esports. They do have the Sky, they do have the Sova, and even the camp of the Cypher proving useful, but they get a nasty shot there by Phoenix to take down Tikri. That is going to be a Vandal received, but does he clear Kenji in backside? The updraft, perfect timing there, and he will take down Kenji as well. But in the meantime, Tipson coming behind him is good for 1, good for a second, but bad Govies in the meantime gets 1, but quickly taken down, leaving 0 in a 2v1, and he quickly kills him down as well. Once again, another round in the side of Zyphos Esports. 4-0 is the board. Looking at the gameplay that both these two teams have, of course, as I mentioned, Zyphos Esports is working with 2 initiators there. They do have the capacity for a lot of information gathering. And, well, they are making a lot of use of it. You know, these early flashes, finding if players are there, and then kind of pushing up, getting the space and making sure that they have a majority of the control of the map. And in the meantime, the side of Lobster James is kind of constricted to a few spaces that they can play in. And so far, it isn't really working out for them. So let's see if we can see a change in playstyle here coming from them. This time, relying on a bit of a slow push here down of A-Long. I believe the tripwire should be spotted. Yes, it is. But does he expect Tikri there? Yes, he does. The peak a bit too early, and he will take him down. Next in line, it'll be Tipson. Does he spot the players? Yes, he does. A bit of damage there from Mad Eye, and he will take him down. Phoenix once again following on suit. Takes down 0, but Kenji with the up in hand, good for 1. The spike will go down. It'll be a 4v2 post-spawn situation, as Suicide Killer is tagged a bit as well. But it is spam, a lot of utility, and slowly creeping up behind them. It is the Killjoy, good for 1, and with the Scout in hand, he will get taken down as well. That is the first round on the board for the side of Lobster James. So I mean, looking at what they did differently, of course, this time there really wasn't a lot of aggression coming in from the side of Zyphos Esports to get a lot of map control. But in the meantime, Lobster James did manage to gain a lot of space on A-Long. And of course, the first few picks this time did go in favor of them. Wasn't really expecting, I would say, for Zyphos Esports wasn't expecting the players of Lobster James to be that close, I would say. And they managed to capitalize on that and get some really easy first picks in that round. Once again, the Killjoy turret set in mid, holding off any of the defenders rather from pushing from B main and from garage. And once again, the Sova from the side of Lobster James trying to get some info here of A-Long, and slowly trying to see which side is the most weak, I would say. Both Suicide Killer and Viran pushing quite close. Tipson is the first line of contact here. The drones will go through.
Come on, let's go!
Spike down. B.
Viran here going massive with his ult in hands, managing to get 3 kills here before it does expire, which leaves Zero and Kenji here. Sorry, Tikuri here in a 3v2.
Seconds left.
Does he expect the push? Yes, he does. Tikuri with the movement, managing to take down the Phoenix, which is Viran. A 2v2. In a post plant, Yugi, the only man left standing, good for the first kill on Zero, and Tikuri, he does get that kill. A second round on the board here for the side of Lobster James. And we head on into the 7th round of the first map. This time, the side of Zyphos Esports on a bit of a save here, and first kill in the hands of Suicide Killer with the up in hand. And quickly following suit, that'll be Yugi with 2 kills of his own. Quickly clearing a lot of space in mid. And Zero, the man left alone. And Bad Govers will put him down as well. Lobster James finally finding their pace in this game. There was a lot of initial aggression by Zyphos Esports, which they were unable to match in the early rounds, but now they've gotten used to that pace, and the rounds now are slowly going in favor of Lobster James. And ladies and gentlemen, this is turning out to be quite a close game, so please do stay tuned to see how this one ends. And once again, the guns in the hands of Zyphos Esports. We do have the op in the hands of Kenji as he once again peeks through C long. So far, we really haven't seen any C pushes coming in from Lobster James. They've been mostly focusing on B and a few times on A as well. Maybe because Kenji is having quite a solid defense there on C long. And the op in the hands of Tipson there. Not really a peek that he should have taken, and Killjoy Yugi will put him down. Once again, these early picks aren't going in the favors of Zyphos anymore because, well, Lobster James has become accustomed to kind of waiting for them. And with the Killjoy lockdown in hand, this should be a bit of an easy site for them to take here. It should clear the site. They just do have a corner of Haven that of Heaven rather, they do need to smoke. And yep, it's a free site for them as they head on into it. But Tikuri there on Haven, actually managing to take down Mad Eye as he tries to get into sight with the spike in hand. So the spike is dropped, and the Seekers come in. Gobu is good for 1 kill. But how do they meet this here? Kenji from Haven takes him down, and finally things going back in the side of Zyphos Esports. Yugi left alone in this 1v3. The shock darts come in, and yep, that should be enough to put him out of his misery. It looked like everything was going in the favor of Lobster James. They did have the lockdown. They did have a relatively free site to take, but as I believe the Sova was crossing into sight. He got caught on tripwire, and that was a free kill, and the spike dropped, and things just started crumbling from that point onwards for them. Once again, an early pick here for the side of Zyphos Esports. That is Yugi off the board, the Sentinel. And creeping up from sewers, Phoenix Viran manages to find Zero off guard. And as the drone comes in, they should have spotted Kenji. Yes, he does, force to back off and live to fight a different fight, rather. And it should be a clean sight for them, and Bad Govies will be on the spike, but they do have the Blade Storm. Does he go for the updraft here? Yes, he does. But he does not manage to spot anyone there. The Hunter's Fury coming in a bit too early, I would say, but actually managing to tag Kenji. And Bad goes. The timing of that peak was perfect. And there we go. Once again, Viran clean things off. And the scoreline is once again 5-4. A really close game here. And, I mean, they did lose Yugi quite early in the round, but then Viran and Govis managing to sneak their way through Suez, managing to find those opening picks for their side, and it's going to be a timeout being activated from the side of Zyphos Esports to, you know, kind of see what they can do differently. So the coaches should be giving them advice on what to do differently now. So with a minute left, or rather with this 1 minute's timeout, what can Zyphos do differently to kind of change the tide of this game? So, I mean, we've seen them being quite dominant in the semis. The same can be said for Lobster James. So this is still anyone's game. So it will depend on who has the better nerves and who has the better strats as we head on into round number 10 of the first map, which is Haven of Cutting Edge, the Gaming League of 2023.
Here.
And here we are back again with round number 10. The side of Lobster James on attack after the tech pause, or rather, sorry, the strategic timeout coming in from the side of Zyphos Esports. So let's see what they do differently. Once again, Tippy and Kenji pushing in from mid. The Sober Darts do coming in, trying to recon. They are expecting this aggression coming in from mid. But with the Sheriffs in hand, will they actually be able to convert this round? That is the question. They do spot Yugi. Or rather, the Sova, which is 0, and the first kill in favor of Zyphos Esports, and that will be the spike dropped down as well. But of course, Suicide Killer with the op in hand, the much better weapon here in this scenario, able to get the first kill. The Nanostorm's pushing them behind, and Viran with the kill of his own. A lot of pressure here in mid. All of the players actually stacking up in mid. The defenders kind of playing as the attackers here, with control rather from the B window. Bad Go is holding his angle inside of spawn, rather inside of garage, and the spike will go down, which leaves a really low Tippy, who barely manages to recover gun, but the timing here could be really bad for them. But they decide to go from long, both Zero and Tippy. But of course, they will be met with the op in the hands of Suicide Kill. So this might be a death sentence here for them if they decide to speak. Yes, they do, but somehow Tippy managing to get that trade there. A 1v2 with not a lot of HP here to take this fight. The flash goes in, does not connect, and finally Govis will shut him down. And that, ladies and gents, brings the scoreline to 5-0. Quite a close game here. Lobster James putting up really good fight. And so far, the strategic changes from Zyphos Esports does not take effect. And let us see what they can do differently now that they do have some rifles. And I believe an op in the hands of Kenji. No, he does... might be going for the op, does he? That we'll have to see. But yeah, so so far, yes, he does. So Kenji with the open hand wasn't actually able to get a lot of value out of it in the previous rounds because of his position in Ceylon. Not a lot of contention coming in from the side of Lobster James towards the C site. So we will have to see what they do differently this time. But once again, this initial aggression towards Garage and Grass coming in from their side. There's drone to kind of recon the site. They do spot Tippy, I believe, playing inside of the window. Still deciding where to attack. Nice shot there from Tipson. The Trailblazer able to spot Yugi playing there on the right-hand side of the garage door. And this time, once again, in a long time, the initial aggression and favor in the fans of Zyphos Esports. Viran does get tagged. The timing of the flash was quite unfortunate. The spike does go down. But in the meantime, Tippy good on the kill and so far. Kenji following quickly, and which leaves Suicide Killer able to get 2 kills there. But of course, he does get spotted. Good for a 3rd kill. But finally, getting taken down by Tipson. That was quite a nice try there from Suicide Killer with the open hand. But at the end, he did get tagged. He did get spotted. And there was not a lot that he could do about it. And as we head on into the last round of the first half of Haven, it is Zyphos Esports with a lead of 1 round. But this is still a game that could go in anyone's favor. So let's see if Lobster James are able to kind of even the scores as we end the first half, or if Zyphos will be able to make it a 7-5. Once again, the initial aggression trying to come in from the side of Zyphos Esports, but it will be a focus once again on Garage and Mid coming in from Lobster James. Zyphos deciding to be a bit more passive here in their aggressive defenses, as they let the side of Lobster James actually get all of this space in sewers and be long, rather A-long for free, and deciding to rather, I believe, go for a retake. And Govius TPs into site, gets some info, sees that the site is clear for now, so it should be a relatively free site for them, but no. It's going to be the Cypher on Haven, and Kenji holding that angle with the operator should be able to kind of hold this pressure in. The up shot's going wide, and there we go. Kenji peeks wide, gets a kill on Viran, and able to dash out for safety. The numbers in favor of Zyphos Esports. The time is ticking down. Oh no, Kenji was not expecting that, but also Tipson quite close. The Hunter's Fury does not connect, but he managed to get the kill, leaving Bad Govis in this 1v4. So the Hounds come in. And yeah, Govis trying to do his best, but in the end, numbers overwhelm him, and it's going to be a 7-5 as we head on into the second half of Haven. Zyphos Esports leading by 2 rounds, but it has been quite a close game so far.
Thanks. Got here.
Looking at the scoreboard, of course, 0 there on the top for Zyphos Esports with some really good kills. And of course, we did see Viran popping off quite a few rounds as well. And the 11-10 on the board speaks for him as well. And this time, Zyphos on the attack. Let's see how they deal. Let's see how rather Lobster James deals with the aggression that Zyphos Esports puts up against them. To start things off, it's going to be Suicide Killer actually on a bit of a suicide run here. There's a bit of damage, but in the end, Tippy will take him down. The numbers are in favor of Zyphos as we head on just into the first few seconds of the round here. And creeping up all the way from C-Long, it's going to be Tipson and the Cypher, who is Tickery. The 2 players of Lobster James did fall back behind, but now as the tide comes in, the paranoids are perfect. Tickery falls, and does Tipson follow? It's a 2v1 inside. He manages to get 1, but no, it's going to be Yugi with the classic in hand. Good for 2. Is he good for a 3rd? Yes, he is. 1 man holding the side, doing the role of a sentinel here, and it leaves 0 by himself in this 1v3. Yugi is tagged a bit, but still, he has a lot of way to go if he is to win this round. Gets one. Yes, he does. The recon in hand should be able to spot a player, or actually get him some space for a bit. And with 30 seconds left, he does have time.
30 seconds left.
But the spike is dropped inside. He does have a drone to work with. What does he make out of this? Gets tagged by the recon. And finally, Sova, or rather, Mad Eye, will put down 0.
Enemies close.
The first round of the attack in favor of Lobster James. And a really good start for them, I would say. Should be able to tie up the scores after this with the Bulldogs, the Judges, and the Marshals in hand. And, well, yeah, having to save in this round shouldn't be a fair fight, I would have to say, unless Lobster James decides to, you know, kind of be a bit too aggressive and play into the hands of Zyphos Esports in this round. But this time looking to be more of a hit here. Waiting for the aggression from Suicide's Killer, who for this round actually decides to play with the Marshal in hand. Should let him cross, but there we go. Is good to take down Chicory, and that is the Sentinel of the side of Zyphos falling down, which kind of takes down all of those tripwires, so now they will have to be aware of any flanks which might follow as well. Phoenix, we're on with the Bulldog in hand. Oh no. A lot of players for him to fight against and does some damage, but in the end gets taken down by Kenji. That is a Bulldog received. Yes, it is. And the spike should go down without any contest. Kenji pushing close. Sees Yugi. Tries to land a few shots. Does not connect. And we have a 4v4 in this post plant. Actually, Tipsy. Good for one. In favor of Zyphos Esports. But now comes the crumble into sight. Goviz is quite low. Tipson, good for a second. Takes down Goviz. Leaving Suicide Killer in a 1v3. Good for one. But in the end, it's going to be... who is that? It's going to be Tipsy who gets the kill. And as I said, should have been an easy round there for the side of Lobster James. But in the end, Zyphos Esports plays their cards right and manages to squeeze around. And the scoreline is 8-6 in favor of Zyphos Esports.
It begins.
And as we head on into round number 15 now, the gun saved from the previous round in the hands of Zyphos Esports and a Vandal in the hands of Kenji. Looking to be quite an aggressive round here as we head on. It's going to be a free side in A and quickly cleared with the Trailblazer as well. And it should be quite a quick spawn for them. And as all the players flood in, we can see 4 people actually coming in from the flank. Good for one. Yes, it does. Chicory with the camera managing to spot one, takes him down. Phoenix, in the meantime, manages to crawl all the way into the sewers. 2 players there. But of course, those shock darts do not connect. But Yugi, meantime, with the Sheriff is good for one. That is Kenji taken down off the board. Once again, a 3v4. Numbers in favor of Lobster James, but quickly Tipsy will take him down. Good for a second. Leaving
Player standing.
Chicory in a 1v1 and good for a third. Perfect gunplay from him. And that is the 9th point on the board for the side of Zyphos Esports. It was looking like quite a close game for a bit. But in the end, so far Zyphos Esports having a small lead here. What does Lobster James do differently in their defense to kind of curb this aggression? Of course, now Suicide Killer has switched to an operator. So with this change, is he able to hold this aggression from the side of Zyphos Esports at bay? That is the question. But of course, if they do yet again lose this round, the economy not looking quite good for them. So let's just hope they manage to scrape something out of this. And once again, the aggression, this time from Zyphos, holding on to mid. Suicide Killer misses his first shot. Once again, Zyphos regrouping outside of A, hoping to go for an A hit. And of course, the smokes perfect to cut down the line of sight that Suicide Killer has out of the garage. And this time looking to be a small hit. Once again into the A sewers coming in from the side of Zyphos Esports. Quite surgical in their position here. to clear all of these corners. And there we go. Once again, the initial aggression coming in. Kenji spots the drone, takes it out, rather the turret. And once again, the spike will go down. And we are left in a 5v5 post-plant situation. The lockdown comes in from the side of Lobster James. And there's only a few places they can get to. Suicide Killer actually misses his first shot, and Tikri does not miss. He will punish him for that, as once again the site is taken. The hot hands coming in from Viran, and 2 players from the side of Zyphos will actually get detained here. But as Tipson comes in behind, the timing is perfect. Good for 1, good for a second, and Gobu's left alone, and Tipson, perfect timing coming in behind, will get all the kills, and the 10th round on the board for the side of Zyphos Esports. Tipson there came on clutch, managing to come all the way from B main, or rather from the B side actually, avoiding that lockdown, and the timing was perfect from him to get those 3 kills and make the scoreline 10-6. And this, of course, is going to be yet again another save, or rather scraping for a buy here from the side of Lobster James. A judge once again in the hands of Bad Goviz, 2 sheriffs, a bulldog and a marshal to boot in the hands of Suicide Killer. So let's see what they can do with these guns. And once again, the aggression coming in from Zyphos Esports towards mid. Kenji, to start things off with a bang, takes down Yugi. Already the favor in the hands of Zyphos Esports, but as I say that, Mad Eye will take him down, and quickly followed by Tipson, who will, and of course a nice shot there from Suicide Killer to take down Tipsy. Viran following suit is good for 1. Tikri takes down the ultimate, leaving Tipson and Tikri in this 2v2. Oh, a nice shot there from Viran. Not expecting him there, and Bad Govies and Phoenix. Viran left alone in this 2v1 against Tipson. He does have a paranoia to work with, 2 TPs as well, and actually kind of pushing forward, trying to get 1 kill here. But do they expect this? Yes, they do, and Viran, a nice shot, will take down Tipson. The scoreline is 10-7. So far, Zyphos in lead, but Lobster James slowly but surely kind of bridging this gap.
Gun here. I need this.
That was not a round that Lobster James should have won. They did not have the guns there. But in the end, a bit too aggressive there from the side of Zyphos Esports. But in the end, the scoreline is 10-7. Zyphos still in lead. But as I mentioned, Lobster James slowly closing this gap. And now as Kenji relies on the Bladestorm heading on into round number 18. Does he manage to get a pick? No, he does not. And hey, no more games like that anymore. There's only 1 up drop to work with. And yeah. A relatively free B site here, with the exception of an alarm bot at the door. But looking like it might be quite an aggressive round here from the side of Zyphos Esports. 4 players of Lobster James all prepped on C side. Should be quite a quick retaliation if they do decide to kind of be quick on this. The sneakers come in, the smokes do follow suit. The paranoia from Bad Govies was perfect to kind of hold them at bay. And Kenji, with the knives in hand, waiting for some initial aggression from them, trying to see if he can pluck some heads. But it's going to be a 5v5 post plant. Bad Govies starts things off with the kill on Tippy. And there we go, Kenji popping off, gets the first kill on Yugi. But once again, Mad Eye follows suit, has the Hunter 3 online. Oh no, Kenji, a bit too aggressive, but of course he is not rewarded for that. And 0 left alone is good for 1, but in the end, numbers overwhelm him. And the scoreline 10-8 in favor. Still Zyphos in lead, but as I mentioned, slowly but surely, it is Lobster James closing this gap. With that loss, I believe Zyphos Esports might have to go for a save. Yes, indeed. Some Sheriffs and Kenji actually deciding to upgrade to a Vaki here with full shields. Trying to go for some initial aggression, I believe. But hey, the Odin's in the hands of Yugi as well. But to start things off, it's going to be Suicide Killer. Good for 1. And a nice shot there on Tikri as well. Suicide might be his name, but it is death that he is serving right now. Good for 2. And once again, pushing all the way from source. Spots a third. Does he get the kill? Yes, he does. And there we go. Suicide Killer on his 8th, but in the end gets taken down by Tippy. Left in a 1v4. Does have gun to save? Yes, he does, but no. Bad Go is, meanwhile, coming in from source will take him down. So far, the aggression by Zyphos Esports was met exactly as expected by Lobster James. So what does Zyphos do now? Do they increase their aggression? That is the question, or do they actually slow things down? It looks like their aggression is going to be amped up as Kenji once again dashes into side. It is a free side that they are met with. And Yugi comes in with the Odin. Does get spotted, does get dinked actually. And Kenji through the wall will take him down. Once again, the initial numbers in favor of Zyphos Esports. But bad go is from Haven. Will take down Tippy. Looking for a second. Does he spot anything? No. Looking to TP to get some info here in Belong. He does spot him and does recon back. But no, he actually decides to stick it. And dropping down Suicide Killer. Good for 1 kill. It's going to be a 2v2 in this post plant. The camera will spot him, but the recon spots him in return. The paranoia in the hands of Tipson should be good to get him off a spike. Yes, it does. And as time trickles down, playing across the smoke, and there you go, Tipson finally playing across the smoke that Suicide Killer himself put, managing to get the final kill, and 11-9 on the board for Zyphos Esports. We thought it was going to be a question of whether Zyphos would increase the aggression, would they kind of slow things down, and well, we got the answer for that last game, or rather last round, as they decided to just, call it a Hail Mary, push through the site, and yeah, it worked out really well for them. But what we're actually seeing from the way Lobster Gems is playing is that they actually let Zyphos get the site. They decide to kind of play it like a post-plant situation on a retake with 5 players alive. It did work out for them for a couple of rounds, but it seems like Zyphos is now kind of reading their strat here. And finally, in a while, we are seeing a C attack coming in from the side of Zyphos Esports. 2C and 3 garage as well. A lot of gunplay in mid, but Suicide Killer trying to come on the flank, but Kenji is aware, will take him down. But does he expect 2 more players creeping out of B? No, he does not. Bad Goviz will take him down. It's going to be once again a 3v2 in favor of Zyphos Esports, as the spike should get planted relatively safely. Yes, it does. And it's going to be Tipson and both Tikri quite low, but he does have the regrowth to kind of heal him up, as well as the Seekers to follow. So all the info that they need is gathered. Both the players are towards the spawn, so should be a fairly easy crossfire to set up here. And there we go. They do have the high and low. They do spot Yugi on Haven as well. But a nice peek from him will take down Kenji, leaving both the players quite low. Good for 1 and good for a second. Perfect crossfire there. And that is Zyphos Esports on match point for map number 1 of the Gaming League of Cutting Edge 2023. One heck of a game so far, but what will Lobster James do? Do they have any more fight left in them? Or will map number 1 be over, and will the first round, or rather will the first game be in favor of Zyphos Esports?
I will rip the light from them.
And once again, Suicide Killer with the open hand. Unfortunately in the wrong side, but here we go. Bad Goviz. Always the player who has the judge inside the smoke. Does he get it spotted? No, he does not. Kenji will get taken down, and Bad Goviz good for a second there. The judge wrecking havoc on the side of Zyphos Esports. Tippy will get cut down, but no, finally Bad Govis will get taken down by Tipson as he gets spotted through the smoke. It's going to be a 4v3 as we quieten down for a bit. The Sova, Mad Eye is also a bit low, but so far numbers in favor of Lobster James. What will they do now?
Spike dropped. I got the spike. Spike dropped.
Not a lot of space gained here from side of Zyphos Esports. They do have Tikri kind of anchoring in mid, trying to catch off someone in the rotation. Viran is still playing inside of A. Tipson will take down one inside of Garage, but there we go, the trade. Or rather, a quick kill coming in from Yugi to take down the anchor position holding mid. Spot a second and decides to back off, and they do have the lockdown. A lot of time wasted here. So either they will have to push, try to break it, or do they respect it and try to head on to a different site? The timing there, quite unfortunate. Able to put him down and destroy the lockdown in the process. With 10 seconds left, they decide to go for the plant. Perfect timing. And Viran, no, the timing was a bit unfortunate. He managed to land the spike before Tippy manages to take him down. It's going to be a 2v1. In match point, Viran, what can you do here? Sports 1, good for that first kill. 1v1 Tippy. And Viran manages to land the shots. Will take down Tippy, and it's going to be one more round on the board for Lobster James, and they live to fight for another day. "12-10 is the scoreline. The op is recovered. Viran, huge round there from him to kind of keep Lobster James in the game. It could have been over. It was a 2v1 for Tippy and Tikri, but in the end, it was a bit too much for him, for them to deal with, as Viran came in clutch. The scoreline is 12-10. They still have 2 more chances to kind of finish this game, but will Lobster James still stay on track? Once again, the initial aggression from Zyphos Esports towards the A side. Kenji with the back in hand, clearing all these close corners. But does the Trailblazer actually spot all these 3 players? It's going to be a stack side, which awaits Kenji. And what does he do here? He does stack side, but no, Bad Gobies with a judge in hand will take down the 2 players as they head in from sewers. But no, there we go. Tippy finally good for 1. Will get tried by Viran. And yet again, the trade's coming in from Tipson. It's going to be a 1v3 once again. Mad Eye is quite low, but still it is a 1v3 nonetheless, and it is a stack site. Does he decide to stick around? Yes, he does. Good for 1 kill. He is 1 point away from an Altob as well, so if he does manage to pick an orb, he has any site that he can choose from. But it's going to be a really tight corner, and there we go. Mad Eye was quite low, but in the end, he did have the high ground, and he takes down Tipson. The scoreline is 12-11. It's going to be the last round that Zyphos Esports has to end this map without going to overtime. But that is exactly what Lobster James wants. So what will they do to same side of this game? Bad Govis with the judge in hand has been a menace so far, playing inside of these smokes, holding these tight corners. So it has been quite a nuisance for Zyphos to clear. And the Trailblazer unfortunately did not spot him. So let's see what they do differently here. Once again, looking like a stack A push should be met by the aggression of Viran and Mad Eye. Once again, the Trailblazer to clear the site. Mad Eye should get spotted there. The concuss is perfect, but the paranoia, through the paranoia actually, Kenji gets the first kill. Will take down Kenji, will take down Tikri. But finally, the ult gets put down. It's going to be a 3v3 as we head on into this post-plant. The paranoia, a bit too early, I would say, to push off. But as the Seekers do come in, coming on flank, that is Suicide Killer. Good for a second, good for a second. And never mind, there we go. The aggression coming in from the side of Lobster James actually puts down and cuts all the players down from the side of Zyphos Esports. And ladies and gents, we are heading into overtime on map number 1, which is Haven of the Gaming League of Cutting Edge 2023. Quite an interesting game so far. So let's see what both Zyphos and the side of Lobster James can put up in this game. so far we've seen both these teams kind of following a similar play style, preferring to go more for that mid aggression as well as an A push rather than focusing on C, with a few exceptions, but mostly that has been the case. And once again, Lobster James on the attack, showing initial aggression towards this garage site where Tippy is waiting with a prepped flash in hand, and Tipson holding the cross as well.
Here.
In the meantime, Zero and Tickery have actually gained a lot of space there inside of A, pushing from A long and sewers. They do have a turret to deal with if they decide to become a bit more aggressive, but so far deciding to hold on to it, see if there's any rotations coming in. Oh, the timing there, quite unfortunate. That was Suicide Killer who spotted. Perfect timing, but no Kenji in the meantime. Good for one, good for a second. And he does get tagged, but he does have the dash prep. In the meantime, Suicide Killer making his way from garage. And finally, the players of Lobster James will be inside. But it's going to be quite a tough retake for them.
30 seconds left. One enemy remaining.
The spam through the smoke is quite deadly, and there we go. Finally, the recons are perfect, and Zyforce managing to clean things up. A really good retake from them there. With just 4 plays left, and with 3 standing, they managed to end the round and get the first point of overtime in their favor. So as we head on into the second round of overtime, with Zyforce on attack, Lobster James on defense, what will they do differently to try and end this game right now? Once again, looking to be an A push, but of course, it's going to be 3 players of Lobster James waiting to welcome this attack. And already Suicide Killer has pushed quite close. This is holding the off angle. Is this expected by the side? And of course not. 3 players holding in, and Tickery will finally take down Suicide Killer quite early. This might be the round that ends the game in favor of Zyforce Esports. And inside the smoke, it's going to be a concussed and stunned Mad Eye will get taken down, and we have the noodle theft coming in as Wuran gets cut down, and Yugi will be tagged and left alone in this 1v4. He has a load of work cut out for him here if somehow Lobster James is to be in this game. But going against 4 players, a few flashes, recons, and a cam, what can Yugi make out of this? Will get tagged and forced to back off for a bit. The shock darts come in. And the aggression, the flashes, everything coming in from the side of Zyforce Esports. Good for one, Yugi. But finally, Tickery will take him down. And that is map number 1 in favor of Zyforce Esports. 14-12 was the scoreline. Not a close game by any means, but in the end, Zyforce Esports managing to claw their way to victory on map number 1, which was Haven. I believe this was a pick coming in from the side of Zyforce Esports, but map number 2, it will be, I believe, a pick coming in from Lobster James, which will be Pearl. And once again, Lobster James will be on attack, and we will be back with map number 2 very, very shortly, so do stay tuned. Greetings, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to map number 2 of the Gaming League of Cutting Edge 2023. This is the match between Zyphos Esports and Lobster James. Map number 1 was won by Zyphos Esports. The scoreline was 14-12 as they took victory on Haven. And we head on into map number 2, Pearl. This is the map pick coming in from the side of Zyphos Esports. And let us take a look at the agent selection. Once again, it's going to be the Tickles on the defense, Tikri on the Killjoy, Tippy on the Astra, and Zero once again deciding to go with the initiator role of the Sky. And in the side of Lobster James, we're still waiting to see who these agents are. Of course, Suicide Killer will be going on his Quietly, Obvious, and Coleman Jet. And well, it's going to be a double controller lineup coming in from the side of Zyphos Esports as we head on into their map pick, which is Pearl, and they are on defense. And once again, Wuran, it's going to be on his usual Phoenix. So it's going to be just the one controller in the side of Lobster James, which is Bad Goviz on the Astra. And it's going to be Mad Eye this time actually deciding to opt for the Killjoy instead of the Sova that we actually saw. So it's going to be Yugi this time on the initiator role, and Mad Eye will be filling up as the Killjoy. So Killjoy's pick is quite expected, I would say, so, from both teams. And of course, the Astra and the Viper combo is something that we've seen time and time again coming in, even in Champions. And now we are seeing that Zyphos Esports has adopted into their lineup as well. Kenji on the Jet is something we always like to see. And let's see what map number 2 brings to us in this Valorant Grand Finals of Cutting Edge 2023. And we are off with Zyphos Esports on the defense, and once again, it's going to be Lobster James on the attack, the same as the last game. And speaking of the last map, of course, it was quite close, 14-12 was the scoreline as Zyphos Esports emerged victorious. So let's see if they are able to replicate the same success, or if we will be going on into map number 3. So with that said, let us begin map number 2. So just waiting a few seconds until all of these technical issues get sorted, so we'll be back up and running. But till then, let's just enjoy the wee of Kenji jumping up and down. Not Kenji, Suicide Killer. And as we await the countdown, it's looking like it's going to be quite a quick A push coming in from the side of Lobster James. So even in the last map, we did see this quite often. There was rarely a time where they actually, second guess their decisions, decided to actually fake a site and, switch directions. Maybe it might be a bit different now, since, it's just two sites to work with, and you do have plenty of angles in mid to contest as well. So if they decide to kind of rush in through A main or decide to play through arts, they do have the double doors to work with. And if that is the case, let's see what goes on. But to start things off, Yugi with the flash through arts will detect the Sova. But of course, it's going to be Kenji to start things off with the Ghost in Hand. Will take down Suicide Killer. Early push and aggression coming in from them to get the first pick on this map. And first blood has been spilled. So how will Lobster James react to this? It's going to be some aggression coming in from Viran and the Killjoy, I believe, Mad Eye, to get some control here inside of Art. And Kenji, once again, is the first contact, but he will get taken down. It's going to be actually Zero with 2 kills of his own, even though his flash manages to get those both kills, and Zero backs off, has a lot more contention here in front, both A main and Art. Spots one, managing to barely get back with his life, but Yugi might be what puts him down. Indeed, yes it is. No, actually Yugi gets some damage done to him as well, and Yugi left by himself, and finally Tipson coming from behind will take him down. So the first round, yet again in favor of Zyphos Esports. a good start to this game. And as we often see from them, early aggression, the first picks, and then slowly coming back into side to hunker down and wait for those, kind of weakened opponents to make their way into the side. It worked for them in the last map, and it might be the same strat that they bring on as we go through the rounds of map number 2 as well. With that said, it should be the Marshals and the Spectres coming in from their side. Yes, indeed, we do see that. But I believe a player has DC Tipson, so we might be heading on into a small tech pause here as well. And we are back off again, and of course it's going to be Kenji with the Marshal in hand, waiting to hold this angle and be long. So, as we mentioned, the initial aggression coming in from Zyforce has deterred Lobster James so far, so is Kenji going to follow suit? Yes, he does. Oh, the dash is actually missed by him, but oh, never mind. Actually managing to get one shot there. Will take down Buran. Spots Mad Eye as well, misses a few shots, but still, with his aggression, will chase down Govis, who decides to retreat and get the spike there. With Buran down, it's going to be once again a 5v4 quite early on here for the side of Lobster James. Oh. Both of them not expecting to see each other so close, but in the end, it's going to be Suicide Killer who has to retreat with a lot of damage taken. Chicory so far, better, worse for wear. And yet again, this fight in mid, not in the favor of the players of Lobster James, not really having the guns or the shields to actually deal with such a fight. And in the end, Zero will take down one more player. And Chicory creeping below is good for one of his own. Yes, he is. And there you go. It's going to be a flawless round as expected from the side of Zyforce Esports with the better guns and utilities in hand. So this, of course, will be the first buy round coming in from the side of Lobster James. The rifles in hand with the better shield. So how will they fare now with those weapons in hand? And Kenji once again with the Marshal in hand, holding long, but of course, nice shot there from Suicide Killer to take off his head. It's going to be early favor in favor of rather Lobster James. And as the players of Zyforce Esports makes their way to the B side, it's going to be a free side for them, with the exception of one of the Tickeries playing on top of V Haven. A bit of damage dealt to Suicide Killer, but in the end, the spike should go down without any issues. The Trailblazers coming in quite early on to kind of get some space taken away from them. And as we get prepared for this retake from them, the flashes do come in. Tippy will make his way into sight, will get spotted, but will get taken down by Govis. It's going to be a 3v3 as the numbers trickle down. Suicide Killer good for one more, spots into the smoke. Govis will take him down, leaving Tickery alone in a 1v3. And Killjoy, or rather Yugi, with a better weapon in hand, will take him down. The first round on the board for the side of Lobster James. The rifles saved and recovered. And finally, it's going to be the first rifle round for both teams. And there we go, actually, Kenji did save up 2 by the operator. And with that in hand, he should be able to assert a bit more dominance here on B long.
Don't overthink it.
So far, we are seeing something quite similar to what we did see last game. Lobster James was a bit, took a bit of rounds to kind of get used to and adapt to the strats being used by Zyphos Esports. And so far, it is seeming to be the same story, but let's see what Zyphos manages to pull up in the skim. After all, this is their map pick. And once again, Suicide Killer, true to his name, deciding to go for these one-on fights in mid. Not a lot of help from his team here. And Zero should be able to kind of see him leaking through. Tickery stranded on an island there. Not really any help from his team and not a really good position to be in. But in the end, Biran will take him down. The Seekers do come in, getting a lot of influence. It's going to be a site free for Lobster James to take the spike, to plant rather. And of course, it's going to be Tipson actually. Still uncontested here inside of the cubby here. Is good for 2. And Kenji in the meantime will make really good use of his operator as well. And Yugi actually getting battered through the wall, takes a lot of damage, but of course it's going to be Mad Eye. Good for 2, obviously by himself. Tipson, good for a 3rd. And there we go, Zero finally coming in clutch to clean things up. And a 3rd round on the board for the side of Zyphos Esports. A huge round there by Tipson to actually keep the spike from being planted and to kind of, keep the pressure off the side of Zyphos Esports and to have Lobster James on their feet. So far, Tipson on top of the board, 7 kills, 1 death, and now deciding to go for the judge. He does have the Viper Spit to work with. The same can be said for Zero. He does have the Seekers in case they need to waste a bit more time, and this time it's going to be with the judge in hand. It's going to be Mad Eye, or rather Tickery, pushing in close. There's a bit of damage, and finally we'll get the kill on Suicide Killer. I believe Tickery was a bit annoyed with Bad Govis as he was kind of spamming the judge last game, and deciding to serve some justice of his own. We'll upgrade to the Vandal just in case. And as the fighting slowly subsides here as we get on into the middle part of this round, the Viper Spit will get invested there, and of course it's going to be Zero. Or actually, Tickery good for 2 more kills. The spike does get dropped in A main, and the 2 remaining attackers have a lot of work cut out for them to make their way through the site, clear Tickery, and of course I believe it's Kenji who's also making his way to the spike as well. So they have only 30 seconds left to work with here to retrieve the spike, clear the turret, clear Tickery, and somehow get the spike planted as well. Both these players have been noted. Trying to waste some time. Not the best play there, but of course, Kenji will line things up, will take him down, and Tipson... Oh, actually, there's no time for the plant. There you go, Tipson playing it perfectly. Will waste enough time and will manage to secure the 4th round for the side of Zyphos Esports. Well played there from Tickery, actually contesting A main, getting a lot of control and managing to actually drop the spike and waste a lot of time, preventing Lobster James from taking the plant. And here we are once again with the early info coming in from the side of Lobster James towards A main.
Need that back.
So far, the side of Zyphos has read this perfectly. No one is actually inside of B. Everyone has rotated to kind of help in this A defense, and the timing was a bit off there. We ran perfectly. Good for a second kill. Tickery unaware of his push. Govies, in the meantime, will get a pick of his own, and slowly but surely the players will fall. Kenji actually with the back in hand, good for one. Will get an upgrade to a Vandal, left alone in a 1v4. How much damage can he do? And that is all, as Sky will clear him off a second point on the board for the side of Lobster James.
I can hold an area pretty well myself. Make sure to cover the angles I can't.
So far, the game is quite close and quite similar, I would say, to what we did see in map number 1. But of course, this is the pick coming in from Zyphor, so things might take a change. And of course, speaking of ults, we do have Killjoy on the side of Lobster James. They do have the lockdown as well as the Astral Divide to work with, so might be able to make their way towards A or even B with the Astral Divide if need be. So far, it's looking like really dominant attack in mid here from the side of Zyphos Esports. Clearing a lot of space, but in the meantime, kind of hurdling every single player of Lobster James towards the A side. And as we can see, the lockdown will get invested. Tipson with his Poison Clouds and the Snake Bites will be able to kind of delay this push for a bit. And finally, the players will push in. Kind of need to be aware of this three-man flank actually coming in from Kenji, from the Astra and the Sky. The flashes are perfect, the counter flash not so much, and Goviz and the Sky will make mincemeat out of the two attackers coming in. And this leaves Tickery alone in a 4v1. He does have a Vandal to work with. Good for one, good for a second, but in the end could not control the spray, and that is a third round on the board for the side of Lobster James. Zyphos actually deciding to opt for a mid push that round. I'm not quite sure why they decided to do it, but in the end, didn't really work out for them. The flank coming in wasn't really the best call, but now they do have the ops. Once again, Kenji with the operator in hand deciding to... A bold statement, actually. No armor, the op in hand. Trying to hold the pistol. Actually, he hasn't been able to make a lot of use with the marshals and the ops so far, because Lobster James has avoided the B side for a better part of these rounds. So far, kind of focusing on A main and mid from time to time. And I believe this has been understood from Zyphos as well, as they decide to, you know, kind of focus their pressure and their defense on the A side as well.
I've got your trail.
And Tiggery missing his shots. Viran will take him down. Favor still for Zyphos Esports. And look at this flank coming in from Zero. The timing might be perfect here. He does have all three players lined up. What can he do? 1, 2. Yes, he does. Leaving Tipson to clean things up. And he will take down Suicide Killer. Perfect round there. Zero coming in clutch. Coming in behind. Perfect timing. And that will still keep Zyphos in lead. So far, the communication from Zyphos has been pitch perfect. These calls coming in from them to kind of, you know, corral these players, hurdle them to one single spot, and Lobster James have been putting up a few rounds, but the rounds that they have won have been quite decisive, I would have to say. So this time, once again, it's going to be a bit of a broken buy from the side of... oh, never mind, they do have some money yet to invest in this. And of course, Kenji with the op has been quite dominant so far, but hasn't really been able to make a lot of use out of it because the attacks of Lobster James have been focused more on mid and away. So does Kenji decide to bring his progress towards the A site, or will he decide to keep the up in B? Because, you know, that is the reason that it has been avoided so far by Lobster James. So how will they, you know, decide to actually contest this? And as we await this tactical pause coming in from the side of Lobster James, let's see what they do differently after this. And we are back once again, and this initial aggression, once again the pressure focusing on A main and Suicide Killer will start things off, taking Kenji off the board. And it's going to be Wuran once again, the Phoenix making his way into the side. And just to be safe, the players from Zyphos deciding to back off and let this out go to waste. And it's going to be a 5v4 post plant in favor of Lobster James. But as the defender lockdown comes in, the pressure now on the side of Lobster James to somehow try and clear this. It's going to be a 4v4. And Zero does have the regrow as well to kind of help these players. And as the flashes and everything comes in, Vuran is good for one. Tippy, good for a second actually. And it's going to be a 2v3 and the smokes and the defense coming in. Perfect clutch. It's going to be Suicide Killer, a bit too late there for the defense. And Tippy, good for a 4th kill as the 6th round is on the board for the side of Zyphos Esports.
I should probably place some stars in the astral plane. I should.
And with, I believe, the third back-to-back loss from the side of Lobster James, they decide to opt in for the timeout that they are given for this map. Trying to see what they can do differently and how they can change their strats to kind of counter this aggression and this back-and-forth action which has been set forth by Zyphos Esports. So far, the game has been quite dominant by Zyphos. This, of course, is their map pick, and that is expected, I would say. Kenji, with the up, not really put to a lot of good use because, as I mentioned, the attack so far has been focusing on the A site as well as mostly in mid. So if he will decide to kind of stay on this, if he decides to change, we will have to see as the rounds do progress. But with this timeout coming to an end, let's see how Lobster James will change their strats and what will actually change in their attacks. Once again, deciding to play on default, it's going to be once again Kenji with the open hand. And it's going to be Suicide Killer speaking wide, and once again the dashes from Kenji not actually going in the direction he wanted, I believe. Is that an op in the hands of Suicide Killer? No, it's not. It's a Marshall. So yeah, a bit of a one-sided fight, I would say, but if Suicide Killer does manage to land a headshot, still would be just as enough damage done. Meanwhile, it's going to be Viran and Yugi once again kind of contesting this midsection of Art to try and get some control. And in the meantime, Tikri once again deciding to come out from A main, deciding to get that place and that positioning and that pressure that he does like to work with. And initial fight, he does spot Yugi.
Placing swarm grenade.
And with some swarm gates put in, he should be able to live to fight another day. Deciding to go for an unnecessary peek, I would say Zero. Meanwhile, does take down the Killjoy of Mad Eye. And finally, yes, Tikri will get taken down as Yugi will put him down. He did manage to waste a bit of time. But how will they actually decide to revive this? The Seekers are invested. And Zero a bit wide there will miss his shots. And with 15 seconds left, Tipson once again. Still uncleared here. And he does have plenty of time to try and deny this plan. So the spam is a bit wide, but still it's going to leave Tipson in a 1v3. The spike is planted. Two players are quite low. What will Tipson make of this? Spots one. But the swing and the crossfire is set up to perfection, and Suicide Killer will clean things up. Tipson did try to go for the spam, but, you know, it wasn't really planted in the default position. It was a bit off. I mean, I believe they were expecting the spam to come in from him. He did manage to get a couple of kills there a few rounds prior. So with that in mind, they decided to plant a bit away from the default plant position, and therefore Tipson couldn't really do anything about it. And after that timeout, it seems it did work out for them. They managed to put a 4th round on the board. And with the eco round coming in from the side of Zyphos Esports with the better guns in hand, this time Suicide Killer deciding to put his advantage and his better guns in towards B. Kenji missing his knives with just one left. With one knife left, will he be able to get a reset? That is the question. And of course, the sheriffs in the hands of the remaining players. The rifles in the hands of Lobster James. Even with that being the case, there we go. Tikri, a nice shot there coming in from him to get first blood in this round. Unable to recover the rifle, but still, that is an advantage that they did need. Phoenix, Viran, meanwhile, slowly but surely with surgical precision cleaning this side. Zero playing in front of the blind. The gravity well is perfect there from the Astra to kind of suck in Viran, and Zero will take advantage of that. The flash is going through, and once again Tikri, good for a third. Tipson, good for a fourth, and once again it's going to be Yugi left alone in a 3v1. It is sheriffs in the hands of Zyphos Esports, but somehow they manage to keep advantage here. And with the spike still in the hands of this guy, he does have time. Or actually, he does not. And there we go. Tipsy will put an end to Yugi. And it's going to be a 7th round on the board for the side of Zyphos Esports. The opening there from Tikri was quite needed to keep the favor in their side. And they managed to do just exactly that. And as we head on into the last round of this half, we do have a lot of ults to work with for the side of Lobster James. We do have the Blade Storm in the hands of Suicide Killer. Phoenix also has his ult and the Seekers to work with as well. But mind you, the Astral Divide is online. Oh, Kenji just missing the shot on Yugi. But Mad Eye peeking again. Oh, the updraft does not work on time, and he will get punished for a bad goes. In the meantime, we'll take him down. It's going to be a 4v4 as Zero uses those flashes to try and back off. And the Seekers will get invested as well from the side of Lobster James as they prepare for this attack, and Suicide Killer will activate his Blade Storm. Oh, the real time by Zero was quite unfortunate. The timing not in his favor, and Tikri, once again, there we go, will take down Suicide Killer, and the flash is perfect. Tipson will take down Bad Govies. Tikri, there we go, perfect cross there from Tipson and Tikri to put them down, and it's going to be an 8-4 and the end of the first half. Lobster James had a lot of rounds there in the first few rounds there, but in the end, the crossfires set up by Zyphos Esports was enough to put them down. And as we head on into the second half of map number 2, which is Pearl of this Gaming League of Cutting Edge 2023, it is in the lead. Zyphos Esports, the scoreline is 8-4. Lobster James are still in this game, but they do have their work cut out for them. So as Zyphos Esports begins their attack, how will Lobster James actually counter this? Kenji once again in front. Has activated the dash. The Trailblazers go in, clearing all the space, and Kenji actually pushing through the smoke, sees Suicide Killer, will push in, will aggress, and will get that first kill. And Tipsy, following suit, will get a second kill of his own. It's going to be a 5v3 in this post plant. And Tiggery takes his third, and it's going to be pandemonium here, as it's a 4v2. Good for one more, and Havoc wrecked as Zyphos go for a quick, clean, and divisive first round in the second half. It's going to be 9-4, and these guns should be able to etch the scoreline into a 10-4 as we come in to the end of the first round of the second half.
Here. Careful here.
Once again, Zyphos quite quick on this attack. Zero using the Trailblazer to clear off all of that. And yeah, not a lot of contention coming in from the side of Lobster James. This is something that we did see the last map as well. They preferred to play the retake, and so far, Zyphos actually capitalizing on this will cut down everyone, leaving the Astra Bad Goers alone in a 1v5. And it's going to be a 1v0. A nice flick there from Kenji to end the round. A flawless round coming in from Zyphos Esports to make the scoreline 10-4. And it seems like Zyphos is slowly but surely running away with this game. But now with the rifles in the hands of the players of Lobster James, how will they be able to respond? There you go. We see Suicide Killer opting for that Bulldog with a half shield, but all the players have rifles. So how will things change, and what will they be able to do? Once again, a similar setup. Zero pushing close, deciding to use a Trailblazer to clear off all of these short angles inside of Art. And once again, the pressure both from Art Studio and on double doors. But in the meantime, both B-Long and A-Long have been taken by the side of Lobster James. It might be Tikri who gets caught unaware here. He is the player still remaining inside of mid. But Zero is expecting it. Yes, he does. But no, Viran actually managing to get the second shot. The recoil control does not allow him to get the second play. But in the end, it's going to be a 2v3 still in favor of Lobster James. But with the spike in the hands of Tipson and with the B side relatively clear, do they expect this? Do they read this? And will they make their way to the B side? Yes, they do. But the question is, do they expect Suicide Killer to have control of B main? They do know that this is where he likes to play. So will they expect it? Will they clear it? Or will they decide to go for the plant in the meantime? Deciding to plant safe. Nice. Expected from them. But no, still Suicide Killer will get the kill. A 1v3 here for Tikri to work in. We'll spot him. Good for one, but the trades are perfect. Bad Goers will take him down. That is a 5th round on the board for the side of Lobster James. A nice try there from Tikri, and I believe that was Kenji.
This reality.
I mean, that is plus 300 points anyway, but, you know, it was a round that could have gone either way. But now with the eco in hand, with rifles that they can upgrade to, let's see how Zyphos decides to play this one.
Some astral stars in this reality.
Turret out.
Right there. Right there.
And I believe Lobster James getting ready to read this mid presence from Zyphos Esports, but actually deciding to kind of go for a default play here. 2 players in mid, 2 players towards B long. How will they decide to play this one out? Opening pick for Lobster James here as Tickery. The lone man trying to hold on to A main will get taken down. That is a sentinel, of course. So a lot of mid presence here held by the turret will get taken down, leaving the Sky to be playing by himself without actually anyone to take a look at his back. But of course, Sky gets taken care of. Tipson will put him down. Numbers back again in order. A 4v4 as we head on into the last 45 seconds of this round. Once again, Lobster James deciding to play a retake on this map. But it might be a bit different now because there isn't actually anyone playing. But as the smoke clears, Kenji gets taken off guard. Goviz will put him down. Goviz, is he good for a second? No. It's going to be Tippy. Good for the refrag, and Tipson takes a kill of his own, and the Viper's Fit is in line. And it will get put online. Tippy takes down Suicide Killer, leaving Bad Goviz once again in a 1v3. An all too common scenario, but Tipson peeks out of the smoke in perfect timing and will take down Bad Goviz. The scoreline is 11-5. Zyphos Esports slowly but surely running away with this game, and it might be all over soon unless Lobster James manages to somehow pull something out of this game and stay back on track as we head on into the last few rounds of map number 2 of this tournament.
Turret out.
Once again, the initial aggression towards A main, and once again, Lobster James looking to push down from B main. Apologies, from mid. And as the lockdown gets put in from Tickery, and as Kenji dashes in, it's going to be once again a relatively free setup. But the question is, do they expect 3 players to actually be flanking them? And as they have to wait until the lockdown expires, it should set the attackers up perfectly to await this, and Zero does. Yes, he is good for one. Good for a second. No, actually, that is Mad Eye who manages to get the kill the Sheriff. And Tipson, the next in line to face this defense, but no, Bad Goviz will take him down. Which leaves Tickery, good for one. And Buran with the Vandal in hand will push up and clear him down. So it seems like things work well for Lobster James when they decide to flank, because it actually manages to catch these players of Zyphos Esports off guard. But of course, you know, what they were doing last game, trying to play for a retake in Haven, didn't really work out well for them. Try the same thing here, didn't really work out well for them either. But seems like going for these retakes, coming on flank, actually managing to have some dents and trying to put a wrench in the works of Zyphos Esports here.
Placing swarm grenade.
But the scoreline is still 11-6. Lobster James has a long way to go if they are to take this and somehow win this map and take it all the way to map number 3. But if that is not the case, Zyphos Esports only needs 2 perfect rounds to end this game. And it might be once again Suicide Killer taken down, Kenji pushing through, and Zero with a kill of his own. It's going to be a 5v3 in favor of Zyphos Esports as they make their way towards the B side. Viran will be next in line, and Kenji will cut him down with his Blade Storm. Who's up next? It's going to be Yugi. And there we go. Kenji with the Blade Storm in hand will cut him down. And once again, the last player online, Bad Goviz, next to meet him and finally will take down Kenji, but he still has a long way to go if he's to win this round. 4 players left of Zyphos Esports, and Tipson with a knife in hand. But Goviz is expecting this and finally deciding to switch back to the rifle. The poison darts, everything online, and the Tipson will cut him down. And with that knife kill, that puts Zyphos Esports on match point. So how will they react to this? That was quite unnecessary, but still, I mean, a kill is a kill. So that does work out for them. So yeah, with that kill with Tipson, that actually sets up quite a nice video for us as well. And that puts Zyphos Esports on match point. And not a lot of utility and guns for the side of Lobster James to work with. And a Suicide Killer tries to get aggressive, but Tipson will punish him for it. Up next in line, it is Mad Eye. The timing is quite off, and Tipson will get taken down. Once again, it's a 4v4. The Seekers invested by the side of Lobster James to try and get some early info to see where these attackers are. But it is a spread attack so far playing default. And, well, no one is actually defending B side. I mean, it's not something that the attackers are aware of, but if it was, it could be quite an easy plan for them. And the Trailblazer actually, there you go, it does put him. And the Sky Yugi will probably have to fall back to live to fight this with his teammates. And as the fake Astral Divide and the Flashes actually are put towards this A side, it's going to be the Astra and Tikiri who actually make their way towards an empty B site to set up for a perfect post plan. Yes, they do. They are setting up for this B long site. They do have bad Goviz and to deal with in terms of smokes, and I believe Viran might actually have his wall still up as well. So a bit of utility to deal with if they decide to play long. And there you go, Viran will invest his ult as well. The Nanoswarm should keep him at bay, and the lockdown might have to push these defenders. But since they are coming in from mid, the squeeze is perfect. But no, Kenji, good for one. But in the end, Zero has to back off as the lockdown should be respected. He is left in a 1v3. The Flash gives away his position, and Goviz will stick this defuse, and it's going to be another round on the board to the side of Zyphos Esports. I believe it was a mid-crunch that didn't actually work out for them. They planted for long, but in the end, they really want any players of Zyphos Esports who were able to kind of contest it from B long. So a good post plan, but in the end, wasn't a really good execution trying to set it up for their post plan situation. And they did have the Astral Divide to deal with anyway. So I would say that it's quite good that they managed to waste a lot of utility. And as we look at the ults, we can see that not a lot of players from the side of Lobster James is actually close to it, but Zero does have the Seekers to work with, so this might put an end to this game. But once again, it's going to be Tikri by himself in V long, trying to face off against Suicide Killer, and Viran here playing in this V long angle, while the rest of the players of Zyphos Esports makes their way towards A main. Kenji activates his dash as they slowly put the smokes. Seekers up into line, but Viran actually managing to go huge with 2 kills of his own, and Tikri in the meantime gets taken down. Tipson and Tippy, the 2 Tikkeries, managing to somehow get 2 kills, but it's going to be Killjoy, the Yugi, and the Jet who manages to clean things up.
Everyone's tech still working? Double check it, please. Placing sentry.
Lobster James are still in this game, and Zyphos Esports just needs one more round to win this. Will this be the round? Well, they do only have a few Sheriffs and a Spectre here and there to work with, so if they can make anything out of this, we are yet to see. But so far, still deciding to kind of go with the same aggression that they had last time. The smoke and the flashes from Kenji keeping him alive, and they got through the smoke. Tippy, or rather Tikri, will be able to take down the Sky. Once again, as we get ready to flood into this site, it's going to be the Viper's Pit invested from the side of Zyphos Esports. They do have the show, so it might be actually kind of evening the odds here to kind of, you know, bring everyone to 1 HP. And Kenji trying to peek through the concussion. The timing is a bit off, and Bad Gobies will actually take 2 kills by his own. As the spike gets planted, and as it is a 4v3, Viper takes taken down quickly. The better guns in hands of Lobster James. They will quickly put an end to the Sheriffs and the Viper's Pit that the attackers were playing in. Throughout this game, Vuran has actually had a lot of success, and as you can see, he is quite dominant there. 22-15, leading the pack, and as he does have his ultimate online here, might be able to do a lot more damage if Zyphos isn't really aware of what's going on. But of course, speaking of ultimates, Tikuri also is only 1 point away, 1 orb away rather, from having the lockdown online, so they might be able to invest this for a much more safer and cleaner attack if need be. But having said that, of course, it seems like they're focusing all their utility towards this mid push to clear B long, or rather B short, and taking a bit of chip damage there from the nanoswarms which was set up by Mad Eye. And as the Trailblazers and the Flashes coming towards the A site should be able to get some info as to where the attack is actually deciding to focus their attention on. With 50 seconds left, Zyphos Esports slowly making their way towards the A site. And I believe it might have been red because the players are slowly, the defenders rather, slowly making their way towards from the B site and waiting to flood in this defensive retake. Kenji, meanwhile, will take down Yugi, I believe, or rather Mad Eye on the Killjoy. And it's going to be a 4v4. But do they clear Yugi and Viran here on the yard? Viran, good for one, will get taken down, but Yugi is still in sight. Will get cut down by 0 as well. It's going to be a 3v2 post-plant. Viran quite close. Flash in hand, actually missing. And that should have been enough for Tipson, but no. Viran actually managing to flick and get the kill, and it's going to be another round on the board for Lobster James. The scoreline is 12-10. Lobster James slowly but surely closing this gap. Zyphos Esports need only 1 more round to win, but it seems to be quite a Herculean task at this moment as an op is yet again saved in the hands of Jet. So how will they respond to this? They will, I believe, have to save this. Try to save their round, try to save some eco for the last round, and if they lose that, it'll yet again be overtime. So how will they respond to this game? Will they be able to finish this here, or will Lobster James somehow manage to win 2 more rounds and take this map to overtime as well? Once again, it's going to be Kenji on the Blade Storm. Tikuri trying to dry peek into that operator and does get punished for it. Of course, it's going to be Kenji updrafting above the op, trying to get a peek on him. But in the end, somehow, Suicide Killer still alive with a Phantom in hand. The thing is, does Kenji expect him to have switched to a Phantom than Viran will actually get taken down? And as the utility gets spammed here, Bad Goviz is good for a kill of his own. And 0 left alone, good for 1, good for a second. No, he is not. Bad Goviz will take him down. It's going to be, once again, 12-11. The scoreline that we've seen all too often, and Lobster James might be able to pull this one on into an overtime unless Zyphos Esports somehow manage to finish this here in the last round before we head on into overtime. So far, Viran has had a really good map here in Pearl. Kenji is also not showing the same performance he showed back in Haven, but somehow, let's see if we will be able to see a map number 3, or if we're heading into overtime before that. Once again, Zyphos opting for a bit of a default push here, trying to spread out the defensive parts, and actually they decided to fake this lockdown here. It will get invested,
I've got your trail.
but the question is, will this be expected from the side? Suicide Killer and Bad Gobies are still inside of B, and Zero's flashes, unfortunate timing there. The Suicide Killer actually spamming through smoke will take him down. Tickle Tipson, meanwhile, will push forward, will get the refrag, but of course it's going to be Bad Gobies pushing off the concuss to take him down. It's going to be a 4v2. The Spike is stranded in no man's land. How will they retrieve it? Will they be able to get it back?
Green vision.
30 seconds left.
Knocking them. I have the spike. Pulling them
The
in.
Spike is retrieved, but with only 20 seconds left, there's not a lot of things that they could do, and in the end, Viran will end this round, and it's going to be overtime once again on map number 2.
Overtime.
And it's going to be a timeout called in from the side of Lobster James as we head on into overtime. Let's see what they can do differently to somehow win an attacking round. And we are back, ladies and gentlemen. This is overtime of map number 2 of the Gaming League of Cutting Edge 2023, the grand finals for Valorant. Zyphos Esports versus Lobster James, and on the attack it's going to be Lobster James once again, Zyphos Esports on the defense. Lobster James did actually have quite a perfect defense, I would say, managing to somehow bring the game back. So the question is, will they be able to see the same success as they decide to go for this attacking half? Once again, it's going to be the Trailblazers used to kind of clear off a main, as this position is held by Tickery in a quite an awkward position. And yes, he does get caught off guard here by Killjoy, the Mad Eye, and he will get taken down. The timing of Zero should be anything, could be everything actually, and he actually manages to get both kills. Perfect positioning from him to take down both Viran and Mad Eye. In the meantime, the two players of Lobster James makes their way into site where they await Tippy, Kenji, and also the Sky. And concussed, and there we go, finally. It looked a bit one-sided first when Tickery got taken down, but in the end it was a perfect round there from the Sky to take down both Viran and Mad Eye in mid, and in the end, somehow Zyphos Esports managed to bring that round back, and it's going to be advantage and a match point once again in the side of Zyphos Esports. Will they be able to end this here? Their attacking half was a bit weak, I would say, because Lobster James had actually quite a strong defense, as we did see in the second half of the game. So will Zyphos somehow be able to get one more round on the board and end the game here? Or will we be seeing this going a long, long way? Once again, it's going to be Suicide Killer with the open hand, facing up against 3 players of Zyphos Esports who are crawling their way across this B-long position. With the smokes in place, though, of course, he might get caught off guard to see so many players close, but as the Astral Stars do get placed in, he should be expecting this push. And Kenji will get taken down by Brad Goviz as these players get ready to accept and wait this attack. And Tikri, making his way through mid, will get caught down by the killjoy of Mad Eye as well. Already numbers dwindling down for the side of Zyphos Esports as they are forced to retake and reconsider their push. And with only 40 seconds left, what will they be able to make out of this? Tipson, next in line to face off against Mad Eye, will finally be able to put him down after a small scramble. And the flashes are perfect there from Miran. Good for one, will get traded by Tippy. And with only 10 seconds left, it's looking like an impossible task here. 2 players waiting, one in A main, one inside. Too many angles to clear, not enough time, and in the end, Lobster James will be able to win their defensive round as well. Scoreline 13-13, and we head on still alive in this overtime.
Spike's here.
Once again, Zyphos Kenji managing to get a kill on Mad Eye, but in the end will get punished by Yugi. An equal trade there, and Tikri playing quite close, will get spotted, will get concussed, and it's actually going to be Suicide Killer who pushes through, who will get cut down, and Tikri once again still alive somehow. Staying alive, taking care of these players, and it's going to be a 3v2 in this post-plant. Tippy still alive. Zero will get taken down, and finally it looks like, actually never mind, it looked like somehow Lobster James might be able to put an attacking round on the board after a long time, but somehow Tippy, how did he land that shot? That was a misclick jump by him, but somehow still managing to land the headshot there on Viran. And somehow still winning that round, and still this curse of the attacking side always winning, or rather the attacking side always losing, still continues. Will Zyphos be able to put one more attacking round on the board, or will we be seeing this going over and over and over? Once again, Suicide Killer with the open hand, holding on to B long as the attackers try to play default for a bit. 2 players in mid, holding on to B main and A main as well. Spamming through, trying to somehow clear all of this killjoy utility that has been set in mid. It has been what has burdened Zyphos Esports for these past 2 attacking rounds. They really couldn't get a lot of space there, but somehow I believe Kenji might have avoided the trailblaze, or did he guess what? I'm not quite sure about it. But somehow they have managed to get a lot of space here inside of Studio. And as the remaining 2 players creep up from A main, it might set them up in a perfect position for a hit. But the question is, will they be able to clear the players playing inside of Cubby and playing inside of Flowers here before they do push for the attack, or will they somehow decide to see what goes on? The flashes do connect. That I believe is Viran, who is playing inside of Cubby. And as the spike goes in, actually Viran managing to get 1 kill. No trades yet. The nanosome is a bit wide, which gives enough space for Viran to actually play here. Tipson Meanwhile, we'll take down Bad Goviz. Zero, good for one of his own, but Suicide Killer, the open hand, doing a lot of damage in a 3v3 situation. Brown once again, good for a second. Tipson coming in behind, gets one. Does he spot the second? Playing with time. But no, in the end, once again, Suicide Killer managing to keep the game alive for the side of Lobster James. The scoreline, once again, 14-14. This game does not end.
Switching sides. Overtime.
And once again, we head on into another overtime round. So far, none of these teams have actually been able to recreate any success in any of their attacking rounds.
Alarm bot out.
This time, Kenji, of course, deciding to bring the op into mid to see if he would have any more luck there. But look at this, Yugi. And already 3 players of the side of Lobster James have made their way so close. But look at this nice shot there by Kenji to take down Suicide Killer. Meanwhile, Zero in mid will get 2 of his own. A perfect flash there. And he quickly capitalizes on it. And Viran, left alone, Kenji will take him down. And it's going to be Yugi left alone in a 1v5 with players surrounding him everywhere. Good for one. A nice shot there to take down Zero. But still, spike in hand, he does have a lot of time to play with here. But he does have a lot of hurdles to jump through if he is somehow to try and clutch the situation. He is 1 orb away from getting his Seekers, so 1 kill should be enough for him to kind of get all the info that he needs. But the question is, will he be given that 1 kill to start his streak? But no. Once again, Tippy will take him down. The scoreline 15-14. Zyphos Esports once again set up on match point to win this round, to win this game, and to win this series. But will they be able to at least put 1 attacking round on the board? That is the question. Once again, it's going to be a default push from the side of Zyphos Esports to kind of get an understanding about where these defenders have set up. Yet again, it's going to be Suicide Killer with the open hand holding on to be long. 2 players towards A, 2 in mid. And as they make their way towards the A side, Kenji managing to spot Yugi. Smoke's going in. Connecting.
No charges left.
Will he push through this? That is the question. Getting stunned, getting concussed, but somehow managing to stay inside. A lot of space gained here. A lot of info gathered, and Kenji pushing through. Run is the man in question. Is he spotted? No. Kenji will get taken down by Mad Eye, rather by Yugi. Once again in favor of Lobster James. Gets second, gets a third, and once again numbers quickly dwindling down, and yet again the defenders will come on top, and it's going to be once again the scoreline 15-15 as we go over and over in this loop.
Switching sides. Overtime.
So far, both of these teams have been quite dominant in their defensive half. It hasn't even been quite close when it comes to attacking, of course. Quite dominant. I believe Zyphos Esports last round was 4 alive at the end of it. Same can be said for Lobster James. It's only these attacking halves that no one has been able to capitalize on. But this time, finally, Kenji will get taken down early on by Viran. Flashes were perfect. The info was perfect. And that is Kenji dropped quite early on, and an early advantage for the side of Lobster James to somehow end this game here and now. gets one, but of course Buran is still alive and wreaking havoc on the server. Two players making their way from mid, but Buran spots one. Finally gets taken down by Tippy. And in a long time, Tipson is the sole defender on this map. Spots one, yes he does, is good for that kill. Two more players alive from the side of Lobster James, both Suicide Killer and Bad Grovers. If somehow Tipson is to keep this curse alive, if he's somehow to ensure that Zyphos Esports are in a position to win, he will have to clear both these players, and he has done so far. One player is down, but does he read this? Does he know where Ghosts? Does he expect him to be playing in Kabi? Does he check this? He does have the poison cloud to work with. It does set it up, but does he expect him to come from behind? Oh, the timing. It could be everything. And finally, Bad Gomez. Timing is perfect. His positioning was perfect. And in the end, somehow managing to break the curse. And that is an attacking round on the board for the side of Lobster James.
That should work. I got enough time to go into the Astro form?
Now the question is, will Zyphos Esports be able to recreate this victory that Lobster James had in the previous round? Will they be able to win their attack round? Or will this be the end of map number 2? And will Lobster James emerge victorious from this? Once again, slowly poking and prodding their way towards the A site. Trailblazers meet in the middle, and it is a bit of info gathered to find that the site is clear for now. Still, mid control is kept by Tickery, trying to hold these rotators at bay, and still two players of the side of Lobster James still holding on to this B site. And I believe they have read this play coming in from Zyphos Esports, tried to bait a bit in B, or rather in mid. But is this expected? Oh, they did jump spot the operator, and finally Suicide Killer will get pushed away from that angle as they slowly make their way through with a courtesy of that kill. And Tipson finally going strong will get two massive kills, which opens the B site for the attackers, and with that they are able to get the Viper Spear online, which leaves Buran in the backside with a lot of work to do. But timing here could be everything unless he is cleared. Will he be able to clear the attackers? No, Tipson goes huge, gets a third kill, but meanwhile Yugi gets one of his own. It's going to be a 3v2.
One enemy remaining.
Scratch that, make it a 3v1 as Yugi is left alone once again. Timing is not in his favor. He actually manages to get one kill. The Viper Spit is dropped, and he is faced with the gun barrels of two players of Zyphos Esports, and somehow, against all odds, both these two teams have somehow been able to recreate some sort of luck to win both these two attacking rounds. And we, ladies and gentlemen, are still in this game. This game is going all the way. And once again, with Lobster James on the attack and Zyphos Esports on the defense, what can they do differently this time to somehow win both these rounds? Flash is connecting in A main, and once again it's going to be an aggressive push. Tipson, meanwhile, pushing up through the smoke. Will get spotted. He is in quite an unlucky position, and the gravity well will hold him in place as Suicide Killer puts an end to him. It's going to be in favor of Lobster James, a 5v4, as they go into a post-plant position. And he tries to back off through the nanostorm, but he will get taken down. Zero in the meantime will clear off Mad Eye as he tries to make some progress through mid. It's going to be a 5v3 in this post-plant situation. Not a really good angle there for the side of Zyphos, rather for the side of Lobster James to play this. Oh no, but the execution was perfect, the flashes were perfect, the concuss was on point, and in the end the numbers crumbled once again for the side of Zyphos Esports as Lobster James pushes through once again. The scoreline 17-16. They are set on to win this game and pull it all the way into map number 3.
Turret out. That'll work.
And we are back at it again, ladies and gentlemen. Zyphos Esports on the attack, trying to clear this utility, the Killjoy utility, and they managed to do this. Kenji getting the first pick on Suicide Killer, making their way through B short as the crunch comes in from B long. Tipson once again going huge, getting 2 picks coming from B short, and I believe with the plant they should have the Viper Spit on live, but no, they decide to play this one safe. And it's going to be a 5v2 in this attacking half for the side of Zyphos Esports. Actually, Mad Eye managing to get 1 pick. 4v2. What can they make out of this? Oh, Yugi Mad Eye actually going quite aggressive there, getting the pick on to Kenji, but the cross was perfect. Zero will take him down, and finally, Tipsy once again will take down Yugi, and we go on and on. The scoreline is 17-17, a long game, and somehow the winner is still undecided. And here we go again. Zyphos Esports opting to go for a bit of an aggressive aim and hold here with Kenji on the op and getting set up here with the flashes from the sky. And meanwhile, a lot of aggressive pushing from mid as Wuran tries to get some space here in B short. First pick in favor of Zyphos Esports as Tipson manages to hold the crosshair in mid and manages to take the head off Mad. That is a sentinel down. So now Lobster James has to be a bit more aware of their flanks as they really don't have anything to watch it. And it seems like their attack has been read here. As they do tumble into side, so do the players from Zyphos Esports as they do flood in to their respective positions to get in place for this retake. They don't really have a lot of utility, or rather any utility actually, to kind of prevent this defuse, or rather this plant. So they will have to wait till these smokes clear to set their sights for this retake situation. But no, what is that positioning by Tipson? He gets taken down, but in the meantime, Kenji and the Killjoy, Tikri going huge, getting 2 picks of their own. And it's going to be a 4v2. Both players are actually on to long. Do they have any line of sight on the spike? That is a question. Kenji, through the smoke, will get the first pick, and Tipson once again, Tikri rather, will clear off the remaining players. The question is, will Zyphos Esports be able to recreate this same sort of success in their attacking round, or will somehow Lobster James, against all odds, be able to stay in this game? And will we be able to see this go 18-18, or will this crown Zyphos Esports the champions of this tournament? And yeah, looking at the scoreboard, of course, it's going to be Viran 38 kills, 26 deaths, and Tipson 33 kills, 22 deaths. It's been a long game, but will this be the end? That is the question. And once again, Zyphos Esports setting up for a mid push. Vuran, first point of contact, and finally will get taken down by Zero. Not so often do we see Vuran being the first to die, but that is the case here. And this Trailblazer will spot the Killjoy, and he will get taken down by Kenji in mid as well. The updraft to clear him, the operator missing its shot, and Kenji will find a second pick. And finally, things are starting to work out for Zyphos Esports as Bad Goviz and the Sky Yugi left alone. And Zero, reading this to perfection, will take him down. And after everything, it's going to be a flawless round by Zyphos Esports to end this map, to end this game, and to crown them the champions of Valorant for the Gaming League of Cutting Edge 2023. There you have it, ladies and gents. And with that, we thank you for watching this game, and thank you for this amazing, amazing game by Zyphos Esports and Lobster James. And we will see you shortly with more amazing content for Cutting Edge 2023.
Your traditional booking process is slowing you down. Your team is overwhelmed with phone calls while customers are frustrated. Whether you have a busy practice or wish to expand, you can save time, improve customer service, and grow your practice by placing your bookings on autopilot with Vetstoria. Vetstoria's industry-leading platform helps practices big and small reduce call volume and increase revenue with fully automated online booking. It works by connecting to your practice management software to display real-time availability based on your schedule, and offers 24/7 access to the 70% of pet owners who prefer to book online. Practices using Vetstoria capture more new clients and drive more revenue, with half of the appointments booked online occurring outside of regular working hours. Save time for your team and improve your customer experience while boosting revenue with automated, real-time online booking. Join thousands of thriving practices using Vetstoria today. Visit www.vetstoria.com to book your free demo.
Hello and welcome back everyone. Y'all are joining us live for the Cutting Edge 2023 Gaming Lead by Informatics Institute of Technology. It is the Dota 2 Grand Finals. We have Boomers taking on X3 Origin Unknown. We had Boomers winning game number 1, and we are just about to head into game number 2. Let's have a look at how this is all going to come together. Let's head on right into the game.
It is Radiant's ban.
Alright, here we go into the drafting phase. I mean, interesting thing, for those of you who do not know, the drafting order completely changed. Now you have like 4 bands to start off with instead of the older 3. And if you're like really ancient and have not played Dota for like the last 5-6 years, it went from 2 bands to 3, and now it's at 4 during the first phase. So let's have a look at how they are going to go. I am not sure why this is not visible. I'm not sure who got banned. I think they just ran out of time, or I just can't see the ban. I have no idea who the first ban was. But anyhow, Origin Unknown bans out the mods. Interesting. Probably assuming. Maybe they know something that I don't know, where Sagemeister's Mars is very good. Yeah, it is a really good teamfight hero. Whether it was worthy of a first phase ban, I don't know. That is a different story. I mean, yeah, Witch Doctor was a big problem. Chansika played like an amazing Witch Doctor in game number 1 and got some really good art stuff. I think they have a couple of fights with conjunction with the depth shot coming out from Delo, and Chansika's Death Ward. They were able to turn around a couple of fights. I think solid hero overall, very strong in the current patch as well. So yeah, Gyrocopter so strong in the patch right now. Rightly so, Boomers do take it out. Was a big problem for them in that game number 1. One of the reasons that the game went on for like 70 plus minutes. I think probably looking to make sure that it does not happen again. Bane getting taken out this time around. Bane was, I think, Viren's hero in game number 1, or Hockey as you all might know him. Really good. Wasn't the best of Bane games because it was coupled up with a Darkseer. I think that was, I don't know, that was like, I don't know what they were thinking at that point, but yeah. But in the end, like later on in the game, like late game, the Fiend's Grips were on point. Aghanim's Fiend's Grip managed to hold the Gyrocopter in place multiple times, which is solid. And a first pick Invoker. I love this hero. I mean, I think I have the most number of games. Probably it's on Slack. I think it's on Slack now. I think I have 4 plus games on this hero. Invoker is just so good. It's a lot of fun to play. And now, with the patch that came out, this hero is broken, right? It is just crazy. The hero is universal. Your Ghost Shroud, what do you call it? Ghost Walk, gives you like, I don't know, a shit ton of regen, and you're able to sustain the lane so well. And Invoker is a hero who suffered from base damage, and you used to like uh, depend on like a cyclone or cold snapping the enemy to get a last hit, or like playing exotic invoker with your force spirit to like last hit in lane. Now you're a universal hero and you just get a bunch of ironwood branches, and you have the base damage required to be able to sustain the lane and like be able to contest for last hits, which is great. Vengeful Spirit, a new hero that is like making an appearance in the new patch. I think it's very strong. Has gotten a lot of love with the patch, and also the vision game. I mean, having vision, any hero that gives vision in this current patch is really good, right? We have the likes of Vengeful Spirit with his Wave of Terror, a lot of armor minus, the stun, the Aghanims being like massive, just overall like great hero. TA, the ban on TA, I really like it. This is a very good safe lane hero right now, including the PA. Warlock for sure needs to get banned. Just so good, like the new Fatal Bonds and what do you call the slow? I can't remember what you call the slow now. Upheaval, yeah, there we go. Upheaval. Yeah, Upheaval is really good. Overall solid hero. So is the Wraith King. All these bans I feel like are very standard bans. They banned out the Storm on the side of Boomers. Uh, I guess it's okay. You want to stop. I mean, they play a really good Storm, right? I think it was Six who played the Storm on Origin Unknown. They played a really good Storm. And I understand why Boomers or Mirzab in this sense did ban it out. And Storm is someone who does not care about the Invoker too much during the laning stage, and even later on, you get a BKB Orchid, you jump the Invoker, right? Like you don't wait for Invoker to do stuff. And it's one of these gap closing heroes that is good against the Invoker, I feel like. So I understand the ban. Let's see. A second pick coming out for Origin Unknown. Well, let's have a look at what it is going to be here. A lot of the strong heroes have been banned, so
Stands ready.
I mean, I feel like it's a safe lane, Swen. I mean, you can run it off lane as well. I feel like there were better heroes. I can't go into the wait. Let me open up let me open up heroes on the side. So, because if I do it within the game, you all won't be able to see the game and like yada yada yada. Dota 2 heroes. I feel like there were better heroes, right? I'm pretty sure there were better heroes to pick up than the Sven. Let's have a look. Who else has been strong in the patch? It's a question, right? I mean, you have the likes of who has been strong. Lion is strong right now. PL is pretty okay. It wasn't really affected by the patch, so I think it's okay. And then you have Void Spirit, which is good. Any of the spirits rather. Tidehunter is good. I like the Tidehunter pickup. Doesn't really care about the Wind Swin at all if they're safe lane. I mean, the Kraken Shell is just going to debuff everything off and isn't going to be too bothered by the stun. Sand King is in the pool. Such a strong hero right now in the patch. I feel like that hero is just so strong. Who else? A, I think, if I remember right, was buffed. A was a good pick. Get that global presence. Ricky is buffed. NP is really good in the patch. Gives that global presence. The curse with the shard now. Solid hero. Naga Siren. Especially due to the fact that Mjolnirs were nerfed, right? Or was it buffed? Wasn't Mjolnir buffed or not? Either way. I think it was buffed, but still I think the illusion heroes weren't affected too much. I feel like they still it gives them enough. The map gives them enough room to farm. It is harder to deal with the split pushers. I feel like PL Naga is still pretty strong, right? Tekis is there, really strong. But like for me, the biggest thing was like the Sand King was left out, right? Sand King NP was left out, and rightly so. Boomers pick up the AA, which is pretty good. I think that's a hockey hero. if I'm not mistaken. Puck getting picked up. That's a 6 hero, right? That's Origin Unknown 6 playing the Puck middle lane. Decent matchup against Invoker, not too bad. Definitely not too bad. I think it's a very even skill matchup. Yeah.
5 seconds remain.
But yeah, I don't like the Sven pickup. That's the only grievance that I have with Origin Unknown here. The A just makes it worse for the Sven, I feel like. You know, you want to be able to get your life steal, like you want to be right clicking for crits and like immediately life stealing back up. I mean, you do have the swap to save the Sven. I mean, I feel like he's gonna get kited, right? This Invoker, AA, Tide Hunter, Gushers, Cyclones, Ice Wall. Like, if you're not bursting heroes right off of your BKB GS, the Sven is getting kited. Now, Mirana is a pick that I can get behind. But, the only problem with the Mirana also, right, is that it's a really good hero. I like the hero. As a position 4, gives a lot, really good harass coming out from him. Being a universal hero is definitely a plus. Can transition really well later on. But again, there are better heroes. Like, you have Snapfire. I completely forgot about Snapfire. I mean, you have Snapfire in the pool, right? Like, where are the Snapfire pickups? Yeah, I mean, both teams ignored Snapfire, which I don't like. I feel like that hero is really, really good right now. Being completely ignored, it hurts, you know. Who else? I'm just like, Jakiro, Snapfire. Like, why are these heroes ignored? Jakiro is so strong. I mean, last game, Origin Unknown had like, who was it? I think Mitsuki playing the Jakiro. Or, no, sorry, not Mitsuki. I think. Was it Mitsuki? I think it was Mitsuki, right? Oh, no, it was Krim who was playing the. Yeah, Krim was playing the Jakiro. Some really good ice pods, some really good macropires. One fight, bot back, multiple ice pods, just completely turned the fight for Origin Unknown. Like, hands down, that was like probably the best, like the most amount of impact that I've seen from a Jakiro in a game. Like, it was insane, that particular fight. So with that AA pickup, there isn't a lot to worry about. They pick up the Troll Warlord in conjunction. It is okay. Not too worried about the heroes on the side of Origin Unknown. Only thing would be like maybe Puck, you know, Dream Coil, like whatever, right? There aren't any heroes to kite this Troll Warlord as of yet. There aren't a lot of reliable standbys. You have Venge, you have Sven, but Mirana is not reliable.
10 seconds remain.
They don't have the best of setups for the Mirana hero as well.
Radiant's turn to ban.
They ban out the Winter Wyvern, so they are looking for another support. So they are assuming that Viren is not going to be playing the AA. One of Viren's best heroes is probably the Wyvern, so taking that out. So far, I like the draft coming out from Boomers a lot more. But having said that, Origin Unknown just, you know, pull something out. Like, they always pull something out, right? And they make these plays. They make a couple of mistakes as well, but they make these plays, right, which changes the game for them. And hence why that game dragged on for such a long time. They punished Boomers for the little mistakes that they did, but they got that advantage, and they kind of threw it away as well. Also, I think in the last game, I think it would have been completely different if Delo Slark did not get off some sick depth shrouds, which was absolutely insane. There were like a couple of fights that completely turned on its head because of that depth shroud coming out from the Slark. So, I mean, massive. Shadow Shaman picked up, so I'm not entirely sure now whether it is 4 or 5. Shaman might be 5, and that might be Satsuka hero with Viren on the A as pos 4. This is what I'm assuming. I might be wrong. I haven't casted a lot of games with Chansika playing 4 instead of Boomers. It's a player that I haven't seen a lot of. I think might have seen like a couple of games. That's about it. But yeah, rest of them I pretty much know. I'm assuming 6 is also from the old Tempest team, so yeah, I feel like I know the player. I'm not entirely sure, but I think it's the same player, right? But with that, Shaoban picks up one of his signature heroes, which is the Axe, which I like, right? Because really good against the Troll Warlord. Culling Breath through Troll ult, you know, says screw you Troll, this is my kill. Your ult is not going to be worth anything because I have my Culling Blade. So I really do like that pickup. How good it is against like 4 range or rather 3 range, that's a different question altogether. But that is set up, right? This Shauban Axe is set up for Mirana, gives that team fight that I felt like they were lacking. I still think they are lacking a lot of team fight, but you have Dream Coil and you have Axe Coil, right? I feel like it makes up for like a okayish draft. I think got a little bit better with this Axe pickup. We'll have to wait and see though. I think Axe is not going to get the freest of farm, but if it's a coupled up with the Mirana, if it's the Mirana Axe, I think that's a lot of harass in the lane, right? You have Battle Hunger, Mirana right clicks, not the easiest to deal with during the late stage. Having said that, we are about to getting into the game. I'm just double checking whether I'm recording. Okay, good God. Imagine if I missed out and I would have been talking for this long. Oh, wait, y'all wouldn't know if I had missed out, but I spoke for too long. And the oh no. Wait, let me. Yeah. Where's the camera speed? Okay, so I am on Mirzab's account. I have no idea why it is at 8,000. I mean, I would be all over the map if it was at 8,000. I don't know how Mirza plays it at 8,000. God only knows. Apparently, I asked him this question. He has always been at that. Crazy. But as Sri Lankan Dota goes, we had the first pause of the game. As expected. If there isn't a pause, there is a problem. So, we're the first pause of the game. It is Sri Lankan Dota at its best.
You are a true friend.
Just waiting on them to start. In the meantime, while we do it, let's do some shout out for our sponsors: Platinum sponsor Ascent Tech, Bronze sponsor Atronum and WSO2, Gold sponsor Vestoria and Innovations Partner 99X, and a huge shout out to the organizers Cutting Edge. And make sure to go to BMICH on the 5th of September, where the Cutting Edge event is happening. So yeah, make sure to head on over to BMICH on the 5th of September. Do not miss out on it. Yeah. I'm just waiting on the game to start. Let's see. Yeah, let me introduce the teams until we do wait. For those of you who did not catch game number 1, we have mid being played by Starry Knights, aka Paradox the Cheese Ball. From Boomers, we have Chansika playing the AA. So I was wrong. It is going to be Chansika playing the AA, and it's going to be Viren playing the Shaman. Since I did mention Viren, where is the Shaman? Where is it? Okay, there we go. That's Viren, aka Hockey, playing the Shadow Shaman on position 4. We have
You're
Sage
a beautiful
Meister,
person with a charming personality.
playing the Tidehunter offlane, and we have Jello on that position 1 Troll Warlord.
You are
And
a true
on the other side, on the side of Cypher's Origin Unknown, we have Akuna playing the Mirana. We have Shauban on the Axe at position 3. We have the mid being played by 6. And then Wenge being played by Krim, as well as Carry. Sven being played by that position 1. Sven being played by Mitsuki. Go is the call right on time from Paradox, and we are going back into game.
The quest for ultimate glory
Last hits on screen.
continues.
Runes. Who is going to be getting the initial runes is going to be the question here. Heavy pressure towards from the dire side. Wait, why can't I draw on the map? Am I thinking something wrong? No. Why am I? Okay, I apparently can't draw on the map. But yes,
30 seconds.
heavy pressure towards. Well, someone drew the line for me. Who was that? Sven drew the map, I think. Yeah. Thank you. That was not what I was trying to draw, but thank you very much. Dire side is going to be contesting this bottom rune, and the radiant side is going to be contesting this top rune. So runes are going to be traded just like in game number 1. Initial mid wards are very deep ward here, probably might not get deep warded. This ward a lot more susceptible for deep wards. Puck looking to get that early bottle. Brazier queued up for the Invoker. Oh yeah, so yeah, we were talking about invoker changes. So yeah, depending on what you have spell amp, magic cooldown, and also what is region, I think, right? Oh no, spell
Thinks you
lifesteal.
wanted that.
Yeah, there you go. Spell lifesteal, spell amp, and cooldown reduction. So forcing Mitsuki, really? First blood. What was that? Oh, this did bottom got off. That's crazy. So Mitsuki manages to grab first blood but takes a lot of damage from the shaman and the side hunter as he comes into the lane. Krim now back into the lane to try and help out. A couple of last hits going. Did miss out on the first few last hits, but first blood is gonna be happy with it. I'm really sorry I missed out on it. Meanwhile, Starry Knight's Paradox, the Chief's ball, is putting some pressure on this Puck, who is still level 1 and suffering because he does not have phase shift. Manages to eat the second tango. Not an easy position to be in. Finally gets the phase shift, so able to dodge the right click coming out. This is the thing with the new invoker, you can play a lot more aggressive due to having that ghost rock in case you get really low. So right now Puck is getting absolutely demolished. 10 last hits to the 2. Just crazy. Sven has gotten taking a lot of harass top lane. That was expected. So is Shauban on the bottom lane with the AA being around. The skill should not be a thing. Chilling touch, 30 mana for like, I don't know, at a 12-second cooldown doing a lot of damage extra, and meanwhile 6 a little bit of evasion. The Cyclone is going to be there, pops the Fairy Fire to keep himself alive. One more right click, dodges it, and in the meantime we have Krim getting taken out on the top lane. Completely missing out on this kill. Mitsuki down onto low HP as well. Yeah, action packed as soon as we start things off. Runes, 2-minute water runes are going to be traded. Starry Knights, it's a bald invoker for whatever reason. The pauldrons and the invoker hair is not shown in the portrait. Weird. Standard build-ups. Oh, stun flies out onto the shaman in the meantime. Bottom lane. Man, oh man, why am I doing this to myself? I knew that there was a kill bottom, then I saw that the Sven was low top, I switched, and the bottom guy gets killed. Not fair. Mid lane though, I might catch something here. The Cyclone is going to be there to get the range grip as well as do some harass. The cold snap to follow up as well. Puck taking a lot more damage. One more right click, the bottle saving his life there. Was so close to going down. Need to be careful. He still has mana for another cold snap. So 6 is trying to be careful. Dodges the right click. He has a cold snap now. Going to be using the illusion up. Going to go to work on it. Uses the silence to get out of dodge. But Starry Knight wants to chase. Does not have the mana. Will get the mana in a couple of seconds. The Cyclone is going to be there. And Paradox will pick up a solo kill. Onto the Puck. That's a massive kill. Meanwhile, stun on to Viren on the bottom lane. Top lane here. Krim taking a lot of damage. Sven is not going to be there on time. The stun flies out. He manages to get the kill. Mitsuki picks up another kill. They will get the trade off there. Will find the wench in return. Not sure what the tip was by Viren to. Meanwhile, Puck gets a little bit aggressive on to the Invoker. Just tip it in. Using the orb. Using the bottle. Filling it up with that water rune. Just a little place to deal some harass to the Invoker. But yeah, Invoker is just demolishing. Right now, the 3 goes on the side of Boomers. He's having a bit of a time. 21 last and 21 last and 17. Whereas Sven has 9. Puck has 9. Axe has just 14. So yeah, they're really not having a good time. Meanwhile, Arrow on the bottom lane into Chansika. No real follow-up though. Just trying to, manage to steal the kill. Shauban is going to be chasing down, jumps forward with the Starfall though, no real damage being done. Dillo falls down low, they're chasing up Chansika now. The arrow flies out, hits someone, arrow by Akuna there, they will manage to pick up the kill. Invoker is out of mana. Oh, top lane, there is a Shatter but immediately cancelled by the Vengeful Spirit with the Magic Missile.
bounty.
Bit of a back and forth fight between the two mid laners for the time being, but obviously advantage Invoker after getting that first blood, or rather getting a solo kill. So ahead in EXP, almost sitting level 7, whereas Puck is like a full level behind, or level and a half behind. Meanwhile, Mitsuki gets dashed up, but doesn't have the mana to chase. Venge is around, I mean, if he does get in a little bit of trouble. Axe though has picked up a Vanguard now. He's going to be able to amplify his farm, finally ahead of the Troll Warlord in terms of last hits. Oh, top lane, we have a shackle on to the Virtual Spirit. The dash is going to be there as well. The anchor smash. Do they have the damage? I don't think they have the damage to dive towers. Illusion rune picked up by the Invoker.
I'll put that money to good use.
Has picked up the Urn as well. I mean, oof, this hero is just crazy, right? Like Brazier, Magic Wand Urn gives him like 1100 HP and 600 mana pool and almost 100 damage. Universal Invoker, who would have thought? Stun onto the Tidehunter, but Mitsuki might be in a little trouble, and now the stun was used. He's going to get shackled up. Sage Meister in a bit of trouble here. The Blood going to follow up. The stun is going to be there as well, but Yanker Smash holding things out here. Brain might get a kill here. Cyclone flies out, and they will find the kill onto the Swim as well as the Venture Spirit, and that's the first couple of early charges being picked up by Paradox, which was needed. He was looking for a fight, and they gave it to him. Shauban now more interested in cutting waves. In the meantime, Delo managed to steal. No. Oh, that's got to hurt. Delo and Sagemeister both picking up Wisdom Runes. That is definitely going to hurt. In the meantime, Puck gets taken out again. Solo mid. Yeah, they're definitely not having a good time. Meanwhile, Vengeful Spirit Guy going to get gone on Troll coming from behind. Jello will not pick up the kill, it's going to go in favor of Sagemeister. The rotations coming through, they are going to do the old swapper rule.
Denied.
Meanwhile, Puck might get gone on again. He used the orb to farm, so he's not going to be able to use it to silence the orb now. Can be used. A little bit of damage. Invoker. 12 charges, looking to pick up that Spirit Vessel. Then onto the A, going to use the cold feet. The call is going to be there, the arrow to fly out the Starfall as well, but there is a TP coming in from side, and Akuna needs to be careful. Gets cold snap up, that's going to be. Oh, Puck comes in though, the coil is going to be there, picks up one. Can they find more? The Shauban in a lot of trouble here. Meteor Hammer going to be used. He used the Meteor Hammer. It was tight on a Meteor Hammer, then they did end up losing the axe. Now Akuna trying to get out. He has another leap available if he wants to use it. Invoker trying to cut him off. But Mirana, rightly so, realizing that he does not have the movement speed, decided to go the other way. He picked up the kill. That was Puck, right? But very much needed kill. He needs whatever he can get. He's so far behind.
Dire's bottom tower is in danger. Dire should look to their bottom tower. Mega kill!
Understanding.
Axe going to get shackled up. The points are going to be taken out, and a double kill for the Joker. And now the shackle onto the bench as well. This is just Invoker off to such a wonderful start. Has the Spirit Vessel picked up as well. Before 10 minutes, it's just absolutely insane.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Regeneration. The Dire Glyph is now active.
Bottom lane, we might have an engagement. That's the tight hunter going down. They're looking for more. Coil is going to be onto the Shaman. They could get both, but they will find the kill onto the Shaman. But there's a keep coming in. Invoker might get a lovely gold snap to the right of the jump forward from the axe. The call is going to be there. The star follow up as well, but the side going to be empty. It's going to be used. They have the scatter Prim falling down low. The meantime, Sven wants to join the fight as well. He has popped the GS, walking forward. Chansika is going to be in trouble, and a lovely stun. I thought it was a two-man stun, trying to go to work on to the Invoker using the Ghost Rock here. Now trying to regen back up that HP troll. Jello wants to try to fight. The axe is going to get shackled up, and going to get cancelled though. He's going to be in trouble, and a rampage on to 3-4 heroes there. They will find the kill onto the bench here. Mirana will go down as well. The puck will get taken out, and it's just going to be the axe and the Sven getting out of dodge. $2K network lead for the side.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
While they are into the jungle, to farm up for the time being. Raid in the enemy triangle. I mean, a tough position, right? Because the puck is around the front, and now Shaban is getting gone on the goal snap with the Cyclone wave blast fire of the bye-bye, Axe. You ain't tanky no more. And the Meteor Hammer doing a little bit of work mid lane as well. They are going to be doing chip damage for the tier 1 tower, and they really don't have any way of defending this.
Middle tower, Radiant's bottom tower is in danger. Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Like Puck right now is behind the Tide Hunter. Like look at the network difference, right? The Invoker is 1,500 or 1,800 ahead of the Puck. The only one who is like fairly farmed is Sven right now, and that's just because Sven farms really fast. He's not farming fast. The problem would be in a worse situation. But Troll is trying to keep up. Troll is just 1,500 behind. That's without his Battle Fury yet. After he gets his Battle Fury, that's going to accelerate his farm. Puck going in for a Witchblade. Sven, Echo Saber, Vengeful Spirit does have a Medallion looking to pick up the Solar Crest. Axe Vanguard looking for the Blade Mail, a Dagger afterwards, I guess.
Dire's bottom tower is
An
in
easy
danger.
target.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower
They
is
will
in
pick up
danger.
another Wisdom Rune. At least this time around, the Puck is able to pick up Wisdom Rune. So, not a complete lost for the second Wisdom Rune getting traded. Very good.
Dire's bottom tower is under
Yeah,
attack.
So right now, not looking too great in terms of net worth as well as experience. Even the win probability at 79% towards the side of Boomers, but you know, these things can change very, very fast. But as I said, that the tier 2 tower bottom gets taken out.
Is no more. Radiant's
Invoker coming in from behind onto the axe here. Cold Snap is going to be aggravated. The Cold Snap is going to be there with the Spirit vessel. The swap out from when setting for the time being. You have the Cyclone to follow up. The Ice Part might be ready there, but not going to use it. They are going to run the Vengeful Spirit down, so they do get a 1-0 for their trouble. The only thing is Sven has been free farming this entire time. Oh, Shaman just walking forward too much, but the lovely ravage on the big blast on the 3 expert. Absolute disaster for the Dire team. Shaman will end up going down, but they'll end up losing two there. The Mirana and the Axe both getting taken out. A good ravage into the Meteor Hammer, and the AA blast to fly out afterwards as well. I think this is a really good team fight coming out from the side of the Boomers.
There is little hope for
They ain't
Dyer's
old
middle
to
tower.
thought they were.
Structures are fortified.
Sounds out to fly out to the Titan, and now Venge, that's a very short range swap. The call is going to be there, but the EMP now driving over the back. Sven wants to join the fight. He cannot pop the GS because he got mana burn. He gets the mana now. He uses the walk right, trying to keep himself alive, giving that extra movement speed and armor to the rest of the team. Still a chance, right? Because it's just a 2k network lead at 6 main mark. These are workable odds.
Radiant should look to the top tower.
But another invasion into the enemy jungle. The active Sven might be caught slow. It's going to be there. The next to follow up. Troll joining the fight as well. The Shatter, the AA blast, and that's going to be a dead Sven. That's the most farmed hero getting taken out.
Radiant's top tower is in danger.
Fortunes change.
There is little hope
Of a stagnant farming process, but the Radiant team wants to try and finish this game off. In the meantime, cold snap into the split vessel onto the bench, falling down low. The side team is going to be there, and that's going to be a clean up style right now on a godlike execution. Mid-tier 2 tower will get taken out at some point here. It's Kaiser tanking it up 6 when they beat them up, but not going to work out. They do tier 2 tower. Have settled down 4,000 network lead now. Shaban's still looking for that all-important blink there. He needs a BKB as well. Sven going for BKB. Yeah, he is quite close to it, to be honest. Will be able to disassemble the Echo Saber to get it.
Only the wary might find us.
Mirana uses Moonlight Shadow here.
Dyer's top tower is in danger.
Pressure on the top tier 2 tower. Lost onto the Titan, but this is a fight that they can take the coil on to as well. Invoker coming in from the side, they need to be careful, get stand up for the time being. A lot of damage onto the Invoker. Invoker falling down though, can they bring him down? The one more right click, and that's the Leon Godlike shit down, but the Troll Wall are going to work on the Sven. 49 seconds on the ground. Now the Troll is going to get bursted down. Really good fight for the side of Origin Unknown. They will find the Shaman as well, and now the last man standing. Is there an arrow? Is there a cancel? There is nothing to cancel it. So he is going to be the only one surviving, but solid fight for the side of Origin Unknown.
Quickly as I go.
Invisibility.
So a quick update on items. Puck is having something delivered to him. What is it going to be? Blink Dagger finally picked up now. Axe builds up this Blink Dagger as well. Looking to pick up BKB. Swin obviously will have BKB right now. Mirana looking to pick up the pipe.
He'd have eaten me if given half a chance.
Things have slowed down quite a bit. Sven still leading the network chart, but not by much compared to the Troll, Invoker and the Tide. Wisdom runes out, I think it was taken. So top Wisdom rune is available, and so both the Wisdom runes are in favor of the Radiant side, which is sad. Nuka has picked up the Midas Dagger as well as BOT now. A little bit of damage pushing out waves here. Bucky is looking to pick up that Kaya. Amplify his farm, keep the mana in check for the mech damage as well.
Radiant's middle tower is
At
under
what
attack.
time does Radiant go Roshan is the question here. They have the items. Troll is having his BKB, has the battlefield ready, looking to pick up an SNY. Tide Hunter has Greaves, a Meteor Hammer, Leafy guy. Sharpen repellent as well. So my question is answered. I was thinking of the same thing, and they are waiting for it. And Dire is none the wiser. They are going to be done with this Roshan by the time they get here.
Eager to know Dire's whereabouts. Dire are scanning for enemy. Some has fallen to the Radiant. Immortality.
With that, Aegis is claimed by the Troll Warlord. Oh, the TP in! What a TP in! But oh my good god, they get first to come up with the thinking! No way! That just happened! Tried to TP out, but swap back. Troll pops the ultimate as well. What was Boomer's thinking? And the Troll, the Axe gets a double kill and a couple of charges. 4-man Dream Coil into Sven's stun, into Starfall, into Fall. They're surviving that.
Top tower is no more.
And look at the network switch
Dire's bottom
immediately.
tower is under attack.
Like, in the span of like a second, there was so much of damage dished out. Look at the EXP, like, it's crazy. 8,000 damage in a matter of seconds. That was a huge blunder by the Boomers. He's going to make sure that Origin Unknown has a chance. They didn't have the best of games, especially this Puck and the Axe, and now this is going to give them that breathing to get their items and get more impactful. I mean, I don't understand how much more impactful can you get, but then like that was a massive blunder by Boomers.
Here I am.
Haste.
They are trying to push down mid, smoked up as well. Troll is the only one showing. Shaman is looking for a jump in. The Puck might get seen. Oh, Shaman, a smoke broken.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Now that's a counter smoke being used by the dire side, Origin Unknown going for it.
The dire skill on the hunt for radiant forces.
Will
We
they
slip
find an
into
engagement?
shadow.
That's going to be the smoke broken. They are going to be using the Moonlight Shadow to try and get out of here. Yeah, a bit too risky, but they really want this mid tier 1. They really need objectives right now. They are afraid. I don't think they should be. I think they have the fight required. They have the BKBs up. Even the Axe has his BKB. I think they should take the fight. Interesting. But they need the jump, I feel like. Mirana, what is it going on? I have picked up the full pipe. Going in for a Greaves might be a bit too late at that time. And especially with the AA, I don't know how effective it will be. Puck just playing around, getting another item delivered. What is it going to be? Assange, so Kaya and Sanj picked up by the puck. The map control that Boomers have is a lot more significant. Look at the amount of map control that they're playing with. I can't draw whatever, but all of this, like that line and below, is all Boomers. Inoka now looking to pick up the Aghanim Scepter, should have it very, very shortly. That's going to be Cataclysm coming online on top of the Tide Ravage. But Sven is pretty fat, that's the only thing that they have going for them. Going for Silver Edge. Interesting.
Regeneration.
Okay, top lane, we have a gang up here. We have Origin Unknown wanting to take a fight on the top lane. I don't think it was spotted by
Tower is under attack.
But Invoker is pushing bottom and they have to back off. They pick up. Oh no, no, no. Again, both Wisdom Runes lost completely. This is just troublesome.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
The ping is going out for the EXP rune, but it's a little bit too late in the day. The puck is going to settle, but yeah, it's not going to be there. Quickening Charm picked up. Fuck. Paladin Sword acts with the Cloak of Flames. With the Philosopher's Stone with some money. Akuna still running with that tier 1 item. In the meantime, mid lane, Jax gets jumped out, the swap is going to die immediately, and a Ravage just completely wasted by Sagemeister just on the wedge, and now they want to re-engage the fight. Could be on 2 heroes, and allowed to stun on the 2 as well. Double kill, Showburn with the double kill, and now chasing for Mochatsika is going to be in trouble as well. 1, 2, 3, and that's the AA dead. They're looking for more 2 players running away. Invoker is a hard one to catch up to, so is the Shaman. And a huge blunder by the Boomers. That's a massive blunder by the Boomers. They dropped everything on the Axe, and an instant swap out by the Wench completely ruined their play. They popped Ravage as well. And the Ravage did not even clip Shauban. He's now looking to pick up the Axe. Oh, cooldown reduction on the call. And oh, armor perfect target as well. So pretty good ads, I guess. I feel like
Radiant's bottom tower is
Shivas might have been. I guess it's okay. I think Shivas is a bit more of a team item which he should have gone for, in my personal opinion. But it's a good item. And bench has shot as well, right? Oh god. Once this bench gets like axe, that's gonna be so good. Even if you like kill yourself to swap out a teammate, to come back with like your illusion which can stun as well in the meantime bottom lane. That's when needs to be careful though. Oh, Echo Saber. Oh, why is he doing this? No! Mitsuki should not be doing this, he's all alone, but now the backup is coming, Axe is coming in, the call is going to be there, it is going to be onto the Axe, the BKB is going to be for the Jello with the stun as well onto Jello, but the Lotus Orb keeping him alive. Grim needs to be careful. In the meantime they are trying to re-engage, that is going to be the Vengeful Spirit going down, Dust is going to be used. I mean, I do not think that was the play, and Mitsuki wants to re-engage. I don't think it's the play. That play could have been good if they had Aegis, otherwise it's so dangerous. Atos definitely playing with fire. They should be lucky that they only lost the Venge in that instance.
Not very exciting, but I don't have much choice.
They will go to work on the Torment. I think the Mirana will get it. Yeah, Mirana got the Tormentor. Tidehunter is going for a Heavens, which is necessary against Sven, who is backing everyone left, right and center. Has the Silver Edge picked up, but does have a Harpoon. Yeah, I mean, the Sven is farmed. He's 20,000 net worth. He's 4k ahead of the Invoker as well as the Troll. Axe is following close behind the two of them. Only person who is kind of underfarmed is probably Puck. Didn't have the best of times mid. He is still working up towards his Lincolns. 32 minutes into the game. This is still anyone's game. 20k net worth lead towards the Origin Unknown side. And look at the win probably. I told you, this is going to change. So 51% win probit only, so that's like 1% towards the Radiant side. Sven might get caught here, this might be disastrous. Backing off, I guess. And they are going to go for another Roche, so this is like, it's pretty rough. Oh, they are coming out though. Venge has already shown her face. Has the Axe coming in as well. A blast to fly out. Axe is getting caught here, pops the BKB. The call is not going to be there. He's going to get held in place. It's so unfortunate. Ravage is going to get popped. It's a horrible fight. Mitsuki comes in though. 1-2 swipe onto the A. Shaman buys back into the fight. Troll still fighting strong. Can he bring him down is the question. They do bring him down. Triple kill from Mitsuki, and now the Puck trying to fight away. The Dust is going to be used. They are going to be chasing after the Invoker. Paradox in a little bit of trouble. The Slow is going to be there. The Arrow is going to be on point as well. Invoker with the Cyclone, but he's not going to be good enough. 3 heroes dead and forcing the buyback. It looked like a bad fight, and it got turned around so fast with Mitsuki joining in. The swipes coming out from the Sven a little bit too strong. Akuna still wanting to chase though, needs to be careful. He's going to be using the arrow. Sven looking. They're not. They need to focus. I mean, this is like Roche time. Like, what are they doing? Please go Roche. I might be just too late at this point because the Invoker is going to be back in 40. And they don't have the GS to do Roche fast, so I'm just wondering whether they can do Roche at all. Probably okay, wait. Probably with the A blast flies out. It's still fine, right? I think they can do it. They need to force this, but the Troll is back. Or they are going to the other side because the Roshan is going to be switching sides as well. But they are too late for this. Like, if they commit to this, I feel like they lose the fight, right? BKB, okay, it's back up.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Roshan came through. Sunstrike used bottom. Paradox not realizing that Roshan is top. Probably should have looked at the timer, but they are going to be able to get Aegis here. So 35 minutes in game. Aegis. Air Blast flies out. Catches 2. Not really gonna matter. Bit of a dangerous fight. Woke up like fire blinks out. So now the Sven doesn't have GS. This still might be a really good fight for the Radiant. 12k net per lead. This is going to be interesting one. The Buck jumps in onto the troll. They jump in, but he brings back out here. What a fight here. The swap is going to be there, and that's the Mirana deleted. The Cataclysm is going to be there. It's a horrible fight because the Sven does not have his GS in GS there, and the Vengeful Spirit illusion is going to be there. The Ravage on to 3-4 heroes there. Horrible fight for the guy. Aegis is going to get popped. 3 heroes on the floor. Puck still surviving. The Axe is still surviving. Axe wanting to fight. Sven comes back. They are going to be popping the BKB on the Sven. They will find the Sham. Buyback on the A. They are trying to find anyone at all. The Cyclone stopping the push. Mitsuki wanting to chase. Should not be chasing if I was you. They might find him though. There is no vision here. Krim. That's the illusion. Mitsuki coming in from behind, trying to go onto the bench. He pops the Silver Rage, but this is a horrible fight. What are you doing, man? You do not have BKB. You are dead, my friend. 89 seconds on the ground. The call is going to be there. Not in time. And this is going to be the Axe dying as well. Invoker with the Cyclone, stopping Shauba. Troll still surviving. Puck looking for the kill, cannot find it. And that's going to be 4 heroes dead. And what a horrible fight. What was Origin Unknown thinking? You cannot fight that. You should have waited for the GS on the Sven. And the miscommunication between the Wen swap and the Axe call on initiation that cost them so much during that fight. Very unfortunate turn of events. And I mean, I saw it happening right in front of my eyes and I'm like, what are you guys doing? Tough fight, man. And that completely changed things around, I feel like. Because the Invoker got so much out of it. He's almost close to his Hex. And Shaman was very smart with the way that he played it. And even the Tidehunter getting a massive Ravage in that fight. Like I think it was a 3 or 4 man Ravage in that fight. Crazy. Tough situation now. Troll has caught back up. Puck has also, to be fair, caught back up with the farm, has picked up the cheese. Does have a Lincolns, does have the Sanj and Kaya backing him up, has caught up in farm, looking to pick up a Dagon next. I'm not sure whether it's the ideal item, Dagon. Maybe a Hex would have been nice, but it's okay. I honestly don't know whether they're going to use the item.
They can't fight what they can't see.
So this time around, Sven is looking to pick up a Hex as well. So I guess they're getting a Hex from the Sven rather than the Puck. And Mirana has got going for a Lincoln, or has it already for the Sven. I think that is necessary. Lotus the Sven, Lincoln's the Sven. Keep him alive during the fights. Troll is going to show himself. Sven is going to be there. He's going to pop in. The stun is going to be there. The Ravage down 2 heroes. BKB is not going to get popped. And that's a massive Cataclysm. 1, 2, 10. That is going to be the Sven and the Axe. Problems of not popping the BKB. Did not expect the time to be there. They lose 3. And that is a horrible fight. I think things have just changed on its head. The graph. Look at the win probability they had when they got Aegis, right? And it's like, all going downhill. Mistakes have been made. But now the high ground push coming out from the side of Boomers. They do not have buyback on the Sven. 40 seconds on the Axe as well. Puck and Mirana cannot do anything to stop them. This is going to open up the middle racks as well, right? They are going to be able to get mid tier 3. No buyback on the Sven. 55 seconds on the ground. Mistakes have been made and game I think it might just be over from here. Look at the win probability going up, going up, going up. And they are going to go throne here. Are they going to go throne? They are realizing that the Sven does not have buyback. Glyph is going to get used. Going to delay things for the time being. Yax is spawning back up. I think they still fight this. Until the Sven buys back, I think you fight it. They're not taking the risk. I mean, rightly so, they don't know. Invoker might find... Alright, I thought the Invoker blinked back in to try and go for it. But yeah, Hex picked up on the Invoker. Sven, he bought out the Hex there. And not popping the BKB, paying the price. I mean, I think... I don't know whether you can blame them for not popping BKB there, because you don't expect the Tide to be following up like just like that, like right immediately, and then the Cataclysm on top of it. Like, the reaction from Boomers to that engagement was just insane. But I think it was a very risky play to begin with, so I don't know about it. It's hard to say, you know, hard to say. These guys are pros. Who am I? It's the guy who is talking about the game, so it's a tough call there. I don't know. I think you need a pick off as well to do something, but whether that was the right engagement that they took. So yeah, Invoker hitting some crucial levels here. Has that +2 meteorites, which is pretty nice. Has Hex. Going to be interesting to see what the next item is. Sven, what are you queuing up, bro? Nothing queued up. Octarines picked up on the puck, so I like it a lot better than the Dagon, for sure. Thank you. Artis has cheese still. The blade mail. Oh, smoke going to be used. This might be an engagement here. Let's get an overhead bird's eye view of this engagement. Shaman walking forward. They will find Akuna. Will be using the moonlight. Puck under the center, gets X'd up, but he manages to get the face shift off. Can he get out is going to be the question. Yes, he can. He's going to try and move out. He's going to orb up forward, and they are going to catch him out. Going to be face shifting all over again. He has it. There is a swap if necessary. He swapped this in one place. I don't know what Krim was doing, and now the jump in. That is just going to be the vengeful sweep get taken out, and now the call onto the Troll Warlord. Is it going to be enough? Gia is going to get popped. Troll in trouble. Troll gets dunked down. 95 seconds on the ground. They are chasing after Chanchika as well. Chanchika, that's the Ghost Ripper running out. They will find it. They are chasing after the Trident. Can they find it though? In the meantime, coil. Where's the coil being used? That's the Shaman in trouble. Shaman is going to get taken out as well. 3 heroes on the ground, and 6 picks up the mega kill. A huge fight, but they do not have the creep wave. They need to get the creep wave here. They are not. The creep wave is nowhere close by. And in the meantime, Invoker doing what he can. He's going to try and split push this top side, going to force the TPs to come in. Exactly so. Smart play coming out from Paradox. But if he does get called here, he's under the smoke. They are going to maybe broke the smoke. Paradox from that Ghost Rock, so lucky. He almost went on that in the Mirana there. If he had gone on the Mirana, he would have paid for it with his life. Luck on his side, the Ghost Rock working wonders for Paradox there. EXP runes out, 42-minute rune. I think no one is bothered about it. Okay, finally, China going for it. Picked up a gem. Looking to pick up a Scythe of Vice as well. So multiple sites. So I mean, there's such a back and forth game. It's really hard to say at this point. Like, you look at the win probability, right? It's now going down. 73% still in favor of the Boomers. But you know, one of these, like one good fight. That's all it takes. Krim has been having some questionable swaps. To be fair, I don't know what this swap was right here. Puck was already out, and kind of weird kind of thing. But they need these engagements where they bear out certain skills, jump the throat, get that perfect call, make sure you have your BKBs on, burst him down, cull him down if he pops the ult, and then the physical damage is completely gone from the side of Boomers, right? And the Swing is alive, the Puck is alive. I think that's an easy fight afterwards. They need to be able to deal with the troll right off the bat. I think that is very key. Or the Invoker, either one. Because if you deal with the Invoker, then you can kite the troll, right? Because right now, Tide is not a problem. He's this, beefy guy who jumps in, anchor smashes, and maybe ravages. After that, he's like, it's a Tide, whatever, right? So they're not worried too much about the Tide. They need to jump They need to jump heroes like the Invoker or Troll and kill them off really fast, and then the fight is just done. And they have the damage to kill them off really fast as well. Like, you know, you have Hexes, you have GS, you have Puck, Silence, Coil, Axe, Call, Cull. I mean, they have quite a bit, and now another Octarain's picked up. Yeah, I mean, technically they don't need armor, so Shiva's or AC doesn't really make a lot of sense. A Troll doesn't do a lot of damage, it's just, you know, annoying to deal with. Let's get back into buybacks, right? So Sven has it, Troll does not have it for the time being, Invoker does not have it now, Puck has it, Shaman has it, AA has it, Wench has it. So the tricky part here is the Axe not having it and the Invoker not having it. Those are like the key buybacks. Look at this one blowing. He's a ball. He's one of those fortune-telling balls that you see. We're going to work on this mid tower. He's frontlining this. Rosh is up.
Radiant structures are
Rosh.
tower is under
And they fortify to delay this. Oh no, this is going to be horrid. What does the Rosh have? Refresher shot. Ay, that's like 2 Ravagers or Invoker, double Hex, double spells kind of thing. But it's going to be given to the Tide. Oof. This is rough, but now they're wrapping around. Is this the fight that y'all want to take? Troll gets spotted out, jumps in, the call is going to be there. Can they burst him down? The Cataclysm is going to be there. Is it not going to be enough? Now the Ravage pops up, Axe is going to be in trouble, and he does not have buyback. The second Ravage comes out, Sven is going to get shackled up. No BKB, dead. Swap is there, but the jump back in the stun to survive. The Cyclone misses, he's not off, he's off point. Sven surviving on a sliver of HP, he's trying to run away, he has the blink, he's going to be able to get out. But who are they going to find? Now the Wench in trouble, stuns up the Invoker trying to get out. In the meantime, they are chasing the Nirvana as well, leaping himself out into safety. How is he surviving? Oh, he has Trickster Stroke, he's going to be able to get out. But Mirana trying to turn around, gets another leap, pops the Arcane Rune. Why is he turning around? Where was that pathing? Where is your Lotus, my friend? You are dead. In the meantime, they find the Vengeful Split as well. That ward catching out the Venge, trying to run away. And that's having the Venge. I am so baffled at the engagement that Extreme Origin Unknowns are deciding to take. That was Rosh. They had already taken Aegis. That was definitely either an Agnim Scepter or a Refresher shot, right? You're working with Cheese, double lives on the Troll. Even if you burst him down once, they're just going to come back up fighting again, because you have the Tide Ravage to follow up, you have the Invoker spells. Like, you cannot afford to use everything on the Troll to commit once and expect to get out as well, right? So now the buyback coming out from the bench. Axe does have the buyback now. They are going to try and use the coil onto the Axe. They swap back in to break it, but the Hex, no BKB on the Sven. 1 more second, they did not wait it out, and the Troll pops his ultimate. They are going to work onto the Sven. Sven dead, no GS, no, has the buyback though. Again, mistakes have been made. They had to just wait 1 more second, and they did not wait, and they are paying the price. 8k net worth is 41 kills. The Hex onto the Sven. The buyback Sven did not pop the BKB. Finally pops it. Going to turn around. Does not have the damage. He's going to be held in place by the Troll. Troll gets hexed up though. Sven trying to run away. He's going to be on this invis. But where are the kills? Where is the damage? No GS means no damage. Shauban, can he get the call of his life? Troll in a bit of trouble. He still has the Aegis. They did not even pop the Aegis. And now the Sven jumps in. The stun onto the Troll. One of the A blast fights out the Cataclysm. The Troll, he is back up to full. Actors buyback, he buys back into the fight. Venge is dead. The Sven is going to get hexed up. They are going to be working on the Sven. The EMP pulling him back. 3-man call. Is it going to be enough? Mitsuki trying to turn around. No buyback. Ravage on everyone. Sven dead. 423 seconds. 2 people whacking away at the Axe. Axe is going to die as well. Without buyback, it is all over. 3 heroes dead. That's the 4th one going to go down here as well. Edges finally popped. They are going to work, but it is all over. GG, well played is called, and it is going to be Boomers taking home Cutting Edge 2023, organized by Informatic Institute of Technology, and it is going to be the Boomers reigning supreme. What a performance coming out from them. But hats off to Zyphos Origin Unknown for the fight that they put up. A lovely grand final. Yes, it ended up in 2-0, but the games were so intense. The first game was like 70 plus minutes. The second one heading on into 48 minutes. We had everything that we needed from a game of Dota. The wombo combos, the divine rapiers, the mistakes, the clutches. You know, we had everything. that we need from a game of Dota. And hats off to the two teams. A massive shout out to the organizers and the sponsors as well for everything. Platinum sponsor Zentech, bronze sponsor Atrium, as well as WSO2 gold sponsor Westoria, innovations partner 99X. Huge shout out to you guys. But finally, Cutting Edge for organizing the event alongside Informatic Institute of Technology. And mind you, there is a Cutting Edge event happening on the 5th of September at BMICH. Do check it out. Keep your calendars free and do check out the event at the Cutting Edge event at BMICH. But with that, it's going to be time for me to say goodbye. Hope you guys enjoyed the grand finals for Dota 2. But until I do see y'all again next time, it's going to be me, Terror, signing out. Hope you guys have a lovely weekend. See you guys.
Building a digital product is complex, demanding, uncertain. And that's where we come in. We're a group of creative thinkers, digital product specialists, dreamers, and team players. With over 15 years in the industry, 400 innovators, 50 awards, building over 150 digital products for our global customers. We engage in your awesome idea and help bring it to life. 99X, creating impactful digital products together.
Hello and welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Cutting Edge 2023 Gaming League by Informatics Institute of Technology. And y'all are joining us for the Dota 2 Grand Finals. So joining me on the cast is going to be Mirzab. Yes, he did play, so this is a pre-recorded game that we are going to be casting over. So guys, say hello to Mirzab. Mirzab, hi man.
Hi, Tara, how are you? Yeah, I did play the game, so it's a bit strange. I've never casted a game either, but been playing a bit of Dota because it's TI season and all that, so I decided to play this tournament as well. It was fun. It was a fun game, and yeah, I'm excited to get into it.
Alright, so since this is the first time I'm having someone who actually played the game casting with me, this is going to be a bit of an interesting one. But
Yeah,
before we
no?
do see the picks though, like what do you think about the current meta right now overall?
I think the meta, since the map is really big, it's hard to like catch heroes, so generally the games tend to last a bit longer, and carries love it. They can just farm the whole map everywhere. I think it's a pretty late game centric meta. I just feel like from the games I've watched from the TI qualifiers as well, the games tend to go late. But I still feel like there's a wide variety of heroes that can be picked, so that's nice. And like some heroes that were a bit weaker before, like Venge or yeah, especially Venge. Like they're coming back into the meta, so it's nice to see some new heroes apart from the metas that we're used to.
So take me through, like, since I do have you on the channel here, so you were drafting. What was going through your head coming into the draft? Did you know Origin Unknown? I mean, they're a strong team. We know a couple of the players. I think I basically know all 5 players here. Shauban, Krim, Akuna, Mitsuki, Six. These are all like strong players. So y'all are not taking it easy, obviously. What was going in your head going into the draft?
Yeah, we never take it easy. Yeah, most of the draft, I would say the bans are mostly done by me. Like I just prepare in my head like what I think are strong, and what are the heroes that we don't play that I need to ban. I didn't have much info on Origin Unknown though. Like I just banned like what I felt was strong, and yeah, when I saw their team, I was like, oh my god, like they're stacked. Like they have about I think like 3 immortals, like High Divine, and so yeah, we definitely not underestimate anyone. We never underestimate anyone. So yeah, let's see. I mean, what do you think about the band so far? Like from your perspective,
Yeah,
we see
so
about 6, and also the drafting order has changed. Keep that in mind.
oh yeah, so there are 4
I
bands now,
had
right? I just realized. So I haven't done
yeah
I haven't done a cast on the new patch, interestingly enough. So I just realized there was 4 bands.
yeah.
Yeah. So I feel like heroes wise, I think people are still loved into the meta. Like you said, there's a lot more heroes that are viable, and I think people are just
Yeah.
figuring out who is strong. I think we did see a lot of these heroes come out in qualifiers, especially the likes of NP Wench, I think Warlock, very destructive. The new Fatal Bonds, the way it works, it's just so much of damage, I feel like.
Yeah.
And then TA as a carry, I feel like, not mid, I think, as a safe laner, I think it's really good. I think he has really good timing, gets... another thing is he can go for these solo pickups, right? Because the map is so big, there isn't always the opportunity for them to, gang up on him or rather counter initiate on him when he does go for these solo pickups. And also the traps give a nice way of giving more vision in a map that has become
Exactly.
a lot bigger as well. So I feel
Yeah,
like
good
that
vision
hero,
control.
yeah. And Witch Doctor is another hero. I think it's just so good right now. The speed of the stun in the lane. I think it's just very destructive. Previously, you can always walk away if it's like between just a creep and you can still walk away. Now it's just almost impossible to just disjoint it if you are caught in that cask. So,
Yeah, and one of the bigger changes actually to Witch Doctor was that they changed the death ward damage from physical to pure.
yeah.
So, it can't be reduced by armor or magic resistance. Like that's why the hero I think has been seeing a lot more play. But just to give you a little bit of insight, like we picked the hero like we prioritized it first because Chansika, she loves the hero, she's really good on it.
Yeah.
And it's kind of like a comfort pick, so that's why we picked it. So they respond with Jakiro. I think it's an opponent that doesn't give away much, and also it's a hero that can do a lot of damage, has a lot of utility with the stun, the tower push. It's good in the lane. I would have preferred something else. Like I personally wouldn't have picked Jakiro, saying the Witch Doctor, just because I don't think Jakiro is in any way like good against Witch Doctor. But maybe they have some sort of plan, some sort of strategy, and maybe they also feel like the Jakiro is a comfort pick for them.
So by the way, I don't know the outcome of both the matches, so don't spoil it. I know it ended up in a
Of course,
2-0,
not.
so do not spoil it for me. But yeah,
No, I won't.
Jakiro, I agree, and that's not a hero that you should prioritize as a first pick. I also feel like because
Yeah, and
won't
also
get
because
banned.
first pick is so important now. Yeah, it's not gonna get banned. First pick is extremely important now. I got priority, I think both games, and usually since I go mid, I like to normally like in the previous matches I like to take the last pick, but now that there are so many bans that in the first phase, like that crucial hero, that centerpiece for your draft. Like if you can get that early, it gives you a big advantage. Like that's why I think first pick is very heavily favored right now. Yeah.
So another strong character taken out, Wraith King, I think is extremely strong. Good tower push, good presence. The item build-up is also pretty good. I really like this hero. I think this hero has been
hero is busted.
broken. Yeah, he's broken for sure. I play a lot of Turbo. It's just almost impossible to play against this hero. It's just so strong, so strong. It's crazy strong.
He works like the old Medusa in a lot of ways. Like he farms extremely quickly. He has a good lane. Flak Cannon got buffed. I think the cooldown got reduced, something like that. But anyway, Flak Cannon got buffed, and like there are just so many camps and such a huge map for him to farm.
Yeah.
That he just comes out of the laning phase 15 minutes with like an Aga names, and he's gonna have like his 3 core items within like 22-25 minutes, and it's just too hard to deal with.
Yeah. The timing is very fast, but I think later on, I feel like even later on, the build-up is so nice. Like you have the Satanic coming out, like there's so much damage dish out, and if you have like a strong backline to support him, it's not an easy hero to bring down either. And you have these zoning out abilities like his call down, and then even the lane presence with Rocket Barrage, I think is quite strong if you couple it up with a stun or like a decent slow, like even the Jakiro for that matter. In this instance, I feel like it's
definitely.
pretty good lane presence.
It feels like a very strong lane. Yeah, definitely. It feels like a very strong lane. Gyrocopter and Jakiro.
Bane. This is a hero. I think. So I tried this out. I tried him out mid. Just because he was made universal, right? I think his enfeeble was buffed quite a bit. I think he's very strong. I think it was the first time that I saw the Bane being played mid was by Thompson. Probably in one of his pubs, because he's a player that likes to try out a lot of things, and I feel like it was very strong. But I'm assuming this is not going to be mid Bane. This is probably going to be Hockey's hero.
I mean, it's still up in the air, but most likely, like judging from the players, it's probably a Hockey hero.
Yeah.
Because the Darkseer definitely you can kind of tell. Okay, it's gonna be off lane.
Yeah.
The Vayne you can't really tell yet. But what do you think about the Darkseer Gyro matchup as a Gyro fanatic and a fanboy?
Storm Spirit.
I think just because the Jakiro is in the lane, I don't think Darkseid is any sort of problem. You can always get rid of that Iron Shell creep quite fast. You counter push the wave that is coming through, and the Darkseid cannot get up to the shenanigans that he would usually get up to in cutting waves with the gyrocopter around, because this Gyro does not care about tanking creep waves, right? He has flat cannon, he can get rid of the creep wave, so he can actually farm quite easily without taking too much of damage, regardless of whether Darkseid gets the creep cut off or not. What happens is a lot of carries, they take so much of damage if your creep wave is not there. You're taking up a lot of the enemy creep wave, and you don't want to drag them under the tower because you tend to miss. You can miss large hits under the tower. I feel like Gyro deals with the Darkseer reasonably well. Depends on who he has to, the other support who is there to lane also. But overall, I feel like this lane is fine. The Gyrocopter, Jakiro, I feel like it's an okay lane.
Yeah, Darkseer doesn't like to, he wants to be up close and personal, and these heroes can, can keep the distance. So we see after the Bane pick, Origin Unknown responds with Earthshaker and Storm Spirit. So quite a good hero pairing, just because the Storm can go in and the Earthshaker is always there to back him up with echoes, fissures, and all these things. And then Team Boomers picks up the Slark. So I was there. I can tell you, Delo is a position 4 player, probably the highest ranked player in Sri Lanka, ever in the history of Sri Lanka.
Yeah.
But for this, since we don't really have a carry player, he took up the role of carry and he was like, yeah, I'll do anything. And this was what he wanted. And also, I thought it was good because, I thought it was decent because he has the Shadow Dance to save, and the Gyro can't really hit people in Shadow Dance, right?
Yeah. But don't you think it's bad also at the same time just because of Earthshaker Jakiro?
Yeah, there are definitely heroes that counter it for sure, like the Earthshaker, Jakiro. But you have to consider that Slark is also good against Storm. The pounce really messes him up.
True. So last pick, Earth Spirit, this is a hero that I haven't seen a lot mid in the recent time. I feel like it's a very niche pick. What was going through your head when you pick it? You played it, right? So, but what was going through your head with the pickup?
I was just thinking we need a hero that can play in the early game with Darkseer. So in my head, I'm just thinking either Ember Spirit or Earth Spirit. Obviously, Ember I'm more comfortable with, but looking at the lineup of Origin Unknown, Ember doesn't have a good time against these heroes.
Yeah.
He doesn't like to, Gyro doesn't really care about his slides. Storm has a really good lane against him, can always jump onto him, maybe build an early Orchid and also all these things. Earthspeed is a bit more tanky, he plays a bit more different, he just goes in, he's tanky enough.
Yeah.
And also he provides a lot of utility for the team, kind of a lot of chaos. That is why, that's why I decided to go with the Earthspeed instead of maybe an Ember or something like that. And also you can see that they had some good bans. They banned Puck. I would have considered Puck as well. Queen of Pain, not so much. Yeah.
Puck. What happened to Tinker though? Did he fall off? Do you think it's just bad right now?
I think Tinker is probably only picked in the best Tinker game and also for Tinker specialists, I don't think this is the best Tinker game because there's Earthshaker, there's Storm.
Yeah. So they finalized their draft with a Rubik. It's an okay Rubik game. I feel like you have decent skills to steal, but also at the same time, a lot of these heroes can close the gap, and Rubik might run into trouble. Slug just has Rubik for breakfast, and then even the Earth Spirit can easily close the gap and get rid of these troublesome heroes. But overall, I think it's a decent Rubik game because you have good stuff like Fiend's Grip, which can easily steal always, and even the Death Ward for that matter if you're quick enough. But Death Ward you can always on your Wood Restoration. But I think main thing is that you have that Fiend's Grip, which can always that's a guaranteed steal. And then,
yeah, exactly. It's not the most tasty Rubik game, but it's appetizing enough for you to want to pick it. And you can't really go wrong with this hero. It does damage, it has good disable, has a decent lane. So it's a safe pick overall.
Yeah. I mean, I like the hero. I'm a massive fan of the hero. I have so many games on the hero. It's just a really fun hero to play as well. And all right, so we are starting up the game. So we have y'all were called boomers, right?
Yeah, we call boomers. Yeah.
Okay, so we have boomers on the Radiant side with Origin Unknown on the Dire side. Wait, why is my cam very buggy?
Oh, these are probably my settings.
Oh yeah,
Is it?
should I reduce it somewhere there? Okay. I mean, yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Lot smoother. There you go.
Yeah.
That's really fast, by the way. Like, what is your APM? That's like, oh, holy moly.
I like to keep it on max speed. I'm just so used to that.
Okay.
I just feel like I can like move wherever I want to faster. I don't know. It's just how I played forever. I haven't really messed around with my camera speed settings. I just put it the max and I forget about it.
All right. So starting things off, no real rune contest by the looks of it. At least for the time being, there's quite some time left, but looks like nobody wants to really
Dire going towards bottom and Radiant, so they're just mirroring their moves. We'll see. I think possibly the Dire has a stronger lineup for the level 1 fight.
Yeah.
They have the Rocket from Gyro, the Fissure, while the Radiant doesn't really have that that many great spells.
Did Slug get a glimpse of I think the Gyro?
I think it's possible because he has good night vision, right?
Yeah. I think he might have just got like a small glimpse of him. Immediately backed off. So runes are going to be traded early on, 2 each for either side, and the lane's Gyro is going to go top, I guess. Yeah, he's going to be taking it. So bottom lane is going to be Shaker plus Rubik, and the Jakiro is going to go top as well. And the top lane is going to be Bane coupled up with the Darkseid. I think it's an okay lane. There's always a save. It's very hard to go on either of these heroes. You have the Surge to get the Bane out, and then you have the Nightmare to try and save the Darkseid. They do try to go on either one.
Yeah, this is a weird combo.
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
No. I think mid lane is going to be the fun one. I don't think it's the easiest of lanes for Earth Spirit, right? Being a melee hero against a Storm Spirit.
It's not. It's not definitely. I mean, and also this guy, 6. He's a good player. He laned pretty well the first couple of waves as well. But Earth Spirit's first spell, the Boulder Smash, it does extra damage to creeps. So like you have an really easy time like clearing the wave and stuff like that. So it's not bad. I would say it's like a 60-40 in favor of Storm.
Yeah.
But Earth Spirit shouldn't really have many issues getting the farm he needs. And also you have to be very careful of Earth Spirit, like when you're bringing the creeps up to his tower, because he can just roll into you and kick you back into the tower. Yeah. I was gonna say the reason like this Darkseer Bane combination is not really a popular one, or it's not something you think to combo with the Darkseer, but it's just that Hockey is not really a position 4 player.
Yeah.
It's just that he's forced to play it, so he just really wanted to play Bane.
Yeah, because I feel like he can't even like Nightman hit someone because the Darkseid Iron Shell is just
this discussion was had. Yeah, yeah, he can't even Nightmare.
Yeah.
But I mean, so far the Darkseid is doing pretty well on the CS, and Gyro only has 3, so doubling up on the CS already, and 6 denies on the Darkseid as well. So the first wave is going pretty bad for the Gyro, and I think if Darkseid builds a big enough lead, like the shells are. Like if he runs on him with the shells, it's pretty annoying to deal with. Like if he runs with the creep wave, it's gonna be pretty annoying for the Gyro to deal with.
Weirdly enough, I'm not sure why he is falling so far behind, but also Darkseid has that added advantage of being a universal hero, right? This hero, like
Exactly.
You get so much of stats and so much of damage out of these, like damage, HP, you name it, like everything just comes. I think universal heroes overall are just really good in this patch. There are so many universal heroes which are really strong,
especially early in the lane.
Yeah,
and like obviously, Invoker got changed into a universal hero, which
that
makes
hero is just so strong now.
Yeah. Bottom lane, what do we see? I mean, we see pretty even CS between the Slark and Earthshaker. Earthshaker is also another like strong hero in the lane, just because you can keep spamming your second spell, and that's a guaranteed last hit. It's such low mana, and like especially against melee heroes, he has extremely free lanes. But Delo doing well so far to have 9 CS. Keeping up with the Earthshaker.
Yeah.
Haven't really seen any attempts to pull yet.
I think because the waves have been stagnant for the most part. I think even top lane the wave has been
Yeah.
very stagnant around this area. Mitsuki has been pushing out, and obviously top lane we might have an engagement onto the dark side, but I don't think it is a kill opportunity. We have the blood grenade going out as well, but there is no more mana to follow up. Sekiro does have a mango, but I don't think the kill
Good harass.
potential is there. Yeah, decent harass. Gives Mitsuki some breathing room since he was falling behind CS there.
Yeah, definitely. Looking at mid, I mean, it's pretty close. Storm Spirit getting a slight advantage. I mean, this is how this lane is supposed to go.
Yeah.
I don't think we're gonna see much kill threat here unless the Storm plays very like reckless and comes up the high ground.
Yeah.
To the tower, which he's not doing. I think he's going for the bounty zone. Happy to maximize his farm.
Viren might be in a little trouble here. We have the gyrocopter Mitsuki going on Viren. He does have another rocket barrage in a couple of seconds, but decides not to chase. Jakiro was not in position to be able to help him out there.
Yeah, and this is an interesting matchup because I mean Mitsuki has been one of the best carry players in the country, and also I mean Ganem. Sage Mice, I should say, on the off lane. Oh, first blood.
Yeah, I think he was just playing on low HP a little bit too confidently there, and Xiaoban, the damage coming out from his enchant totem, coupled up with the Fade Bolt. That's a lot of burst damage. That's a level 2 Fade Bolt. That's I think.
Yeah, I think he was trying to stop the pull. And he got punished for it.
So, first blood, he's going to be very happy. I think who picked it up? Xiaoban picked it up. Xiaoban is going to be very happy. He's going to.
That is massive for him.
Yeah, he gets his.
Already a good lane, and like the Earthshaker is off to like a crazy start. And I mean, if you look at the Radiant lineup, they have 3 melee cores. Like Earthshaker is just salivating at that.
Yeah.
He loves that.
Meanwhile, Rubik might be in a little bit of trouble. The cast flies out. There is no Melodic. The heal is going to go out. Blood Grenade is going to be there as well. Slark still trying to chase. He needs to be careful. Pops the one. Akuna on low HP. Pops the Fairy Fire as well. Does he get out here? No way.
Oh, the jukes.
He juked around.
Oh, I think he's actually okay.
He's okay. The Fisher is going to be there as
okay,
well.
wow.
No, that's a lovely juke coming out. And Delo is going to be in a lot of trouble here.
Slark might be dead here.
One more right click. And yeah, he does go down. Good God, what a play coming out from Akuna there. Just juked around, manages to get the Slark in return, and I think Delo was just so frustrated that he couldn't get the kill chased under and ended up dying.
Super cool jukes from the Rubik, and also that's really bad for the Slark. I mean, does he have his TP up? Because if he doesn't, that's really sad times. Okay, he luckily just has it up. But still, this is not going well for him.
Meanwhile, the Viren might be in a little trouble. He gets taken out. Might have been just roaming around trying to see where the stacks are. I think Krim was trying to stack there, maybe. I'm not entirely sure what Hockey was doing there.
Not sure either. Maybe he was trying to go for bounty rune play. Or maybe he just got chased by the Jakiro and the Gyro.
Yeah. So meanwhile, Storm has been into the jungle and out. He has been farming. Misses out on the rune, but Rubik is there, so good rotation coming out from Akuna there, securing the rune, or rather denying the rune for you basically as that situation. Good support.
Yeah, the Rubik is having a lot of impact right now. I mean, he has made his presence felt in the bot lane, and also like taking that arcane rune from an Earth Spirit. Earth Spirit with an arcane rune is scary. Like his spells are such low cooldown and so much like small damage and slow, like they slow as well. Like an arcane rune would have been deadly at that stage. So amazing work by the Rubik to deny it.
Yeah, I think presence of mind. I think that's a meanwhile bottom lane we might have an engagement. Chansika is going to be a lot of trouble. The cast flies out. It bounces across. Xiaoban has the stun. Still healing away though. The rotation comes out from the Earth Spirit. They will second the kill onto the Rubik as well as Xiaoban. So Delo recovering the lane thanks to the rotation coming out from Mr. Earth Spirit here. Yeah.
That was a bit of I mean, fair play to them. Like they just wanted to like capitalize on the advantage, but they have to be very careful once the mids get their sixes. That's when they want to like make a rotation, and you have to keep in mind like the TP situation and all that. So they just got a bit unlucky, but maybe they should have been a bit more vigilant, about diving, especially against a hero like Earth Spirit, who just like he loves to rotate, right? He wants kills. This hero wants kills. He wants to rotate. He doesn't like just farming in a lane, you know.
Is this the way that the Witch Hunter is played? Like, don't you get the Maledict at all? Like, do you play with the Voodoo Restoration?
I think it's lane dependent. If you feel like you can win the lane and get kills, then you go for the Maledict. But if you feel like it's more of a defensive lane where you just want your character to farm, then you take the heal. It's situational.
Mid lane, just a bit of chip damage being traded.
Yeah, you know, the Spirit's just doing Spirit shenanigans. And see Slark go down again. This time because Earthshaker, yeah, he gets his 6. Yeah, he gets his 6 before the Slark.
This guy might be in a little bit of trouble as well. The fissure on the wrong side, so Shaban is not going to be able to close the gap, but the Storm is going to be here. The stun is going to be there, not going to be good enough. He's going to get chased down by the Storm Spirit, so both the heroes goes down on the bottom lane. And unfortunate, the Slark is definitely not having a good time. He did pick up a double kill, but he's still not happy.
This is despair for the Slark, really. I mean, it's not the worst, but not ideal either.
Yeah, meanwhile,
and
Krim is chasing down Viren, but yeah, the Nightmare just gets immediately taken out with the Iron Shell. But Krim might be in a little bit of trouble here, but the Ice Path, lovely Ice Path catching out both the heroes. Viren will go down, and now Sagemeister is going to be in a little bit of trouble. Akuna is going to be rotating in. This at the Fate Port. The call down is going to be there, but the rotation coming out from the Earthquake will secure the kill on the Gyrocopter. And Rubik Iron Shell, the ball is going to be there. They will pick up the kill onto the Dark Seer. But the Slark joins the fight as well, and the Earth Spirit picks up a double kill. Good rotation coming out. I mean, looked very dicey until the Earth Spirit showed up. I think overall, I think they're going to be very happy. Slark gets the Agi charge as well, which is important.
Yeah, I think Slark now is just looking to get any kills he can find and like stay away from the Earthshaker just because he can't really lane there, because whenever he goes up to get a CS, he's just gonna get stunned and hit for like half his HP, you know? A quarter of his HP, I should say.
Yeah, because there's maxed out Enchant Totem as well. Shaban is just having the time of his life on this bottom. He almost has his Blink Dagger up as well.
Yeah, we're looking at 11 to 12 minute, you know, Blink Dagger timing on an off-lane Earthshaker. That's scary times, you know? And despite these kills that... I'm just gonna refer to myself in the third person as the Earth Spirit. Okay. Despite these kills that the Earth Spirit got, I mean, still the Dire has a 1k goal lead, so
yeah,
and leading in kills as well. Storm picks up a rune, Illusion. Not Storm's like favorite rune, but it definitely the Illusion rune is a nice rune to have.
Yeah, allows you to take. I mean, obviously it refills the bottle, and then again you're able to destroy stuff. But meanwhile, Earthspin does go on Krim, who walks up a little bit too much alone here, trying to deward. Will get caught out. Will get the deward here at least. Meanwhile, Earthspin gets jumped on Storm. I'm not sure that was the jump. Will get slowed up as well. Does not have a lot of mana. But I mean, Earthspin does have 21 charges if he wants to go for this dive. We had chance of coming in as well, but decided against it.
Yeah, the Storm just had a bit too much mana for the Earth Spirit to commit. Like, it was not going to be a kill, especially because he doesn't have his ult either.
Yeah, and no geometric grip as well for the silence, and really easily gotten out, I guess. Bottom lane, I mean, Viren needs prepping here, probably right now calling to help to try and defend this, I guess. But we have more heroes being brought into the bottom lane by Origin Unknown to take this tower securely, bring in the numbers here.
This could be an interesting fight if the Radiant does decide to defend. So who do we have TPing? We have the Darkseer TPing in as well. Does Earth Spirit have a TP? Because that could really turn the tide in favor of the Radiant. He does.
Meanwhile, Viren does get caught out. The telekinesis back into the Ice Path as well. Immediately bursted down. So
yeah, disrespecting the Dire a little bit. I think he just didn't want them to know that the Darkseer is here, but he pays for that with his life.
So Glyph goes out as well. Still, the tower hasn't been taken. We still have the TP on the Earth Spirit to be able to rotate in. Xiaoban has the Blink Dagger. This is something to watch out for. He does have the Echo Slam up as well. He's already prepping for BKB. So Darkseer now shows his presence. Will be walking forward, trying to defend this. Will end up probably denying this tower. I think it's a deny range. But Earth Spirit is now going to be joining the fight. I think
this is really good for the Slark though, because his rough lane has been kind of like offset now. He's actually ahead of the gyro in net worth, despite his lane being not so great. So the Slark is loving this, like about 2 to 3 minutes of play that we've had so far.
Yeah, he has been left alone. He has picked up his Midas, which is going to amplify his farm
Yeah.
even more.
I'd like to see the dire smoke with the Earthshaker Blink Dagger because the Radiant doesn't know.
I think it was seen, right? I think it was seen bottom lane.
Oh really?
Yeah,
Okay.
I think if anyone clicked on Shauban, they would have seen. Because he revealed the dagger bottom lane while when he went to hit the tower. He had the dagger on. So.
Oh, okay, my bad. Okay, but yeah, they do smoke. Let's see how much they can get out of this because Earthquake with the Blink Tag is a good time, but then the Radiant does their own smoke towards
Gyro
the
might
top
be in a bit
lane.
of trouble.
Yeah, I think they have their
Yeah,
sights
this is a
set
dead
on the
gyro.
gyro. This is probably death if he... Oh, but the smoke gets broken.
Oh, the roll in.
Nice
lovely
roll. Nice
Captain
roll by me, thank you.
They do have the pink ship ready, but
Oh,
the Earthshaker
man.
jumps in with the Echo Slam onto two heroes. Mitsuki still surviving, and the Earthspirit is going to be taken out here. A good ultimate by Chansika on that Witch Doctor, but the Stormspirit is going to be jumping in onto the Bane. Bane will get taken out. We do still have the Electric Vortex if he wants to use it. Goes in for that as well. So 3 heroes get taken down. They do end up losing the 2 cores. And I think it, in my books, I think it's still a win for you guys, right? I mean, you got 2 cores and ended up losing 1 core and 2 supports. I feel like
3
it's
for
okay.
2 trade. Yeah, I think that was a good trade for the Radiant. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's okay. Just because it's 2 cores for the 2 supports that you lost, so.
Yeah, I think there was just a slight, like a few seconds of basically the Radiant supports just do damage over time, right? But Earthshaker doesn't give them that time. He just jumps in and gets an amazing Echo Slam followed by the Macropire, and that's just too much damage to live through. But we see Earth Spirit pressuring the mid tower. This is, and it's quite a bit of damage. Storm pops the regen rune. Still Slark free farming though, and now going to the top of the network, we see a go on the bottom lane.
Bottom lane, yeah, Darkseid is going to be in a little bit of trouble. I don't think he had the surge, but didn't give them opportunity. The magic missile was there, as well as the electric vortex followed up by the storm spirit there to secure the kill.
That was the Orchid reveal by Storm. I think it's a good choice this game because he needs to silence one of the supports. And we see Earth Spirit going in on the gyro.
The Fiend Slip is going to be there immediately cancelled by the Earthshaker. The call down is going to be deleted for the time in Macropire onto 2 heroes. And a lovely ice path as well. Chansika going to be in a little bit of trouble here. Voodoo Restoration keeping him alive. Slark jumps in onto the Gyrocopter and will finally take him out. They do pay for it. They got the Darks here, but they end up losing Mitsuki in the process. I mean, Slark is loving this. He just got a stack of agility as well. Like I said, he was free farming. He has Midas up, has the Echo Saber now. Top of the net worth. I mean, both the cores, Earthspirit as well as the Slark, both on top of the net worth here.
And also, the Slark, more importantly, is 1,300 ahead of the Gyro. You know, Gyro, he prefers to be ahead, and he's generally always just ahead, right? Because he generally wins the lane, and then he can just fall back into the jungle, maximize efficiency. So that bit is a bit concerning for the Dire, but they still have the better team fight.
I think yeah, we do have the roll in, but just kicks him out, realizing that there might be support coming in, but Storm jumps in onto Viren here, gets pulled in, and Viren will end up going down here. The Ice Path is going to be there as well. Is there support coming in? Slark is also around the area. He does not have the Shadow Dance up, so he does not want to commit to it. I think otherwise, maybe Storm would have been a kill because he was low on mana, but without the Shadow Dance, it's just way too risky, I guess.
Yeah, I think the Earth Spirit misplayed there. I think he could have gone back in because Storm was low mana, but he was just maybe he was just concerned that there were more heroes behind the Storm.
To be fair, there was, but I think the Storm was just a little bit out of position after the zip in there.
Yeah, exactly. And maybe with the Slark, they could have killed.
Bottom lane, the Earthshaker blinks out, gets rocketed up, go for the time being. Slark in the meantime goes on to the Jungle Ice Path, keeping him at bay for the time being. The Macropire going to be used as well. Slark is not going to have an easy kill, getting this kill, but the rollback in from the Earthspirit will secure it. Slark now on to 4 permanent agility stacks. And Gyro, in the meantime, looking to get his items up. He's still a reasonable amount away from it. He's around 1,500 I mean, sorry, he's
Yeah.
around, 1,000
Yeah.
behind.
The concerning thing for Radiant, I mean the Dire Origin Unknown, is that the gyro is not hitting the timings, because at the end of the day he is most of their damage. Like
Right,
Storm.
bottom lane, they are trying to go onto the dark side. This time is going to be there. They're coming the Echo as well, but just a little bit too tanky and lovely back wall into the two heroes.
Oh, but no
it's
follow-up.
not going to be any follow-up from the team. They will claim that bottom tower as well. Shaman picks up another. He was so tanky there. Oh, he has Mech and Vanguard. Okay, makes sense now. I was wondering why
Yeah,
he
Mech
just
Vanguard. He also has a cloak.
Yeah.
He's just buying everything. He's buying all the
Literally,
everything to attack. I mean, he has to sort of be a pseudo frontliner for the team. They don't really have anyone else. I mean, the Earthspeed as well can do it, but he just wants to go in and out, right? He doesn't want to.
Completely.
He doesn't want to always. Yeah.
I mean, probably can after the BKB, but right now, farming for it. Stormspeed jumps onto the Earthspeed. The Orchid as well as the police will be the Ice Spot to follow up as well by the Blazeman. Stopped in the Stormspeed for the time being, loses all his mana, and now the Earthspeed tries to re-engage this out on the roll. The Vampire holding things for the time being gets lifted up. A bit too aggressive, I think. If he hit the roll, would have got the kill, but in the meantime, the follow-up is going to be there. Chances are going to die here as well, but Stormspeed actually ends up going down.
Yeah, I think the Death Ward.
The
Maledict Maledict and the Death Ward got him. I think still a good trade for the Dire though, and they get another kill. Stolen Death Ward is nasty.
They will pick up another, so 3 heroes for the one that they lost. They're going to be happy with that. They pick up a core.
3 heroes and the tower, So the Radiant needed that. They really needed that. And now I think they are pulling, like with that, I think they're slightly ahead.
I think the 2 supports are just very far behind on the side of Boomers here. Viren hasn't been getting a lot done. What is with the 2 Wraith Bands instead of, I guess, a Brazier, maybe? I mean, I know he's universal.
I think, yeah, I think it's for the armor. For the armor and the attack speed. Because the Bracer doesn't give you as much armor as the Wraith Bands do. I think it's like plus 4 armor with the Wraith Bands.
I mean, it doesn't give you straight up armor, so 4 agility, which would be, sorry, 2 agility, plus 2 agility, right? Plus 2 agility, yeah. So not as much.
Yeah, but the Wraith Band, yeah, it gives you armor. So I think that's why he favored it over the Bracer. And also, maybe Bane wants to get those right clicks in. To be honest, like he's been playing this hero a lot, so probably has some idea of why the Wraith Bands are good. And I've seen this on other heroes that are not universal also. I see some players like Fishman from Entity, he just stacks Wraith Bands on Warlock. So I think it's just really good value, especially when the bonuses double at 2025.
What I don't get is, like, how is a Wraith Band giving, like, you have plus 2 armor, like in generic armor you have plus 2 as well as then 5 agility, which gives you more armor, right? Like,
yeah.
Is it like the, that's crazy,
yeah.
Bro. That's a lot of armor.
Yeah. Is it? No, I think the armor comes from the agility, no? Man, I should know this, but really I don't. I'm horrible with this stuff. But
that's Viren's department,
it gives armor. No, I should know though. It's embarrassing that I don't. But
no, what is confusing they show it like, if you see it, Wraith Band, it mentions the plus 2 armor plus the agility, right? In the Bracer, it says plus 2 agility but does not mention the armor.
Yeah. Let me just test this while we just focus on the game, and then we'll both learn something today, and everyone watching as well.
Yeah, indeed. But yeah, now it has just dulled down a bit the mid game. Or both the teams are just farming up the triangle, waiting for that next time to hit probably the BKB on the Earthspeed, which he gets probably going to smoke right after this. Yes, immediately smoking with this BKB. That's a good timing, and we'll look for an engagement. What does the Slug have at this point? He has the Aghanim's picked up, so another good timing. They are looking for the fight here, so they have hit their items, and right now they have secured Shard for the Jakiro. Probably not the greatest of shards, but you know.
I think it's good at sieging. It's a good shot sieging. Oh,
this is a dead storm. for sure the silence to come out, the pounce as well. The fissure is just not going to do anything at this point.
Yeah, great pounce by the Slark there, because like that's just a split second, you know, like you don't really have much time until the storm zips out.
Yeah.
So good smoke, big kill for the Radiant.
Indeed.
Kind of need to force the issue a bit with their new timing.
We have them going in for an engagement here. A lovely back wall, and we will find the gyro compress, but the Ruby goes down as well. Where's the Earthshaker here?
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Okay. So more value coming out. I don't know what they were doing there. I'm not entirely sure what the Jakiro and Rubik. Rubik, I guess, just caught up trying to help.
Yeah, I think they just banked on the fact that the Radiant would settle for the tower, and they tried to be a bit greedy and farm the ancients there. But yeah, they paid for that. I think that was a bit of a mistake by the Dire.
Yeah, and I think, did you since you were playing the Earthsplit, did you see anyone to roll in there? I didn't catch the fight. Did you see some?
No, that was just my, kind of intuition. Like I know, I just told my team, listen guys, they might be farming here, let's go. And lo and behold, they were.
I guess greed is a part of the game, and you would always expect someone to be greedy, you know? At least one person.
Yeah, because they only lost one hero, right? It's not enough to, oh man, we should completely leave the area.
Yeah.
But I think they should have, because that's like good teams will punish you for every advantage they can get, you know.
Yeah.
That Dota is a game of inches, they say.
Indeed. Small mistakes, definitely. It's not the big plays. I think it's very small things that end up making the game for sure.
Yeah, and the big thing is they got the gyro kill. So they got the storm kill and they got the gyro kill, while Slark is having a ball of a time. Now he is 2,000. I mean, he's just above 2,000. Yeah, above the gyro. So still, but then again, he has a Midas, so not all of that net worth is effective net worth. But you know, he has his items that he needs.
Yeah, I think Gyro is still going to be getting a reasonable amount of farm, but the problem is the Gyro should have been a lot far ahead of the Slark, considering the fact that Slark had a really bad lane. Also though, Gyro didn't have the best of lanes either, but if you remember right, the Darkseer was having a really good time in that lane. A lot of denies early on, so Gyro wasn't having the best of times either, but at least he didn't die in the lane. He was still getting that farm that he needed. But the initial
and I think
he suffered.
Yeah, exactly. And I think the Dire maybe should have tried to make a move. I think it's a bit too late now. The smoke should have been done as soon as the Gyro and Storm respawn, because the Radiant BKBs would have been on cooldown, maybe Slark Ultimate on cooldown as well. So I feel like it's a bit late, but we'll see what happens. Oh, we see the Earthsplit going for the double damage rune.
We get caught up there, the silence is going to be there, the Echo Slam to follow up, they're putting everything on this Earthsplit, and will end up taking him down. I think, yeah, you had the BKB there, but didn't give an opportunity to be able to pop it. Greed for the DD gets punished heavily. I mean,
this is what I told my team afterwards. I was like, okay, guys, it's okay, guys. I got the DD. They don't have the DD anymore, and they use every spell.
Yeah.
Which is not true. They just use Echo and Macropire, but you know, it's all about keeping the morale up, you know.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I get it as someone who used to try and I mean, I used to do the opposite as well. I used to bring down my team also, to be fair. Wasn't the best in that sense.
It's okay, let's focus on the positives, Ashik. I'm sure there were more positives. I'm sure there were more positives from you as a leader than negatives. Come on. You've achieved some things in Sri Lankan Dota that no one has. So.
We used to trash talk the enemy team quite a bit, just to keep, even when we were losing, even when we were losing, we used to still trash talk, trying to keep our own morale up. It was it was
exactly.
It was not about shitting on the other team. It was more of trying to keep ourselves motivated enough to just still keep trying, kind of thing.
Exactly. All in all, though, that kill didn't net much for the Dire, but as you see a go here.
I mean, that's not an easy kill to get unless you have a lot of heroes. There, just way too tanky. Pipe, Vanguard, as well as Greaves. I think that's definitely not an easy kill. And I mean, standard Sri Lankan Dota, you always have a disconnect. You have a couple of pauses. It's always expected. If it doesn't happen,
we have a lot of sponsors to thank for that. The Ceylon Electricity Board, SLT, all that.
Speaking of which, speaking of sponsors, though, a huge shout out to the sponsors of the tournament. We had the platinum sponsor, Zentech, as well as our bronze sponsor. I'm sorry if I'm butchering the name. It's WSO2 and Eternum. I think the A is silent here. I think it's Eternum. I'm really sorry. And then we
Okay.
have our gold sponsor Vestoria, as well as innovation partner 99X as well. And a massive shout out to Cutting Edge for the tournament. I mean, solid stuff. We always want Dota tournaments, more Dota tournaments. We are all happy. So keep doing it, guys.
And yeah, I mean, as a player, I just want to say, tournament, all the communication was pretty smooth, no issues. So as far as player experience goes, it was really good. Everything started on time. Yeah, so really solid tournament overall.
Sadly enough, I was supposed to take part, at least as a substitute, because I'm no longer capable of playing competitive. I was planning on playing as a sub, but yeah, Abdul has always spaced out and forgot to register, so ended up not playing.
Oh no! I mean, you guys would have been like
yes,
a
so
good addition to the competition, man.
Team was, I think it was Abdul, Radio, Amrut. It was a decent team. I think. I think they managed.
I mean, yeah, you guys could have like challenged for the finals. I think.
Yeah, I think that would have been a tough one because none of us really played Dota other than I think Abdul, who still plays it like a prayer. He still grinds on it, but no one else like really puts that much time into the game. But yeah, would have been fun for sure.
Okay, I mean, same goes for us. We just play the random normal game, like maybe once a day. We play like a normal game, because nobody wants to deal with the stress of
honestly, man,
ranked Dota.
I think we're too old for the ranked Dota stress, for the grind.
But don't you think Dota is its most fun when you're playing a very competitive, super close game, super long, super intense, like you're not sure what to do, or it's like like the game's like you're not sure how to end the game and everything. So
yeah,
sure. It's yeah.
But what happens is in normal, like it's very rare that you run into a game like that in your ranked games. It's either a complete stomp or you get stomped, right? I don't think it's a very rare situation where you'll have this really interesting game that you can.
Yeah, exactly. Like nobody likes stomping or getting stomped. Exactly.
Yeah. So even being the stomper, you feel like I mean that was just too easy. You don't have the satisfaction of the win that you would really need after like a tough game. So yeah, I think tournaments is the only way that you can feel good about playing like really stressful Dota.
No, I mean, even if you're playing those games online, it just feels so good to win. I mean, even losing a close game, you're like, okay, that was fun, we tried, know. But winning obviously is the best feeling ever. Like if you win one of those close games. Also, we see Bane picking up a Glimmer Cape, and we have the game going up again. So what are the teams going to do? I think Earthspeed is going towards the Roche pit. I'm not sure what this guy is doing. He can't do anything to Roche.
Has a DD room, though. Probably thought that he can vacuum up all the time,
So the sad part is the roll doesn't work on Roche. So, otherwise, you could have stunned him to death. So, theoretically.
Storm is pretty far behind right now. I mean, he's still up with the Earth Spirit, but you want to have your BKB up. I mean, you want your Storm to be a little bit further ahead, I feel like. Did get caught out a couple of times, ended up dying. He's 4-2-4. Haven't been really able to flash from either. But overall, I mean, it's okay. I think Storm BKB is what Origin Unknown is going to be waiting for. I think that's going to be the timing. But
yeah,
I mean, you guys have other plans here, smoking up here, going into the jungle here, looking for a pick. Jakiro might be the first one to get caught here, but no, they do find one here. It's going to be the Earthshaker. It's going to be a massive pick. BKB pop, but it's not going to be good enough at all. Gets bursted down. The BKB was a little bit too late. He was stunned up. And managed to get out, but Jello is hungry, going to be going in for the double pounds. The roll coming through as well. After going to be a little bit of trouble. The slow is going to be there as well with the silence, and they will pick up another. That's another agility point going Slut now up to 7 with this BKB picked up as well, on top of the Shard as well as the Aghanims. I mean,
this Lark, he is the strongest hero in the game right now. I think that's why the Radiant smoke, and they just wanted to use that advantage, and they got 2 kills, but no map control to come off it. I think the Storm did a really good thing in response, which was to cut the creep wave top,
Yeah.
which halted the Radiant's push. So not too bad, but still small victory for the Radiant.
Is under attack.
And now
We see
Jakiro's
Slark.
still. Okay. At
Oh,
least
the Watcher.
Watcher.
You know, these Watchers are the... I'm not a fan. Like, they're just annoying. As a mid player or as a core player, you just want to do the maximum efficiency thing, you know, like go from camp to camp, farm. But then you see this Watcher and you're like, oh man, I have to take this. I'm wasting my time. That's 3 seconds or like 2 seconds. I don't know. But supports like it, I guess.
Witch Doctor was a bit out of position there, but obviously they don't have vision in the area. I'm not sure, but something about doing that, just randomly standing there for a moment. I was like,
I think she was window shopping. She was next to the shopkeepers. Like, oh, what should I buy?
What did she end up buying? I don't think she bought anything from the secret shop.
No, exactly. She was window shopping, the classic. You know, we go to a mall just to see what's there, and then we don't buy anything.
Buy anything and come back. Meanwhile, tier 3 items, neutral items are out. I really like the neutral items compared to what it was before. Now you get like a choice rather than being stuck with whatever you get and like trying to switch.
Oh yeah, that's an interesting aspect, yeah, of the neutral items. And also they removed everything that gave a dispel. That was a bit overpowered in my opinion. Because like to buy dispels, you'd have to spend at least 2,700 gold, which is like an Euros. And then the more expensive ones being like the Manta style, Lotus Orb, BKB, those things. But now that they removed it, I think that was a really good change. Because it makes certain heroes more viable, like Silencer and maybe even Earth Spirit.
Meanwhile, Roshan is not going to be contested by Origin Unknown here. They are going to be just... I mean, they understand that they are behind right now, that they are not in a position to take a fight. They need to get this Gyro's BKB right now. Getting pretty close to it. I think that might be when they are looking to fight. But the problem is, at this point, Stark has the ages to take the fight as well. And a BKB of his own. Depth Shout to be able to save teammates. Right now, tough situation for Origin Unknown to be. They need like some key pickoffs. They can't. I don't think their 5 vs 5 is just strong right now, unless like Earthshaker gets like an insane Echo Slam.
I agree, yeah. And also even with that insane Echo Slam, you have to consider the fact that they have the Bane save, they have the pipe and stuff, mech on the Dark Sphere. And also, does the Storm have his BKB yet?
Yeah, he does.
Okay, he does. They're just waiting on the Gyro BKB before they really make these 5-on-5 moves.
Okay, so they do have it now.
I feel like if they're not defending, they should go farm somewhere, because right now I'm not sure what they're doing. Like right here, okay, they want to smoke. They want to take a fight. Fine.
They're waiting for the Earthshaker Lotus. Earthshaker got a Lotus delivered to him, so I was waiting for that, and now they want to try and take this fight. Witch Doctor might get taken out here, but probably not the target that we want to jump in on, get that smoke, but nevertheless they do get him here. But meanwhile the Earth Spirit rotates in and Mitsuki shows this BKB. They want to try and take as many as possible, but they're not really finding any kills here. Bane will get far out, lovely macro fire onto 2 heroes. Slark with the depth shot, keeping everyone alive for the time being. They will end up getting the Rubik here, and now Gyro comes to the BKB, has run down. Krim is going to be in a little bit of trouble. The Ice Wall will connect him for the time being. In the meantime, Echo Slam on the back line will manage to find Viren here on that bit. Buyback coming in as well from the Jet Hero here, trying to find the Slark. Slark off the BKB, manages to get out. And now the vacuum onto the hill on 2 heroes. Not the ideal position to be in, but in the end, they will end up losing the Darks here as well. Split, okay, he goes in onto the hill, will find the kill onto the Earthshaker there. Krim needs to be careful, he might be a dieback here. The age is still there for Delo, and he should be able to get out here. He does have another pounce. The Dark Rat might have been a little bit too early, but the silence is going to be there. Stormspeed needs to be careful. They will end up popping the ages here. They will have the follow-up here. The Ice Wall and nice part into the call down as well. The lift is going to be there. Delo manages to pop the Depth Shroud, or sorry, the Ghost Shroud for the time being, and will be able to double bounce, but a lovely Ice Part catching him out. Rubik will get in front, and they will find the kill onto Delo. Lovely Ice Part. So value buyback coming out from the Jakiro here.
I mean, that is some serious value from the buyback because I think he was hitting like 2 or 3 ice bars on this slug. Like,
Yeah.
so many. Really, really nice skill usage by the Jakiro. I think there was such a chaotic fight, and the Dai did a good job of kiting everything. Um, yeah, this Flark just couldn't kill the Gyro on time. And I think Earth Spirit was like preoccupied with the Earthshaker.
Yeah, I think
Maybe he
that's
should have been
also
helping this
relevant.
Flark, sure.
I feel like he has to keep the Earthshaker busy as well, right?
That should help.
Yeah.
Stop him from jumping the Slark with Yeko. I feel like that's okay. It's just that I don't think the Slark had the damage to be able to bring down the Gyro, and there were some lovely ice parts because even the ice part right here, catching out the Bane and the Slark both, so the initial damage with the Slark jumping was
Yeah,
completely
true.
lost.
Yeah, that one as well. There were so many huge ice bars on Shakiro. MVP of that fight, for sure. Yeah, we see Slark with so much unspent gold. Like, you generally never want to do that to as a team. Like, you're seeing your carrier, one of your cores, having so much unspent gold and then taking a fight because like you're just giving away more gold to the enemy without having, you know, the items that you can buy. And the Tormentor gets taken. Rubik Shard, which is a good one. Yeah.
So, okay, guys, this is something that I see a lot. Do not go right on these, you know, Rubik talents. The land distance, it's so good. I mean, telekinesis cooldown. The only right I think that you're ever looking at is level 25, the telekinesis cooldown, and you definitely need the distance. I feel like the repositioning of that telekinesis is just insane, especially with Shard. The ability to save your teammates is just crazy.
Yeah. So why wouldn't you go the right side talent on level 10 though? I think it's plus 150 landing damage.
Oh yeah, I like that. Okay, sorry. So anything to do with telekinesis basically on Rubik. Don't go for the Fate Bolt, right? And the see now again.
Oh.
Like, yeah, no. I mean, it's okay, never mind. It's fine. It's whatever. I was just saying it, and he goes and does it, but
he's like, screw you, Tara. I'm gonna take that. But minus 25% on your stolen spells. I mean, that's a tough choice, honestly.
10-man disconnect.
Yeah, I think at this point the server just messed, like, you know, it disconnected. But don't worry, we'll be back.
Unfortunate.
I mean, luckily the game didn't end.
Oh yeah.
And it wasn't during a team fight or something like that, you know. That would have been stupid.
Now the problem is the game would have ended if okay, thank God, okay, he paused because what happens is if at least one player is on, I think, the Dire side, the game would have ended if all 5 players on the Radiant side is not there. I think there is like I don't know, 30 seconds, a minute.
Okay.
I'm not entirely sure. I don't know whether it happens in lobbies though. Interesting.
I think Valve was just releasing their update that they put yesterday. They were like, "Alright, guys, we're just gonna shake the servers up a bit."
Oh yeah, because the armory was or like this. What was it called before? Now I call it armory. I can't even remember what it was called before now. God damn.
I think it was called Armory. Yeah, it was called Armory. Yeah.
It was called armory, right? Okay. Yeah. So the armory was changed. The outlook a lot better. Thank you. It's more organized. Finally.
Yeah, it's so organized. Like, it's so easy to use and stuff like that. Wow, like what a quality of life change. So I think
It
that's
took
the
them 10
biggest.
years, but we got there. You know. Good job, guys.
I mean, beggars can't be choosers, you know.
I mean, it's a free-to-play game.
Yeah, exactly. And I think, I mean, like, we have to commend them when they're doing a good job, you know.
Yep.
Like, obviously there are times when they've dropped the ball and they do things slowly, Valve. But you know, when they do good things, we should commend the good work and the effort.
Yeah.
And this update was definitely, like, you know, lots of good things. And it's like so many changes to the communication, like the behavior score and like all these different things.
And to be fair, like among a lot of the developers and a lot of the games, I think Valve does the most when it comes to the core game of it. I think they put a lot of effort into the core game and keep everything else at like whatever, right? I mean, their biggest focus is just the game itself, and not a lot of the flair that goes around the game. I think that's something that has kept Dota running. I think just Ice Frog with his updates, keeping the game relevant and, you know, interesting as the, you know, years and months go by. I think that's very important for a game to last, and that's why it has lasted for so long. I feel like.
Yeah. And like these games like Dota, Counter-Strike, even League of Legends, they've had their player bases now for so long. Like, I mean, Counter-Strike is different because it was there for a long time, but let's say Dota and League, they've been keeping respectable player bases for more than a decade now, I think. And compared to other games like, let's say, something like a Fortnite or FIFA, like these developers like EA and stuff, they just kill their servers. Like they nuke the servers are not there anymore, people can't play. So like the fact that Valve and even Riot have, oh shit, I can't say that in a Dota cast now, but Valve
It's fine.
but Valve, keeping their servers up, it's a good thing. And obviously there's a huge fan following for this game still.
Meanwhile, we have another smoke coming out from the Boomers here. They are looking for a fight after not the best of fights with Aegis that they had. Meanwhile, Slug, the smoke gets broken by Akuna here, but Slug went jump. He's going wide across past the Rubik. Trying to look out. He will break. Meanwhile, we do have the Earthquake rolling in. The BKB are going to get popped. And the Slug will disengage for the time being, and so will Origin Unknown. But Slug just wants to go on the hunt here. BKB is going to get popped. The BKB on the gyrocopter is going to be over. The pullback, the Macropi is going to be there. Slug is going to be sitting on it and will nuke the gyrocopter down. And in the meantime, they will find a kill on the Witch Doctor, but the Storm Spirit will be able to TP out. So a support for a core, expanded pretty much everything other than the Echo Slam there. And I mean, I'm not sure what Delo is doing, but it really worked out because wasted the gyro BKB duration and was able to re-engage.
Yeah, I think he's just calling that, okay, I have my Scotty guys, let's go. Probably something like that. And he just wanted to like go in. These fights, it just looks like everyone is going to die, but then you see like a 1-for-1 trade.
It looked
really
very
good
chaotic.
trade for the Radiant. Yeah, really good trade for the Radiant though.
Gyro though, he has his Daedalus up as well. I didn't check his items for some time, so Daedalus up right now, so
I mean, he has caught up with the network. Yeah. He has caught up with the network.
Oh, meanwhile, Storm is going to Mila Dropper. The silence going to get taken out by the Lotus from Shauban coming out. And now the Earthspirit does not have his BKB up here. He might get caught up. The Echo Slam going to get coming as well. Slug in the meantime will jump onto the Jakiro, who is going to get Grimmer kept up and a lovely save coming out from the Slug as well as Virendra, but ends up going down. So they will lose a core for a core here. Storm Spirit trying to get out. Slug is still on the hunt. Storm is out of mana here. There isn't another pounce for a couple of seconds, but Storm is out of mana, and this might actually be a dead Storm here. Gyrocopter is coming to the fight. The Storm Spirit will get forced up out the Rubik lift and push back as well.
Beautiful by the way.
Lovely body blocks coming out from Mitsuki. The Ice Path not going to be on point this time around at least, and they will get out. That looked a bit scary for the Storm Spirit for a moment there, but support coming in on time. That fight worked out just because of Death Shroud and Nightmare. Otherwise, I feel like that would have been a lot worse for
yeah, I think the Earthspirit would have died sooner, way sooner. I think the Nightmare was a bit of a was not that good because I think the Earthspirit could have gotten out if it wasn't for the Nightmare. But all in all, I think that was advantage Dire, right? Because they traded the Earthspirit for the Earthshaker.
Yeah.
And Gyro and Slug pretty much even now.
Yeah, okay, the lift up is going to be dead. Okay, the follow-up as well. The Ice Path and Slug is going to be so dead. The burst is there. I mean, yeah, Slug is playing very confident right now. He has Skadi, BKB, Depth Shroud ready. He thinks he can survive, but like, I mean, they have decent counters for the Slug, right? Like the Earthshaker, this instant disable, then the Rubik lift as well. You can follow it up with Vortex, Orchid. I mean, there's so many disables on top of each other, especially area of effect disables like the Ice Path as well as Fisher. It's not something that you can dark back out. So,
yeah, I think those he didn't respect the ability to kill him. They probably thought they can't. But now he's down and there's a push onto the tier 2 mid tower. And Gyro is pulling ahead now slightly of the Slug.
And he has picked up a Trickster's Cloak as well, trying to negate a lot of this magic damage coming out. Maybe he didn't have anything else, so I think overall it's good. A lot of magic damage coming out from the Earthspirit. We have the Bane, the Witch Doctor. technically Witch Doctor is pure, but the Dark's here as well. So I mean it's okay. And then just to reposition as well during the fight with the Trickster's Claw.
And also the evasion component, it's good against.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, Witch Doctor and Slark as well. Slark is not a hero that likes to go MKB. It's not in his natural build of items, you know. Like, if you were to, you know, make up the perfect Slark build, an MKB wouldn't be there, you know. So yeah, really good neutral item choice by Mitsuki, and he is ahead of the Slark now, very slightly. And like even when I was playing, or like, you know, we're at the 30-minute mark, I thought the Dire had a very strong late game
Slark
lineup.
is under ward. It's going to get spotted out. There is a jump in coming in from the Storm Spirit. Slark is going to be a little bit trouble here. They are going to be jumping in. The Echo Storm going to get tempted as well. Slark will finally get busted down. They are trying to get up, but a lovely death mode coming out from the Witch Doctor will find the kill onto the Earthshaker. They're looking for more. Krim is going to be in little trouble. Earthspirit, the roll is going to be there. The ice path just stunning up 3, but he ends up going down. So a 1-for-2 trade. The buyback coming out from the Slark. This is going to give them Rosh. I feel like without the Earthshaker, they're not going to be able to contest the Rosh coming out from the Radiant side. Yeah, the Boomers are going to get a free Rosh here.
Ooh, I kind of missed that fight because... Wait. Give me a second.
All okay?
The feed was... I can hear the audio, but I have...
You don't have the feed.
Yeah.
Let me just stop it and stream it again.
Yeah, just restart it.
Is there a time limit? I don't think so, right? Okay, check if it's...
I mean, as long as it's normal, I don't think so.
See if it's there now?
Yeah, I got it back. Okay, so big fight for Radiant. I mean, could you just give me maybe like if you could give us a rundown of what happened?
Yeah, so Slark was under ward. I think it was calling the supports to deward, and the Storm Spirit just got a lovely jump in, managed to burst the Slark down, but the counter initiation was there because the entire Radiant team was smoked behind, and they were able to get the kill onto the Earthshaker as well as the Jakiro. And since the Slark bought back as well, they gave them a free Rosh, and the Earthshaker didn't really want to buy back into the fight since they committed the Echo as well. And yeah, basically a free Aegis given away. Not a free, I mean it costed a buyback, but they're still going to be happy with the engagement overall.
I mean, this gives Dire a win condition, right? Like, you know, kill the Slark, win the game. And this Gyro is critical mass, is at critical mass right now. Like, he has Butterfly, Daedalus. The only thing he doesn't have is his Satanic.
He's going to be eating these Aghanims and picking that up as well very soon. And yeah, quite dangerous. If left unchecked during the fight, going to be very deadly. Only thing is, they don't have like a really good frontliner on the Dire side where they, you know, take up a lot of this damage. Earthshaker in general does not want to be in your face. He wants to be able to get in, do the damage, and try to get out. Again, you don't want to be in the middle of the fight just soaking up all the damage. And his items haven't allowed him to do that either. I mean, you don't have any pipes, vanguards, any sort of utility item coming out from the Dire side as well. So, you know, bit of a problem in that sense. Meanwhile, the Earthspirit is going to be rolling in, trying to look for a pick here. You do see the homing missile onto the Earthspirit, but they are going to be disengaging. They don't want to take this Aegis fight, right? They want to take the fight in their own terms, so they are going to be backing off for the time being.
Yep, using the gate. So okay, decision by the Dire is that they don't want to fight into the Aegis. I mean, that's fair. And also they don't, and it's also on the Radiant side, right? Like that fight, even if a fight breaks out, the Radiant can just buy back and TP to that outpost or the tower. So I think super good. That was a good decision by Origin Unknown.
Yeah, definitely.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
But let's see. I mean, the Radiant is also forced the issue.
Oh yeah, for sure. They have Aegis. I mean, Nullify almost picked up on the Slark as well. They're quite happy with the position that they're in. Yes, the Slark doesn't have buyback, but with the Aegis, as well as the amount of saves that he himself has innately with the depth shout, the shadow dance, double pounds, all of that. It's not the easiest of heroes to bring down during the fight. So even if he does end up losing the ages, he can always maybe get out. You know, it is a very rare occasion where he will die twice, especially because Daya has to come in quite a bit to kill him as well.
Yeah, true. And also Earthshaker doesn't have the Aghanims which you normally see the Earthshaker, co-Earthshaker have, which gives him like a ton of mobility, ton of chase, repositioning. So yeah, that makes it easy for the Slug too. We saw Storm Spirit going for the Aghanim Scepter, which is quite good against the Radiant lineup. Just like we mentioned earlier, they have 3 melee cores. The Storm Aghanims could be huge. I mean, you call it a blue hole.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
So they do not contest that bottom tower push, so they end up giving it away. In the meantime, you have Slug going to the top end. Decent push, double card, does quite a bit of chip damage on the tower. Oh, free cheese.
So many flowers.
Yeah. What is that, 900 HP I think? 400, right? Yeah, gets 2 stacks of it, that's like, yeah, 900 HP. That's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing is he doesn't have slots, but he can just swap it out when maybe go back, swap it out, come back in, something like that. Have we hit the level 25s on the core heroes?
I mean, Slug has it. Mitsuki has it on the Gyro as well as the Storm Spirit. So more EXP on the side of Origin Unknown in terms of their cores at least.
And they just seem to be getting all the shards.
Yeah. I really didn't see Radiant go for the tournament. I think they took 1.
Yeah, I'm not sure why they're not putting more emphasis on that. Because they have.
I'm pretty sure Slug bought his. I think the Bane might have gotten one. I think the.
Okay, Darkseer has. Witch Doctor definitely has it. Like, Witch Doctor shard is probably one of the best in the game.
Yeah, that's crazy. Untargetable death ward, like, what is that?
Yeah, and it's like. Yeah, it's like a phase shift that does 10 million damage.
Yeah. Oh, Rubik. Shaban thought about it. He's holding on to it. I mean, even if you see, like, what happens is if Shaban did go for a Fissure, it might look like a commit, and then like you end up dying also because you don't want to. You have already lost the tower, and you don't really want to fight that into the edges as well, without objective to defend.
Yeah. Gyrocopter closing in on the straight ending. Okay. So now the Dire really should be looking to make some sort of move on the map and you know, try to maybe force the base. But then again, I don't think they're in a rush. I think their lineup scales better in the late game, just because they have the Storm Pool, they have Earthshaker, supports that do tons of damage, and yeah. I don't think heroes like Earthspeed and Darkseer are as scary as Storm and Earthshaker.
We might have the Earthspeed get caught, but the Beacon is going to get caught and they are trying to disengage. And an immediate disengage they can stay, but lovely whip there from the Bane, catching out the Storm Speed, going to get sent for the time being. He will get pushed back, he is going to get pushed back as well. In the meantime, Slug is going to go to work on Mitsuki here, Shadow Dance is going to get popped. They will lose the life of the Jakiro here. Jakiro immediately buys back. That's the second buyback, and lovely Echo Slab coming out from the Earthshaker, but where is the follow-up? There is going to be no follow-up. And the death bot from the Witch Doctor will claim the life of the Earthshaker. The turnaround is going to be the Slug dead for 125, but he has buyback up yet again. And now the Darkseer going to get caught up as well. Akuna, okay, waiting for the surge. Patience coming out from Akuna there, waiting for the surge to get popped before he lifted. Good play coming out from him. I was wondering what he was just doing there standing. He was waiting for him to pop the surge so that he can lift and stop it. But overall, a really good fight coming out from the Dire side here, and this might just be Rex.
Really good fight for the Dire, and I think the Storm group was good, but I think the Gyro is a big problem now, and they should probably save the grip for him. Might be a Rex, yeah, might be a Rex for the Dire. I mean, he's looking like a Rex unless Slug buys back.
Yeah. But I think they are missing like a very big component of the team fight. The group is going to be there onto the Gyrocopter here. Do they have the burst here? Does the Slug buyback is going to be the question. Storm jumps in, cancels it for the time being, and they will Dust Earth Spirit, trying to delay things as much as possible. Vishnotter is going to be back up, but they will end up losing their mid-rack save. This is going to be massive for Origin Unknown in terms of map control, as well as just, you know, overall claiming a set of racks here. That's going to be the first set of racks falling in the game.
Yeah, that's very big for them. Their lineup is really, you know, the strength of their lineup is showing right now. Even if the Storm or Gyro does grip, like the Rubik is always there to save.
Yeah.
I think what the Radiant needs is like is for the Gyro to be locked down and killed fast, but it's easier said than done.
Oh no, my man, Akuna. I mean, ay.
Minus 2 second fade ball cooldown versus what's the other talent?
The lift distance.
Oh,
that's plus 240.
Yeah.
With Ether Lens, that's like, I don't know, from like here to like here, like that's crazy. You know, giving that up, like, yeah. I mean, I used to be stupid about it until I started getting the plus 240 as well as the telekinesis cooldown with the Ether Lens, and I think I had an Octarine at that point. I think I was playing mid Rubik or something. I think I held the base for such a long time with just with telekinesis. Yeah. It's crazy. That distance is just crazy.
Yeah, and like 2 seconds on fade ball is not that much.
Yeah, it's 5 seconds actually. Yeah,
no,
5 seconds.
Oh, it's 5. Oh, okay.
Yeah,
but still.
Still, yeah. How long does it last for? Debuff duration of 10 seconds. So you can permanently have them fade bolted. Okay.
But I mean, it's like only the Slark that really cares about his right click damage, exactly. Right? And then he just dispels it.
I'll take that.
But age is claimed by the Dire. I mean, this could mean another set of racks, honestly.
But
and
what did
Gyrocopter has.
Aghanims? I think they got an Aghanims, right? Oh yeah, Jakiro was given the eggs. So
Jakiro Aghanims is really good.
Yeah. It's crazy now. You get like double ice parts on the side and like the width increases.
Ooh.
Yeah.
I didn't even know about the ice parts.
Yeah, because there's a storm on either side. With deal speed damage, Jakiro emits 2 walls of ice along the edges of the Magpie that slows enemies trying to cross it. So you can't technically get out of it. That's a 60% slow. Oh, lovely roll in. They will catch the Gyrocopter here, but he does have Aegis going to get gripped up as well. This might be Aegis pressure. And now the Macropie is going to be there, but the Slark is going to be on BKB, so he can be able to get out of it. Gyro is going to get walk out of it. He has Divine Rapier picked up now. They are going to go to work on this tier 3 tower. The buybacks are going to come out from the Earthshaker. Oh, Gyro has the BKB. He's going to be holding on to it. He pops it, finally pops it, and now with the Divine, he's going to go to work on everyone here. The Darkseer is going to be the one to fall. He will buy back into the fight. Jakiro here in the meantime has fallen down. He does not have buyback, and right now I think Dire needs to disengage. They did not get anything out of it other than the buybacks coming out. Will they re-engage is going to be the question.
They got the Aegis, Earthshaker bought back as well. Darkseer and Witch Doctor buybacks are not available. Slark also does not have buyback.
Slark did not buy back. He does not have the money for it. The Dire does not know. So what they guaranteed know is that Darkseer and Witch Doctor does not have it. They still have the Echo Slam to work with.
That is true. They have the Echo Slam and also the Gyro Rapier. Like if he goes unchecked.
Yep. Also technically Black Hole as well with the Storm Spirit.
Oh yeah, and the Storm is going to be careful with that.
The Aghanims from the Earth Spirit, but there wasn't...
But it was Lotus off, which good Lotus off, I think.
As a good play coming out from Sharpen, but he will get caught. He has walked back into the fight. He needs to be careful. Gets lifted up, safe for the time being. He's going to get caught. The Echo Slam, the 4 coming out from the Storm Spirit as well. Why is the damage? The Death Shot saving everyone for the time being. The main final will go down. He's going to be buying back into the fight. Chances of the lovely Death Shot coming out. They will lose the Gyrocopter as well. That's Divine on the ground. The Storm Spirit will end up falling as well. Who picked up the Divine? Why is the Divine?
I think they wanted the kills. So huge plays from the Slark, I think. Like that depth shot bought about 3 seconds of time, right? Something like that.
Yeah.
And where the Gyro was not life stealing. But man, how did no one die? Yeah, I mean, Depth Shroud, great spell, bought enough time, and then Slark just keeps hitting the gyro, taking his agility, taking stacks, and he eventually gets strong enough to just kill them once the BKBs are down.
Yeah, I think that fight was completely one-off of the Depth Shroud because they did not have BKBs on the side of Boomers, right? And that was a massive Echo Slam followed up by the call down coming out on top of it. And Gyro's damage was completely negated. That Flag Cannon damage was completely negated during that time with the Depth Shroud coming out. And within the Depth Shroud, Chansiga managed to get like a lovely death ward out, right? And there was no way to cancel it because the Jakiro wasn't there and Urshik had already used all of his skills. Meanwhile, Jakiro gets jumped on and the Slug just deletes the Jakiro and still no buyback and...
Oh, they have no buybacks at all on the Dire?
I mean, Gyro and the Storm has it,
oh,
but
Gyro
yeah,
and Storm
that's just
no Jakiro for 60 seconds. I think Jakiro made a big mistake by dying there. He shouldn't show himself. And I think the Darkseer picked the Rapier up. Obviously, everyone loves a Rapier Darkseer.
That normal punch, it's called normal punch, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Does it do your physical damage as well? I'm assuming
I think so.
Yeah, so... pretty good, not bad. I prefer
Not
to have
bad,
it on your Slug though, for sure.
Yeah. But 2 racks now. 2 racks for the Radiant. Slug's buyback is up. But so do the Dire. The Dire have their buybacks as well.
Yeah. I mean, at this point, net worth doesn't really matter. Like, you know, forget it. Buyback status is everything at this point of the game. I mean...
Yeah, buyback status and initiations.
I'm just wondering whether that was a throw by Origin Unknown, but I think more than it being a throw, I think it was just an outplay at that point. I mean, lovely Depth Shroud, saving 3 heroes there. I think...
yeah.
Hard
I
to say
mean,
it was a
okay,
throw.
they know the Slark. They don't know the Slark doesn't have buyback, but they definitely know that Darkseer and Witch Doctor don't have buyback, and only the Earthshaker didn't have buyback. So I think it's an okay fight to take, but yeah, they just got a bit unlucky, I think.
Yeah, because they still have the Echo up, right? And you have the Divine to back you up on top of it, I think.
Yeah, and also I think the Echo didn't hit the Slark, right?
Yep,
the
Slark wasn't in the fight. It was just the Earth Spirit, Darkseer, and the Witch Doctor. And I mean, the Echo alone is not enough, right? Because I mean, you have Pipe, beefy heroes,
yep.
The Darkseer as well as the Earth Spirit, and even the Witch Doctor I think has a Glimmer Cape. So yeah, decent amount of magic resistance coming out from all 3, and just really beefy there. So they didn't really have the burst and the Depth Shroud.
Oh, we have a smoke.
Oh. The smoke is going to get broken up. Brings forward. That's going to be the call down going to be used, and Akuna is just going to get deleted off. Meanwhile, Bane and lovely pulling coming out. That's
wow, that Vortex.
Vortex, lovely Vortex. That's the Bane and the Darkseer both dead without buyback. Dero's still trying to fight this. Dero does have buyback ready though. He's going to be moving out. In the meantime, that's going to be the Earth Spirit going to get pulled up. So that's going to get the roll cancelled as well. Gyro needs to be careful though. Falling down really low for that Blade Mill, but ends up bringing him down. So that's 3 heroes down on the side of the Boomers. Decent fight. Rubik ended up throwing away his life there for the team, but ended up working out really well. Lovely Vortex coming out from the Storm, catching out the 2 supports who did not have buyback, and the Macro Pyre on top of it. They really did not have any chance of getting out of it.
And crucially, that Vortex caught the Darkseer as well. I didn't think, like, the range which the Darkseer got pulled from was insane.
Does he have? No, he does not. I thought he might have like a Psychic Headband or something.
No, I don't think that... oh my god, if that affects the Aghanim's pull, like, that's crazy. But no, he doesn't have a Psychic Headband.
Yeah. I'm also not entirely sure whether he got effects or not. Maybe that's cast range, right? Not.
Radiant's middle tower is falling.
But the Radiant need to do something here because they are losing their base.
They are going to be jumping in. The Macro Pyre is going to be on top of the Slug.
The Gyro is dying.
Not a BKB for the time being. Gyro does not have BKB as well. Gyro is going to be in a lot of trouble here. He will finally get taken out. He does have buyback. He's going to commit for it. He will not, and they are going to disengage. So a throne surviving on a sliver of HP. It's at around half HP. Earthspirit is still looking for this Earthshaker. Earthshaker needs to be careful. Does have the Ogre's Totem to try and get out. He does have the big as well. Still no Aghanims on him. He's trying to TP out, and yes, he misses out. Good hiding inside the trees, using the fog for his advantage, and is able to get out. Has a jet pick up also. So
Yeah,
Divine
without
being
that
traded
rapier,
hands.
I mean, in a pure 1v1, which that was,
Yeah.
Gyro can't fight Slark.
Yeah, no chance at this point.
He has the rapier.
I mean, 22 stacks of permanent agility, that's a lot of damage, and right now he's hitting for 600 plus damage per shot, and he's just going to keep on increasing with the agility stacks that you're getting. I mean, yeah, it is tough to fight the Slark right now. The Zero is just so fat. I mean, yeah, Gyro is fat as well, but...
He has an Eaton Moonshot.
Oh yeah.
But, yeah. The Gyro has like Lincolns and BKB though, I think. So, 60-minute items have come out.
Yep, and the Mirror Shield on the Slark, which is just going to make him that much harder to kill. I mean, this game could go either way just due to the fact the Radiant side is very, I mean, not far ahead. I mean, 5k at this point is just peanuts in terms of net worth lead.
5k, I mean, 5k 60 minutes in is...
Yeah, it's just nothing at this point.
Yeah, it's nothing.
So even number of racks, only thing is tier 4s, right? So Throne is exposed on the side of Radiant. Half HP, it is healing up little by little. And it's go time, right? A lot of these heroes don't have buyback, but as I say that, they are going to be getting their buyback. So the key buybacks here that are missing is going to be the Earth Spirit. Everyone else is going to have buyback by the time this next fight takes place. And Earth Spirit shouldn't worry too much about it, right? I mean, he's quite beefy. It's not the easiest of heroes to bring down.
Yeah, as long as he has his BKB up, he's okay. But still, like, if he gets caught in a stun lock next to the Gyro, he's pretty much dead. But the Gyro doesn't want to be hitting the Earth Spirit. Anyway, like, Gyro doesn't really choose who to hit. He just presses his flat cannon and he hits everything.
I mean, I'm not a fan of having Sanjay Yasha's Lincolns and BKB. I feel
like he doesn't have enough damage. I think the Sanj and Yasha is a bit of a... Like, I'm trying to wrap my head around that one because...
He got it pretty early. It was his, like, first item, I think, or second.
I don't know. I don't think the Sanj and Yasha is particularly good this game, though. Okay, we see the Roshan up and the team trying to fight for it.
Meanwhile, they are trying to find the objective over here. The call out is going to be the BKB. Still up top by the Gyro Copper. Slark is down for 100. He doesn't have the buyback here. He's going to buy back into the fight. In the meantime, Earthshaker jumps in onto the backline. The Echo Slam not really doing too much. The wall is going to keep the Gyro in place, and
the Witch Doctor!
Lovely Bane out into the Witch Doctor ultimate as well. Gyro Copper down for 90 seconds. Slark coming back into the fight with that buyback. 3 heroes down on the side of Origin Unknown. And again, these plays coming out from the supports, I think Gyro was stuck in a really bad spot, right? He was Fiend's gripped into the death pod on top of a Darkseer ball as well. I mean, yeah, you're not surviving that.
I mean, listen, even being in the game, I don't know what happened, okay? But now I saw it. I saw it, and they did the hard part, which was killing the Slark, only to be destroyed by the Witch Doctor and Bane.
Yeah.
I mean, no, the Aghanim's death ward is crazy.
Yeah.
You know why? Because I think the Aghanim's gives it True Strike as well. So your Butterfly, your...
It does?
Yeah. It gives True Strike, so your Butterfly and your Trickster Cloak, they're useless. And it does pure damage, so even your armor is useless. Yeah. Witch Doctor is the real carry now.
Wait, shouldn't that have been a refresher shot? So Aghanims has been given to the Darkseer, so you're going to be selling his Aghanims that he already has.
I think this is the third rush, right?
Fourth one, because fourth one, because the first 2 was taken by you guys, and then the third one was them.
Okay.
In the meantime, the Slark jumps in, going to get
the refresher shot up.
And Jello is going to just bail into the Storm Spirit. He does a buyback though, 100 seconds on the ground, buyback up and ready. The Earth Spirit jumps in onto the Rubik group. It's going to be in trouble here. The call down is going to be the buyback coming out from Storm Spirit.
No buyback on Rubik.
Finally, buyback jumps in. A lovely 4 into 3 though, but the depth shot again just negating the entire thing, and now a huge death was there, finally stopped by the Orchid, and that's going to be the Storm. Dead Storm bites back into the fight. So does the so does the freaking Jakiro. But this is a very chaotic fight here.
Big vacuum ball.
A huge
Again,
ice
Lotus Orb.
and the Lotus Orb is saving. The jumping from the Storm Spit here, lovely Macropie, Echo Slam on 2 as well, guys. The damage slug getting burned down here. Finally, the edges is going to get popped. Do they have the damage though? It's going to be the question. Gyrocopter down, Price back, Earthshaker, Price back into the fight. Jakiro trying to get out of the fight. Glimmer kept up for the time being. There is no detection for the time being. They are trying to look for kills there. They cannot afford to let the boomers get out. This time is going to be there. On to 1 here, but the kill is going to be on 2 as well. They will find the kill onto the Darks here. He has buyback. Chances are going to be a little bit of trouble here. Dust is going to be there for the detection, but both of them have buyback. But the key thing is the Slug managed to get out, the Earth Spirit managed to get out. I think those are the key takeaways, because the Earth Spirit had 1 minute left on his buyback. Slug does not have buyback either, so they really needed to get out. And they did exactly that. The two heroes without buyback stayed back.
And also they forced the dire buyback, so the Radiant buyback's gonna come off cooldown before theirs. So I think this gives the Radiant the advantage, but they can still force 2 more buybacks on the side of the die if they decide to push. But now it's very scary times, you know.
Yeah.
You have no buyback on any heroes. Like, you are so scared right now. Like, this is when you're like shaking.
So it's past 66 minutes right now. One of the longest games that I have done in some time, and it's strange, right? Yeah. I feel like, to be fair, I feel like both teams are playing well. At the same time, I feel like both teams have been making mistakes as well.
Yeah, definitely.
I think that's one of the reasons that the game has gone on for this long. And in general, I feel like these are not two teams that really does make those mistakes. I feel like it's the fact that competitive Dota hasn't been around for some time. Like, there aren't many tournaments for them to, be up there. So a little bit of leeway is given there. But in the meantime, Mitsuki walks forward here. Last set of racks going to get taken here. They will finish it up. And now they jump forward from the Earth Spirit, trying to delay things. Not going to be there. And they will get the racks for free, and he's going to be able to back off. So Mega Creeps on the Radiant side. Boomers are going to be in trouble. Another divine.
I feel like Mega Creeps these days are a bit easier to defend, but Radiant, yeah, like they don't have the best Mega Creep defending lineup.
Yep.
Stupendous.
Like for the Dire, they wouldn't really care that much. They have the Checker, Jakiro, Gyro, the Storm. They do pretty easily.
All of them does pretty decently.
Yeah. Still though, Dire with no buybacks, he said be careful. And oh my god, the Rubik nearly dies. I think in one of the previous Tormentors he killed his Jakiro.
Wait, does the Tormentors get stronger as the game goes on?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. I think each one you kill, it gets stronger. But after a certain point, once you have all your shards, it makes very little sense to take them, right?
It's not a lot of gold, right? How much of gold is there?
It's like 280 gold.
Okay, yeah. Definitely does not make sense.
I think the Dire definitely don't want to do anything, they just want to defend their base.
I feel
the
like
Radiant probably think they want to go because, no buybacks, but then again, they are stopped by the Mega Creeps.
Oh yeah. I feel like Shaban just fell off, right? I mean, I haven't seen impact after the first couple of items. There has been nothing. He hasn't been really farming, he hasn't been really getting out of these fights. I think the key ingredient of not having the Ags here is affecting him.
Yeah, and he's gone for a very supportive item build. It's difficult though, right? Against, like, you think Earthshaker is good against Lark, but you always, like, you're kind of always waiting, like, to get the perfect moment where he doesn't have his Dark Pact to use your spells. But now Lark just has so many, like, the Shard gives him more tools. He has a BKB, the Al Dark Pact, and the Shard. So like it's not an easier Earthshaker game for sure. I think that's what makes it. That's what makes like his impact not felt as much.
So 21,000 net worth lead for the Radiant side, but does not matter. Even at
Yeah.
21,000, it's just
I
all
think
down
the
to the
Radiant has to try and make a move before the buybacks come off cooldown from the Dire, because I think once they do, the Radiants are gonna find it much more difficult, and they'll probably lose the game. Just because they have the mega creeps, they have the 10 lives essentially, and they can just travel in and end the game, because there's guaranteed gonna be one lane that's gonna be pushed in,
Yep. And I feel like in an outright fight, if meanwhile Cherry gets
Oh,
caught
but
out,
the Dire.
he can do that save. And the Earth Spirit, oh my good god, Gecko on 2, the Earth Spirit still surviving, so finally managing to build the Berserk, they're going to leave for trouble here, but the flank cannot do so much of it. But the Slark is just laying into the Gyrocopter, managing to get out, the Macropie keeping him alive for the time being, and the Earthshaker finally ends up falling to the Earth Spirit. The buyback is going to be there from the Earth Spirit, and no buyback for the Earthshaker, so they end up losing three heroes without buyback. Slark going to get hexed up. Storm does not have buyback either, does not have the mana also. They want this Gyrocopter who has the rapier on him. Yet again, Force Push going to be used in time being, but in the end he will fall, and another rapier hits the deck. He's going to pick it up. Oh, who else died? Who killed the Witch Doctor? Oh, Storm Spirit, okay.
Yeah, the Storm Spirit is still alive. So, I mean, I don't want to say mistake, but I really feel like the Dire shouldn't have done that. They should have been a bit more patient, because buybacks are everything, right? Buybacks are everything when the game gets to this point. Taking a good fight is everything. I mean, I guess they felt like they had vision, but then again, so did the Radiant, which is why the Earth Spirit jumped. And obviously, it's closer to the Radiant base. They have buybacks. They're gonna buyback and TP on you again, and we see the repercussions of that with 4 heroes not having buyback, and now we have 3 heroes of the Radiant in the Dire base, but Storm is trying to cut the creeps.
Yeah, Strong is just trying to handle things for the time being, but backdoor protection, keeping things steady for the time being, but Slark just does way too much damage with this Divine Rapier. So the Radiant side, Boomers are trying to work through the backdoor protection here. Storm is doing a good job of cutting waves, but yeah, that's just not going to be enough. 40 seconds. Can Dire do it? Is going to be the question though. Storm in the meantime, stop halfway, pop 9 just about PK here. Then jumping there again. But yeah, that's a tough one. I mean, that is definitely a tough one. Could have gone either way, but in the end, it's going to be Boomers who take game number 1 of this Dota 2 finals. And what a game it was! 72 minutes on the clock at the end. Just insane gameplay coming out from both teams. Just all around entertaining team fights, entertaining Dota, and that's exactly what we are here for. Mirza, final thoughts before we head out about the game?
Yeah, it was pretty close, and like there were many moments where I thought we'd lose, but well done to like my team for just having the mental fortitude to like know what to do exactly. I think we got lucky as well. Like I'm not gonna say we played a perfect game or something like that, but it was fun to watch and see the things I missed. So yeah, thank you for having me.
Yeah, no worries. But with that, huge shout out to everyone watching from home. You guys have been absolutely amazing. Keep up the support from the Dota 2 community. I mean, more and more Dota 2 tournaments will come. A massive shout out to the sponsors as well. Our platinum sponsor, Zentech, as well as our bronze sponsor, Eternum, as well as WSO2, gold sponsor, Vestoria, and our innovation partner, 99X. And a massive shout out to Cutting Edge for having this event along with IIT. Also, make sure to join the Cutting Edge event happening on the 5th of September at BMICH. Make sure to join them at BMICH on the 5th of September. But with that, I am going to be taking a small break before we do come back with game number 2. So catch you guys with game number 2 later. See you guys.
Airdrop has been delivered. The revived flight will arrive in 1 minute. Only 2 teams left, getting close to victory. We have a winner.
Welcome to the future of farming with Govi.ai, where cutting-edge technology meets the art of cultivation. Farmers around the world are facing challenges like unpredictable weather, water scarcity, and rising costs. But Govi.ai can change the game. At Govi.ai, we're a team of experts in both agriculture and technology, united by a single mission: to empower farmers with data-driven solutions. Our state-of-the-art sensors continuously monitor your farms and greenhouses, providing real-time insights into crucial parameters. Govi.ai gives you insights into how your resources are being deployed and keeps you alerted on the day-to-day conditions of your valuable crops. With Govi.ai, you'll experience optimized growth, efficient resource usage, and higher yields, all driven by data. Our scalable and farmer-first platform puts you in the driving seat, allowing you to manage one greenhouse to multiple farms across vast regions, all from one platform wherever you may be. Are you ready to join the future of farming? With Govi.ai, you're not just growing crops, you're cultivating a sustainable, data-powered future.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back. What an exhilarating gaming round we have just witnessed. The energy and enthusiasm from our participants were truly infectious, and we hope you enjoyed every moment of it.
Indeed. Thank you all for tuning in and sharing the excitement with us. Your support adds a whole new level of engagement to the event.
And here's some exciting news. We are thrilled to invite all of you to Cutting Edge 2023, organized by Informatics Institute of Technology, where we unleash the power of digital revolution. Join us at BMICH on the 5th of September at 9 a.m. for an unforgettable experience.
Get ready for a day brimming with an incredible showcase of innovation and unforgettable memories. Cutting Edge 2023 aims to bring students, researchers, industry professionals, and technology enthusiasts together to exchange knowledge, ideas, and experiences. So mark your calendars and be ready to witness the incredible talents of our tech community in person. Your presence will undoubtedly make it an event to remember.
But the excitement doesn't end here. We have more amazing sessions coming your way, all brought to you exclusively by iTV. Whether you are a fan of gaming, tech, or simply hungry for knowledge, stay tuned for content that's tailored just for you.
Once again, a huge thank you for everyone for being a part of this thrilling journey. Your support and enthusiasm keeps us going. We can't wait to bring you more moments that celebrate the spirit of gaming and innovation.
So, until next time, keep those thinking caps on and those game controllers charged. And we'll see you at BMICH on the 5th of September.
Stay connected and stay engaged and keep the excitement alive. Signing off for now, but remember, the adventure continues. I'm Kamalika Sinivaratna.
And I'm Rimaz Muhammad, signing off from Cutting Edge Gaming League 2023.